activate. thinks he can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing. Let's go!
Tyler Wine, you're done.
Raw energy. Half for half and blow the house down.
Everyone is playing, you're not yet. EWC Play is your all-in-one platform to compete in fantasy, pick'em, and quests for a grand total of $300,000 in prize pool. Build your dream fantasy team in 5 different games and track your score with live results tables. Predict the winner of every game, every group stage, and every tournament. Complete daily and weekly challenges to earn boosters that help you climb the global leaderboard. Got what it takes? Join EWC Play now.
A lot of people are haunted by their past. I'm inspired by it.
They're not just playing for themselves, they're really playing for their entire family.
They have defeated their demons. They have crushed the curse.
I'm here at the Esports World Cup celebrating a wonderful match between Geekay and Team Secret to get into that semifinal. But the next best thing is being here with the super fans, the ones that are following everything unfold, getting hype. And hold on, something is about to happen. It's a 2v1. Let me watch this really quick. Obviously, I can tell you're a FaZe fan just by the jersey. What's your name? And tell me your journey of coming to the Esports World Cup to be able to support this FaZe roster.
Hi, my name is Paul. So I'm from Thailand. I came all the way here like a long flight. But I support FaZe for a few years.
All right, I'm here with superfan of Secret. What's your name?
My name is Arthur.
Now, what was your journey of getting here to be able to watch and support Team Secret?
Oh, it's gonna be great, man. I'm from Brazil. I came, that's
This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
that's
Here I could experience not just good Siege. Of course, Siege is a good game. It's a very good game. But I also experience some other game that is also like have their own different experience. I pretty much open my world to the other in the esports world.
The esports scene is what makes me happy. Also meeting the community at every location, meeting new friends. It's a wonderful time.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
R6SIEGE World Cup.
Je suis prêt, c'est parti, voir où m'emmène la vie. Chrome sur mon green, tu m'entends quand je respire. Top le veston, jamais été, jamais fait une gros pas. Big plan, j'ai fait changer toute la piste. Regarde ma pêche, je sais pas, j'attire. Je coupe la line, laisse la qui laisse frémir. Nouvelle état, new name, toujours fluide dans le move. Main en l'air quand je rentre dans le groove. Garde ce regard, je suis déjà posé. Deux pas de tourne, glace dans mes yeux figés. Beat encore, puis je prends tout ce qui est à moi. Trop vif, trop fort.
Bro, I was trying to listen to the French cast yesterday. I'm still trying to figure Rainbow out, never mind listening to French. So, right, you need to actually teach me a bit of French here because I'm actually struggling a little bit, right? Okay, what about operator in French? L'opérateur. Okay, well, that's nice and easy. That's nice and easy. What about C4? Le C4. Okay, not too bad, not too bad. Thinking I'm a bit fancy with that, but what about the map of the game?
La map? La game.
Oh, French is easy, bro. Thanks, man.
Ouais, c'est easy. Enfin, pour l'instant, si je te parle comme ça, tu comprends rien, le British.
Oh, you just call me?
Don't worry about it. Why are you trying to learn French anyway, man? It's Siege. Learn some Portuguese.
Oh, no, wait. Somebody did actually teach me some Portuguese yesterday. Started in the crowd, and I'll see if I can get it right. Hold on one second. Woo!
Welcome to the battlefield.
Remember, we are the hunters, they are the prey.
A real hunter always watches where he steps.
Come closer, I dare you.
They said it cannot be done. They were wrong.
I trust my teammates, and they trust me too.
Let's get to work.
Rainbow Six Siege is live in Paris, France, here at the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet, and we couldn't be happier to have all of you watching with us online and in the building, the Paris Expo Porte de Versailles, for a day of semifinal action. It means that we're going to see our grand finalists, one by one, enter into the fray, and the conversation will turn towards tomorrow. But to get there, we're going to crush some keys. We're going to earn hundreds of thousands of dollars in prize money, and we are going to tell some great stories. I've got two gentlemen alongside me, Rainday, who will be your host on the panel, who know how to do so. Of course, Laxing and Alphama here. Guys, as the jib comes down and sets the tone for narrowing in on today's action, how do we feel just the environment of the semifinals?
I've been feeling great. I mean, even to get to this point, the games have been extremely fun. Even in yesterday's match, we talked about that El Clasico between Team Liquid Alienware and FaZe. I mean, definitely one-sided affairs from one map to the next, but that's where FaZe really came through in the very end just to get themselves here in the semifinal. But every game has really delivered.
Yeah, and that's what we expect from a game where you don't have the lower bracket, it's direct elimination. I'm still waiting to see that big upset in playoffs because we've seen so many upsets before. But in playoffs so far, I feel like Weibo not making it to semifinal, classic stuff.
Yeah.
We see FaZe overcoming and winning the El Clasico, that's classic stuff as well.
Yeah.
And maybe the only big story is that underdog that we did not expect to see there in semifinals. That's GK. Why one EML team that I will cherish and love, and no, I'm definitely not biased.
I'll cherish with you as well. I'm gonna leave you hanging.
I like it, man. I had to support with you because there was 3 Americans on the broadcast yesterday, so somebody had to represent GK. I tried to do it. We're gonna see if they do it for themselves today. Of course, heading into today, yesterday's SDC Rewind will catch you up as to all that unfolded. It was a day of Siege to be remembered, but maybe not the way that you thought it was going to go. Laxing, you mentioned the El Clasico, but it was GK Esports who would start out. What are your takeaways from yesterday's action and kind of what we learned about the way Siege is being played, the meta developing, and obviously what set us up for our semifinals today?
I mean, it's every team just being in this moment of understanding their opponent and what they need to do in order to win their series. And where we even saw a team like GK come into their series against Secret is they understood their opponent. They played against them in the EML. They had that familiar face, the familiarities just across the board, and they just really put the pedal to the metal. I mean, what? It was only 14 rounds. It was a fast series for you guys, a very fast game. But that's the same level that they're going to have to bring today, especially going against a big opponent like FaZe Clan.
Yeah, I would even argue that in the last two quarterfinals, especially the ones from yesterday, I felt like it was way less of a strategy game and way more of a mental game. I felt like in that game between Geeky and Secret, I felt Secret gave up at some point. I felt like they didn't believe they deserved or they could reach top 4. Whereas for Geeky, look at them. They were fired up the whole time. They were kicking that momentum going, and they're surfing on that underdog wave. Is it a honeymoon? Is it the end of a honeymoon? But I don't know. They are still riding that wave and still performing high. For FaZe Clan, it's the same that we know. They're cool, quiet, collected. Whatever happens, they're in semifinals. It's a normal day at the office. They've played so many grand finals at this point. So obviously that quarterfinal was an easy one for them.
And I think that also proved that there are teams coming into this with more synergy. And whether you remember the yelling from yesterday because of the support on the side of FaZe, or whether you remember how different Map 1 was from Map 2, Laxing, it was not the El Clasico we expected, yet it was still the result that was anticipated. FaZe move on. They have a chance yet again to get closer to a championship here.
But it's exactly what you'd expect from two teams with world champions on it, that they were going to be masterclass, whether it was going to be on their map or their opponent's map. But again, that's where FaZe just always gets it done in the very end. We talk about that mental aspect. They understood what the game plan was. We heard, I believe, KDS talking about it in the interview. They understood that Liquid wanted to play that aggressive game. So what did they do on their defense? They met it with a great aggression as well, stopping them from getting their foot in the door, not really allowing them. And excuse me, it was Felipox that was talking about it. And you even heard him. Felipox also went 0-8, took a lot of the brunt on his shoulder of why they didn't find success. But that was also due to the pivot of FaZe just understanding what they needed to do to get into that final map and how they could close it out and secure a semifinals.
Beautiful moment there. Cyber with his son crushing the key of Team Liquid, something that both of them will remember forever. I'll tell you that as well. I betted you to my daughter today, so it's great to have your kids in the building when you're performing at work, especially when the lights are this bright. You know the world is watching. What an exciting time for him. He'll look to continue that because I think they'll be staying for these semifinals. Fury and Dark Zero coming up to kick us off. FaZe Clan and GK Esports at the end of it, Alphama. Starting off, though, it's Furia and DZ, which two teams, I mean, how do you feel about them? How would you describe this matchup off the top?
I feel like it might be the most intense, closest matchup we're going to see. Obviously, on paper, we have the two-time world champions on one side, and then the one team that struggled or is an underdog from EML on the other for the second semifinal. So if you look at the first one, I'm looking at the two teams that had the closest quarterfinals. If you think about it, Furia and Wildcard delivered, absolutely delivered in intensity. And even better, I think DZ Weibo was probably my favorite quarterfinal. I think it went all the way to the third map. It was super intense, went to overtime multiple times. So I think we're in for a banger of a game on that first semifinal.
It's going to be a lot of fun. Also, for those just joining us at EWC, there's a common thread across all the games. That's the club championship. And Chris, if he's done screaming, has a chance to update us on what's going on today.
Well, the sweat is still dripping down my forehead, and it might still be dripping down Falcons as well. They have made some progress, of course, this week. Of course, chess is looking very, very good for them. But a big semi-final coming up also for AGL between the two competitors in the club championship who are vying for that first place spot. Right now, AGL have themselves a 250-point lead after a pretty decent performance from Denis Lazovic throughout the chess. But Denis Lazovic is now playing up against Hikaru Nakamura of Falcons today. It is a massive, massive semi-final, which is going to be coming up. We'll be keeping you up to date as much as we possibly can. So that is going to be a huge moment in the club championship. Of course, in the Rocket League as well, that's something that Falcons are looking to continue to advance with, and this week is remaining pivotal. But AGL, with their performance in chess, are going to keep it close. So the club championship is going to go down to the very final week, which I think, you know, if we'd had that conversation a few weeks ago, you'd have called me crazy, but I ain't crazy. It's going all the way to the very last day.
Well, thank you, Chris, for the Ramco Club Championship updates here from all of us at EWC. It's exciting, to say the least, Lax. This is coming down to the wire last week.
Yeah, it absolutely is. I mean, we also heard several times that AGAL is kind of in a waiting period where Falcons, obviously contending across a couple of games right now, could definitely get some points. But even for our scene right now, I mean, what? FaZe, both Fury as well, can accumulate some very good points today if they get into that grand final. So who's to say where they end up as well?
Here's the thing, guys. I mean, 1,000 points for winning, right? We don't see Furia on here yet, but if they were somehow able to turn around and win...
Well, they're in CS as well.
You know, they have a chance.
And they're in Rocket League. I just saw them play there, so as well. So they're on 3 different games right now. You have FaZe, like you mentioned, probably the favorite in our game to take it as well. And as you said, 1,000 points, you're just already jumping your top 20. You're getting a fair share of that cash prize. And you still have a couple of days and a couple of games that remain here at EWC to grind up that ladder.
$75 million prize pool across all of the titles here over these 7 weeks. $7 million to the club championship winner and the chance to raise that exclusive, elusive trophy at the end of this. What an exciting time. Stay tuned. We'll keep you updated later on this evening as things transpire. But gentlemen, as we head to today's matchup and focus in on the head-to-head, it's going to start off with our teams, Dark Zero and Furia, 2 teams that have had different iterations of their rosters. We've seen mainstays like NJR for Dark Zero. We've seen Herds be the only kind of remaining member of Furia after almost a complete rewind. What does that theme mean to you, Lax, looking at this now? Is it a battle of consistency? Is it a battle of who rebuilt better? Is it a battle of the way they're playing in this tournament?
I think for me, when you got to look at Furia, and I think it's just the rebuilding aspect. We talked about this pretty much a lot throughout that series, was if Herds wasn't that IGL, if he wasn't the leader and people weren't following into his ideology, we probably don't see Furia reach the strides that they've reached, even possibly getting into the semi-final. But it's also a key element for him and his own success that he's never given up, regardless of swapping roster, regardless of having to restart, that he picked the players that he can shape with him, that he can mold and follow into that ideology. And again, it's paying off.
Yeah, and I feel like we're going to see a big battle in this game, and that is the battle of the most experienced player. You've talked about Herds at length already for Furia. You're great IGL, right? I look at Fultz on the other side, and I look at these 2 players, Lax, and I think, could they do it? Could they be the first ever player to win a major, or multiple, win a 6 Invitational, and win an Esports World Cup? Crazy amount of cash prize. On one side, Herds with 3 major wins, 1 SI. Could he win EWC? Fultz, he's won a major just now recently. He could do the back-to-back, and he's already won an SI in 2020.
I mean, the pedigree is awfully different in terms of the 2, in terms of where they place and how many majors have won. But the fact of the matter is every one of those players has won an Invitational, has won a major. Neither of them have won an Esports World Cup, and they could essentially be one of the only title holders throughout an entire year of the Esports World Cup to be able to hold on to that, to say, I've won all 3.
The big 3.
Exactly, the big 3. So that would be a very interesting story to be following along and kind of see where Dark Zero or the side of Furia of Herds ends up.
This is going to be exciting. And of course, it's kind of putting a test to all the stuff that we've promised ourselves as those rosters get shifted around one player. You're saying we believe that this is the core centerpiece. Now it is time to prove it. As we circle in and narrow in on Furia's roster, everyone has performed quite well to get here. DS, another player that we talked about multiple times in that game. We had a chance with Ann to sit down with Herds and hear what he has to say heading into today's semifinal.
We're speaking to Herds today ahead of their game today. Herds, you played against an NA team for the first time with this new roster yesterday. Wildcard picked you, and still you're able to 2-0 them. What do you think made you guys have the competitive advantage yesterday?
Vocês jogaram ontem, primeira vez contra time do NA, né? Com a nova org, os novos players. E eles picaram vocês e ganharam deles de 2-0. O que você tem a dizer sobre isso? O que você sentiu?
Bom, acho que foi um jogo que a gente se preparou bastante. Tem sido um campeonato que a gente está bastante focado nos planos de jogo, então a gente está se dedicando bastante nessa parte. E ocorreu tudo dentro do esperado, acho que a gente surpreendeu um pouco eles também ali, deixando o consulado open. A gente sabia que eles iam picar, então ficou uma map pool ali no nosso controle. E os meninos estão se adaptando muito bem, todo mundo tem muita experiência, então acho que por ser uma line nova não é tanto problema, porque todo mundo já tem uma bagagem internacional. E é isso, está sendo muito bom.
So it was a pretty nice match. I'm very happy with the boys because it's a new team, but the boys have a lot of international experience and everything. So we managed to have a pretty good match. We had the control of the map pool. We picked the maps that we wanted, and we left one open that we knew they were going to pick. So it was a very comfortable game for us.
That's awesome. And Hertz, you could become the first player that has both an SI championship, a major championship, and an EWC. What do you feel like maybe with this new roster as well could be the key difference that you could be that first player who does it?
Então, você pode ser dos primeiros jogadores a ter o SI, o Major e a EWC. O que você tem a dizer sobre isso? É um objetivo muito grande. Você está feliz de poder realizar isso?
Bom, não vou negar que eu pensei sobre isso. Fico muito satisfeito, significa que eu tenho feito um bom trabalho aí no decorrer da minha carreira. E acho que é consequência, os títulos são consequências de um bom trabalho, então focar no passo a passo aí, que se for para ser, vai ser.
So yeah, I've been thinking a lot of this recently, and all the other championships that I won, it's very nice because I can see that my career is doing pretty well, and I'm winning like all the important ones, and it would be very amazing to win EWC and complete the 3 big ones.
That's awesome. Now, final question. You're going up against the defending major champions. What's the game plan for today?
Então, vocês vão jogar hoje contra os últimos campeões do Major. Você tem algum plano de jogo? Uma coisa a falar sobre o jogo que vocês vão ter hoje?
Eles são o último campeão, a gente se preparou bastante também, a gente está com um plano de jogo muito coeso, então eles ter ganhado não é algo que assusta a gente vai entrar como qualquer outro time e estamos muito confiantes e acho que vai dar bom.
So we've been training a lot. We've been feeling like very confident, looking at the team, and we're gonna arrive there and we're gonna play as we're playing like any other team. We feel very, very comfortable playing against them.
All right, that's awesome. Thank you for your time and good luck today.
Herd's feeling very confident. I was looking to my left and I was going, where are the drums? Did they not show up today? No, they're on the other side. So this time we will hear a little bit better when they start playing. But, you know, they bring the fans, but also they're bringing the confidence there after talking with Herds.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I love Ann's question right there at the very tail end and Herd's response to it. You know, how are you going to go against a major champion team that's defending it? And he's at the outside looking in. He used to be on that side where they were winning everything. That's what every team was being asked, going against his team, going against him. And to be able to have that experience, to be able to understand what it's like to be in this moment and now being on the opposite side, I mean, that's what you want from your leader. That's what you want from your captain, to just be able to live in the moment, to understand, okay, I know what it's like being here. This is what we need to do to make sure our mental is right and to get over this hurdle and send us into a grand final.
And I can already tell you why this would be special for him, in the sense that it's a player that won everything, but with the same roster all the time.
Yeah.
He was abandoned by everyone. He's still active. They are not anymore.
Yeah, that's
and
a statement.
He could win and could complete his trophy shelf, basically.
Yep.
Not by himself, but, you know, when all of his previous teammates didn't do it.
Yeah.
And that's what a revenge tour, what a comeback, what a way to say, hey, you guys abandoned me and I did better than you. You know, that would be insane for him.
I mean, even getting into a grand final, they got knocked out last year from the grand final and had to play a third place finish actually against the majority of this roster that was SSG. So just getting into the grand final, he's already hitting strides that the former Fury roster couldn't do.
And standing up, getting excited, jumping off from the equipment and just saying, yeah, that's us. We got that. Every round that they won was a little bit more energy for Herds. He knows what's on the line. And speaking of the team they have to go against, not feeling concerned with Dark Zero, but maybe they should. Whether it's singing a little Justin Bieber to get ready, or maybe it's meditating, thanks to Coach Call Out. This team has put together an incredible run. Alfama questioning if they can win 2 majors back-to-back, that would set up a different narrative for North America for the first time. But of course, we had a chance to sit down and talk with them to see if they're feeling the pressure themselves.
We're speaking to Fools ahead of their game today. Fools, you played against Weibo yesterday. You lost the first map, but then afterwards, a good recovery. What is, in your opinion, the highlight of that game yesterday?
I would say the highlight is our ability to adapt to kind of what wasn't working versus them and figuring them out as an opponent as the series went on.
And then you could be the first player actually that has a major, an SI, and an EWC title. And you've been doing this for a little while because your SI championship called very long ago.
Yeah.
What do you feel like it's been for you as a player that's been able to help you do this so consistently?
I think it's similar to yesterday's game, honestly. It's about getting up, dusting off, and realizing what's not working, what needs to change, and that kind of like explains my career. You know, I found success early, and then it's been a long way. Journey to where I'm at now, and the biggest thing is just not giving up, believing in like yourself, your teammates, and just continuing to work hard.
And then playing against Furia today, I feel like they seem a little bit more informed than what they showed us at Salt Lake City.
Mm-hmm.
What's the game plan coming in today?
The game plan is we know they're like very individually aggressive, but when I've watched them play, I'm not really impressed by like their team play yet because they are a newer roster. So that's really what we're trying to take advantage of.
And then something we see with Dark Zero a lot, especially in the NA, like you guys have all kinds of ways of warming up for the game. It ranges from singing Justin Bieber together to meditating. Do you have a personal favorite, or is this kind of like game dependent as well?
My personal favorite is probably, that's a good question. Maybe the meditation, just because I'm not as, I guess, extroverted as some of my teammates. I like to have fun, but not not in a singing type of way. So I like to poke fun and be a little more sarcastic. So.
All right, awesome. Thank you so much for your time. We'll let you get in the zone, and good luck with the game.
Thank you so much.
Well, this is an interesting one. Says he's not a Justin Bieber kind of guy. That's unfortunate, man.
I agree.
That's unfortunate.
I mean, you can
I love
see
the Biebs.
You can see it in his nonverbal, in the way Fool speaks, and if you guys know him a little bit, he's always kind of quiet, a little bit more. Not shy, I would say introvert is the right call, but at the same time, he's the IGL, he's the leader, he has a lot of aura.
He's composed.
Yeah, he's composed.
Yeah.
And, I just love the fact that he just mentioned that, the fact that he made his career through so many years and stayed consistently at the top level was getting better a little every day, and having the presence in mind to just reset and understanding what's wrong, what needs to change. I think that's the answer also in the game. That's how they adapt so well.
Yeah. I think that's really stuck out to me too. You know, he's not focusing on the moment, he's focusing on the journey. And he definitely spotted very early that he had very early success, and he had to go through all the rigmarole and have to try to battle the ups and downs, but he was focusing on the journey. He wasn't focused on any one of those moments, whether it was positive or negative. It was just how he can get to the next bit. And again, now he's here at another semifinal, pushing closer to a grand final and possibly becoming the first player in Siege's history book to win all 3 big events.
It's going to be exciting, guys. I cannot wait. And of course, if you think you know who's going to win this one after hearing the interviews or some of the analysis we just did, make sure to get your pick'ems in. You can earn your share of over $300,000 by participating. So scan that QR code, join us, let us know who you think. Is it going to be Dark Zero? Is it going to be Furia? And going back to the conversation with Dark Zero, I think it's interesting because, you know, they beat Secret to get here. They lost to CAG. They actually ended up losing a map to Weibo as well. And one of those maps that they lost on was Lair. One of those maps, Nighthaven Labs. But this is a team that doesn't actually, you know, come in clean, as always. And look, there's Lair right there, Dark Zero picking it, defense on that, Furia picking it. So what's our reaction to this first map pick?
I think it's very surprising. Very surprising, but Furia, we're expecting any surprise. You remember the trap? They are the ones that love the traps and the surprises in the map veto. The reason why I'm surprised, I saw Furia play this map at EWC against Geeky and lose it. I also saw Dark Zero be incredibly good on it. They killed Weibo on it. 7-5. Yep. It was a clean one. They lost to Kag on it 7-2. That's one step that was a misstep, but I do think that overall, I think Furia, they pick into a map where they have 2 recent VODs from Dark Zero, and they want to counter them.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree with anything you said. Looking at the Nighthaven Labs, I mean, we also spoke, when Ann was interviewing hers, he said, we got our maps, we knew exactly what we wanted, and I'm sure in terms of where we're landing on Nighthaven Labs, that's the map that he was talking about. But I was speaking to Callout before this, and Callout's very comfortable with the map. He said that the past 2 days, they've been putting 70% of their effort into these first 2 maps, so they did understand where they were going to play. And I gotta say, I don't know how you feel about this, and seeing Bank pop up, I'm honestly leaning more towards, and this isn't even just an NAL bias, I am leaning more towards Dark Zero in terms of this map pool favoring them more than I am on the side of Furia.
I actually kind of disagree. I think I've seen, I mean, you've seen a lot of NAL, I've seen a lot of SAL, and I think I've seen Furia beat FaZe Clan on Bank, you know, 2-time world champions. So I don't think it's a bad map whatsoever. I'm just really worried about the 2 first maps. Once again, Furia, they're not a great Nighthaven Labs team. I told you I saw Furia lose Lair against Geeky. They also lost Labs against Geeky.
You think that's why they're going attack first? I mean, what's the conversation around that?
It's usually a surprise for them because I would say, arguably, you would say that defense is the easiest side to start on, a little bit more comfortable. But remember what happened 2 days ago when they were in quarterfinals. They chose to attack on Consulate, the most defended side in the map.
Which I question.
And they were leading 5-1 in that one. So I think they want to be proactive. They lack to attack first because they can set up their own plans, and it's harder for you to react in defense than to adapt in attack. That's my personal guess as an IGL. That's how I always felt. So I think if they want to apply a counter strat, starting in attack is always easier.
I mean, that can also be a double-edged sword, though, is starting on attack. If you can't find your rhythm, you can't find your pacing, you can't get the comms going. Then when you get on defense, you're in a deficit, you can't work together. So they really have to come out the gate strong and work together here to make sure that they can have at least a 3-3 half, get to that defense, and feel good.
The little things may make a big difference here in our semifinals as we open up the day at the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet. R6SIEGE is here. Let's get it started.
You copy, over. Savage 1, so literally right next to you. Sorry? Sorry, I didn't see you there. Wow, you look incredible in flashlight, by the way. Whoa, your pores look insane. Those eyes, wowzers. Beautiful. Round here somewhere, Milosh, is the script. How things are going to end here, EWC for R6SIEGE. Who's going to make the grand finals? It's got to be here somewhere. I can't... Wait. Is that what I think? Savage one, moving on the target.
I'm going.
Secure.
I'm moving like a crab. Okay, here we are. Do I open it? What if it's booby trapped, Milos?
It's a risk we're gonna have to take. Come. Okay. You ready? Okay, look.
Oh my.
What does it say?
Milos.
Yeah?
There's nothing in there. There's nothing in there.
What?
It's not been written yet. We don't know who's going to be in the grand final.
Damn it. You know what? Let's just get the day started. Let me hack this door.
You can hack the door?
Yeah.
You're amazing.
Jokebi gave me all the stuff. All right? He's coming home. All right, you know what? Let's get this day started. Let's do it.
Bonjour, hello there, and welcome back to the Esports World Cup, live from Paris, France, where we bring you again Rainbow Six Siege and a very, very special day. 22 teams began here. We are down to the final 4, but who will go all the way to the grand finals tomorrow? We're going to find out very soon. My name's R6SIEGE, and this is the brilliant Milos.
Well, my friend, I think you say this is a special day, even more so. You know what? I'm just going to say it right ahead. This is my friend Adam's 11th year anniversary. And you know what he chose to do? He chose to spend it here with us, with his family in Rainbow Six.
So, you guys too.
Thank you very much,
You're
Adam.
welcome. Thank you for having me here.
I even have a gift for you today.
No, you don't.
Yes, I do.
Stop it, you rascal. What did you get me?
2 of the best semifinals you're ever going to see, my friend.
I love it. I can't wait to see it. This is going to be amazing. What a wedding gift this is. I can't wait to see how it's going to unfold. Should we meet the teams, Milos?
I think even more so, you should just go and do the honors.
Do you think so?
Yeah.
Do the honors?
Go ahead.
As it's a celebratory day, follow me this way. We're going to go down here for a second because this is very special. We need to really kick things off in this semi-final. I'm going to go in here. Here we go. Here we go. First up, our first semi-finalists here today. Would you please welcome to the stage, it's Furia! Ruthless, fiery, Salt Lake City in the past, back where they belong. A roster of players that are competing in regions all around the world. Can they do it here in the City of Lights and get themselves to the championship final? We'll find out.
It's one they've been looking forward to for a long time. But let's welcome on the other side, champions of their own. It's Dark Zero! You might have seen one eclipse. They are definitely the one that shone all over Paris a couple days ago. Just after their matchup, the entire city crowned in darkness. They take down anyone that ever comes up against them. They've defeated the best team Brazil has to offer. That's FaZe of only a few months ago. No one has been able to do such a feat. And here against Furia, it's only history looking to be rewritten, just with a little different protagonist. Friends, come on over, please. Players, you may go to your seats. We're going to bring in Laura and Foltz. Come on in, gentlemen. Closer, closer, closer. Let's go. Final words then to your opponents, Foltz.
Good luck.
That's it. Short and sweet, short and sweet. Laura, what do you want to say to your opponent ahead of this semi-final?
I'll tell him to try not to find me on the server. And good luck.
Okay, here we go. Fighting words. Gentlemen, please shake hands. This is it. Go to your seats, please, chaps. This is it, Milos. We're about to get the semi-final. This is going to be huge.
Very much excited for it. We're all set. Anniversaries all over today. And this one, an anniversary maybe for yet another NA victory over Brazil. Let's get this game started.
The roster reboot is working out tremendously well for GK with a really, really strong result over Team Secret 2-0. The question will be, can they capture the hearts of Paris as the last standing team from EML?
GK, the unlikely representative for Europe, will rise! It seems this will be the moment for FaZe.
Jogar contra a Liquid é sempre muito bom e ganhar é melhor ainda. A gente, na maioria dos confrontos, acaba ganhando contra eles. Então, acho que jogar contra eles sempre é um jogo muito difícil, mas a vitória contra eles tem um gostinho a mais ali.
FaZe Clan are semi-final bound of the Esports World Cup.
FaZe v Liquid, the El Clasico. Ultimately an unconventional best of 3. The first 2 maps super one-sided to the respective teams. Ultimately though, FaZe were too good. Their problem solving was tested, but they are such a strong roster. Today's semifinals, Dark Zero, Furia. Huge matchup. Dark Zero coming off the back of their win at the Salt Lake City Major. Can they lift another trophy?
Dark Zero chase the trophy into the semi-finals.
Furia, they're a little bit of a newer roster, a mix of a lot of different players that I have played against. Some younger blood, some older blood, but they're a capable team and we'll be ready for it.
And on the other side, GK, FaZe. FaZe looks so hard to beat right now. Can GK pull off one of the biggest upsets we have ever seen at the Esports World Cup?
Mowgli takes a lot of damage. Grabby onside.
I think everyone wants to play FaZe Cam, right? Like, if you're this deep in a tournament, you need to beat them to win the championship. Like, they're the big dogs, you know? So I think we know how they play. We know how to beat them. And I think it doesn't matter who we play. I think we're a good chance of winning.
A gente não pode desrespeitar eles, mas a gente também tem que ter noção que a gente é melhor do que eles. Vamos, FaZe!
Well, one of these teams rebuilt around NJR in March. One team did it against them with Herds. And now the journey will collide with one of those teams actually making it to a grand final. Gentlemen, this is a story around Dark Zero, validating that international win in a major and now trying to do it here in Paris. It's also about Furia trying to say that this rebuild works, but it's not soon, it's not one day, it's now.
Absolutely. I think it's between the two players we mentioned before, Fultz and Hertz, on their shoulders, the pressure of being the ideal, of course, but most importantly, I think, like you said, for NA, the first team ever to win 2 back-to-back S-tier events. That has never happened. NA, in my opinion, has always struggled having a legacy because of that. They've never had that one team able to win multiple events, like G2 or Penta for EU, like FaZe or W7M for Brazil. DZ could become that team if they go to the grand final and win it. And that starts today. On the side, it hurts. He wants to prove he can win an S-tier event without his former teammates.
Absolutely. He dominated all of 2023, and he hasn't been able to get back there. But similar to Fultz, you know, starting out very strong in his career, he's gone through his hurdles, he's gone through his ups and downs, and now he's in a spot with this brand new team that he's built around him that he, again, can replicate that success and get to yet another grand final, bring a title not only for himself, but for the rest of his team, and become a esports World Cup champion with those 5.
It's elusive. Even members on FaZe, who we think could be, maybe have been the best team that we've seen in R6SIEGE, haven't gotten this title. And so the esports World Cup means something, not just for the cash prize of $750K, but for the legacy that it could add to your very prestigious R6 career.
I mean, absolutely, and there's a lot of pride, especially when you look at that SAL region. I mean, they have the bragging rights when it comes to the 6 Invitational. Now they'll have the bragging right if they get the Esports World Cup.
And most importantly, guys, just as a reminder, there is a 6 Invitational spot on the line.
That's a great point.
The very first one. You win the biggest share of a $2 million cash prize. Amazing. You win the prestige of being one of the first holder of 3 of the most important trophies in Siege history. And then on top of that, you're the first team to qualify to the most prestigious event all your season, our World's 6 Invitational 2027 in Brazil.
And that's obviously somewhere where you want to be if you're on the side of Furia, in your home, in your backyard, representing your region at the biggest event of the year. And you're right, we haven't really talked about that, but there is more on the line than just the Esports World Cup. It's already getting yourself and punching a ticket to the 6 Invitational.
The approach to this game is one that both teams are looking at trying to solve. How quickly they solve it could be the difference between playing for that 3rd place match or having a shot at glory come tomorrow. The question is, when you look at Dark Zero, is this just the team that won't go away? They have not been clean. They haven't 2-0'd all the time. They've lost sometimes their first maps, but they found a way. Is this more about how good they are? Or in some ways, is it more about how adaptable they have been when things aren't going well?
I mean, I really think it's a true testament of their mindset, their mentality, not just in-game, but out-of-game. And you even saw in that quick little brief intro, seeing Jack just meditating. There's no other team in Siege that has this sort of brotherhood, that has this sort of dynamic, that doesn't have a regiment the way that they do, which is why they are so lethal in-game and out-of-game, because it really is that foundation, that call-out built for this team.
Yeah, they have the champion mindset, the one ingredient that FaZe has that other teams don't have. They never give up. They always believe they can do it. DZ is that one team for NA. Now, as we go into the map, we're going to see the first bans. And obviously, like I said, I felt like Lair was a surprise pick for Furia. Last time played it, they lost it to GK. DZ have looked good on the map, and we're going to see what we expect to see on the side of DZ. Some target bans, and for Furia, getting rid of all denial.
And that's something to know when it comes to DZ, especially when it comes to their maps and their operator bans, is they target operators. They target the opposing team. They don't play into their default. They're getting rid of the information game, and we know how Solid Snake can be utilized, especially talking about how aggressive the side of Fear is. You take away that little bit of information, they're going to have to work a little harder. Now you got another piece of information away. That vertical play is not going to be as easy with Deimos being removed. They're going to have to get a lot of information for a buck that possibly is going to be used. Go for that vertical pressure, but already I like they're targeting the aggressive style from Furia.
Get rid of Deimos, get rid of Solid Snake. It's going to be way harder to remove any roamers. On their side, Furia, they removed the 2 wall denial operators in Kaid and Bandit. They want to get those walls open as much as possible and as quickly as possible.
Furia 2-0'd their last matchup on versus Wildcard. They're trying to get off to a strong start here as well. And the drums, if they're any indication of the fans or maybe the heartbeats of Furia, they are ready to go. It's time here in Paris for our Lenovo Legion Gauntlet to kick off the semifinals for R6SIEGE. And for that, let's send it over to Dev and Pengu.
Thank you very much, Rain Day. A brief moment of quiet from the drums as Dark Zero close their eyes and get ready for what could be the moment that they book their tickets into their second grand final in a row.
Exactly, and like the Dev said, right, chasing that third and final trophy, the Major, the EWC, and the SI for a player like Force, that'll be history in the making.
Same as well for Herds on the other side. Loira from Furia was here in a grand final just a year ago at the Esports World Cup in Riyadh. Could he book himself another spot, another chance? We also have players from both of these teams that actually played 3 years ago in the G8 final as well, the spiritual predecessor to this tournament. It is a huge moment now for Furia to conquer the North American major champions from just 3 months ago. While Dark Zero raised the trophy in Salt Lake City, it will be another task entirely before them today to conquer the furious Furia.
We're seeing the operator ban selection as well, right? It's all about the lethality of Furia. So you target ban the Solid Snake, the Deimos as well, because DC know this isn't necessarily yet a great team of Furia. It is 5 great individual players that have recently come together, and they will only get stronger and stronger with time. So right now it's about respecting the individuals, forcing gunfights in favor of DC, and weakening the stardom that players, pretty much anybody from Furia, can bring to the table. So I love DC's prep work going into this. No surprise, they have really good prep work generally speaking, but I think this is the 2 most influential operator bans that they can bring here in the first map.
DZ won their quarterfinal against Weibo off of strategy. They really outbrained Weibo. They mounted that pressure, and in the crux of those tense moments, Weibo could not hold their nerve. In that 1 versus 1 on match point or overtime point, Hoven bottled it. He missed his chance. Dark Zero on the flip side, they are the epitome of keeping cool. As they look to do that on the defense, J9O kicks things off with a fiery start onto Boxera. The Flores going down. We saw an early spawn pick out of J9O. Now aggression here from Volts. DZ want to take the fight to the Brazilians.
They see it right there, just goes straight out the main breach. Well read there from Hertz to expecting the window flying from the sky bridge with the smoke and it being tossed in. Full says, evacuate, do not commit to the play, I cannot support you in that 2v1 gunfight. And I'm curious at DC, will it try and outfrag and outperform Furia or play that layer, the strategy, force them to problem solve instead? Well, for the first round, a bit of both. They got the opening pick, they won the battle, and now strategically, they're locking them for doing the next step, going for a puzzle. There's very risky business. Volts finds Hertz, leaving just the BB of Volts, who might get that shield with the grenade. But I think I would say here, the damage is done. They found 2 kills.
Well and truly, Volts is more than happy to lose his Clash shield. He's one of the most prolific Clash players at the moment in the game. Now Furia, not typically used to fighting from behind, a very aggressive team, and they are the ones who have been aggressed upon by Dark Zero on this defense. Kino continues to fall on back. Another smoke.
Was a small gap, a little pocket of air where he stays alive, doesn't take any bit of damage. That's good value there from Volps.
Go on, ready.
However, still fighting from a huge deficit. Now Kino tries to escape. He will do so safely. Crossfire on the bomb site for DZ. Furia might have whittled away at this defense, but they are still no closer to confirming a plan.
All about using Loira downstairs in a perfect row, but right now he's actually going to be up above with the main push. Flashbang goes out. They do have 50 seconds. Loira could go beneath them or go back towards that main breach. Fultz doesn't have the shield on the Clash any longer, so it's down to just brutal gunfights here.
Will be brutal indeed. Diaz tries to use the Grim's Beast to assist him, but no, it won't even be a single kill here for Furia. A flawless round is a hell of a way to kick off the series for the reigning major champs. North America looking very good here in the semifinals.
I'm sure call out the coach of DC is saying, I love when a plan comes together. When a good plan is successful, when the prep work is accurate, and when we show just how dominant we can be on the main stage. And I think just DC's ability to control the pace in the very beginning round is such a statement, because I genuinely believe that at this tournament, especially from the teams left remaining, Furia might be the hardest team to control on the server. They are relentless. They are brutal when it comes to the fighting. We saw them against Wildcard in the quarterfinals. Wildcard, who's a very successful team at taking the right fights together, they are just dismantled by Furia effortlessly, round after round.
Yeah, that's the thing. We talked a lot in the DZ versus Weibo game about how Darkseer are so good at those setups. They're so good at reading into their opponents, banning away the operators that their opponents need to crack through their setups, and then just sitting back and waiting, prevent that bunker from being broken. Now, Furia are one of those teams that doesn't necessarily need to outsmart you in terms of your setup. They can overwhelm you instead, because firepower is Furia's best strength. They haven't even found a single kill yet in that first round. So a little bit of a temperature check here. DZ are looking to play a little bit more of an aggressive game on defense than we saw from their quarterfinal.
Double shield glass to kick off the second round on the tertiary bomb site, no less. There's a case where you go, do you just Thermite open the wall, run straight through the bomb site and go for a plan? But I'm thinking, like, there's no Thatcher for a C4 denial, there's no real counterplay to any of the plans at all, no counter for the Clash either. So I'm curious how they're going to problem solve this. And to make matters worse, a mirror window on the external wall means that the Thermite has to be very careful. Maybe Munson can block the angle, use a smoke grenade just to shield.
Wow.
Enable the Thermite. Impact grenade could still be successful, though in theory it will be. Getting rid of that the first extra Thermite charge. Thankfully, Thermite got a buff not too long ago. He has 3 now. So you cannot go 2 Impact grenades or 2 extra Thermite charges. You have to trade 2 for 3. So the wall will get open, but this is an expensive way of doing so. It's going to cost all the hot destruction in the beginning of the round on a singular wall.
Yeah, wow. I can't help but feel like Volps with
smoke,
okay. We're just going to go for broke. Sometimes you just have to send it and see what happens. Herds is looking to try and cover from inside. There is no Soulless. There is no information on where that plan is going down, and it will be confirmed here in the 5v5 as Box0 finally finds the first kill here for Furia. DZ are now forced to make some moves.
We can push forward!
Furia have brute forced their way into that bomb site, and this post plan looks nigh impossible now for DZ. As the Clash tries to get active, Bard the Blitz will not be able to hold his nerve, will not be able to hold it in the post. And you're right, the Clash can now look for a chance to defuse. It's up to Loira and Diaz in the post plan as NJR's found one. The 5 versus 5 in the post plan. Diaz has no choice, but he will not find it. Oh, Darkseer. Not for a second do they worry, not for a second do they fret. They will conquer it in the post plan without a stress, without a care in the world.
Ridiculous how they played the entirety of the round. The prep work there, the mirror window, impact grenade denial, and I'm thinking there's no way Fury they brute force this problem, because any C4 going out or a toxic bait is gonna stop the plan from going down immediately. But they do full commit, they do not hesitate, and they get into a 5 or 4 man attackers alive post plant. That should be a round victory. That should be easy. But it's DC. They drop together, they fight together, they cover the right angles at the right moments, getting the shield in the right position to deny the person outside, and even doubling down with the toxic bait, countering the glass from swinging in a 50-50. So many small victories for DC, and that goes to show the communication, the synergy. Understand that when I'm gonna push left, my teammate's gonna push right, because they cannot make 5 mini plays simultaneously and also communicating it. That's understanding your teammates at the highest level. That is what experience gives you. That is that consistency and the play style that call out the coach has been just coaching these boys through for years at this point.
It's quite telling that neither of these teams have a player rated in the top 10 at this event.
What about the teamwork in it?
Is the highest rated player on DZ, and he's down at ranked 12th over the course of the event because, as you say, it's all about sharing the load, it's all about teamwork. And
there is some outliers. Wizard is probably still like top 5 or whatever, and he's out of the tournament.
Yeah,
so
I mean, most of the top players are out of the tournament. You got Bay, Wizard, Shuri, Player. Souls is the highest rated player who actually remains in the tournament at number 5.
And Grobby at 7, yeah, okay. But still, I mean, I remember when Newers first came to Tier 1 competition back in the Fink LMG meta. The way this guy clears a room and checks the angles, it's a thing of beauty, okay? This guy knows how to slice the pie, as we say, perfectly every single time. Phenomenal entry player. Right now he's on the mute. Yet to find a kill because his teammates are too damn good right now doing it for him. It's been NGR and Kino kind of stealing the show. With Falls 3 rounds now in a row on the Clash. That's gonna be target ban, guaranteed by the way, from Furia. And then DC can play, as I always like to say, the real strat. The thing that they've been preparing for because they know they're gonna target ban the Clash if Fultz were to play it out every single time, especially given that we've seen Shields all 3 rounds of Furia.
That's right, and Falls played that Clash to great effect in the quarterfinal against Weibo as well. He is very much known for it, he's very happy to play it, and it's great at countering those very aggressive fast pushes like we saw last round. Great for enabling retakes as well. Now there is
looking.
Yeah, and there is a roamer upstairs. They don't have the Solid Snake or the Deimos to try and hunt him down, but I sure hope they drone him. It is Newers. Oh, you better check your corner, my friend. Newers looks around. He is going to be able to get down the hatch safely. Oh, just barely. Nitrous L goes out. Good idea, but Volps doesn't overexpose himself.
Damage is done though. There's 60 seconds left and Newers is still on the room. I think he's gonna recognize now that they're gonna be watching him. He does unfortunately full commit to the swing, so Dross gets taken down pretty early there. That means the roaming presence has been shut down by Furia, but they gotta speed up the second phase of the round. Hop the floor, try and get the hatch, and storm down the stairs because time is gonna be their biggest enemy up against the Clash, up against NGR, Grispot Mine in pocket. I'm not sure if you can even go for a staircase push. This might just be a hatch drop of desperation.
Yeah, which is going to be a challenge when the Clash is still active to try and counter that Monty. Herds, 1 nade in pocket, might be able to bank it off the wall here. Go for a kill against Kino, who's just waiting. There might be catch available though. Kino actually wins his fight. I think Herds just went to the dry peek and he will lose. There's also a flank. Meanwhile, it's being watched by Boxera. DZ getting a little bit too active, but time is on their side. Furia now have just a few seconds to try and force this plant down. Volbs has it ready, goes for the turtle, backs up, but no, gets swung from J90. Worried about the vert, but there's nothing to worry about here for DZ because once again, Furia failed to get in the building, failed to get their plant down before that timer hit 0.
Now the ridiculous, what should have probably been a post-plant defense there, but it doesn't even get to it. DC are so good at not overstepping. They yellow pinged where the Monty was planting at, and then they forced him off of it. No one is down to the verticality. No one gets caught off guard. The only risky play they made was false flanking with the Clash because that could have been the win condition on the bomb side. And it just feels like every time DC do go for a play, there's always a second or third step to it, like we saw having a fishing crossfire. Monty banned away, and actually Mira. So Clash gets to survive, and with the Monty being banned away, those shoes are not going to have a good time. Fury will call their tactical timeout quite early, being down 0-3.
Jogo para controlar o pace do jogo, é o que a gente conversou. Tudo bem, eles controlaram 3 rounds. O que eu não quero que vocês façam agora? Quero diminuir a velocidade que a gente combinou que ia jogar, tá ligado? As únicas plays que eles tinham esse playstyle de controlar o pace foram as 3 primeiras de Clash. Eles vão fazer as outras agora, tá ligado? Então a gente só segue o plano de como pegar o pace de volta pra gente, fazendo semi-comando, tipo que nem o Ergina falou, seguir esse plano, mesmo se tiver guivado a gente faz pra dar a primeira pisada no mapa, e no Belite, a full verde, só que vocês têm que usar a fase de preparação, conversando o máximo de detalhe possível pra quando a gente começar o round, a gente botar a velocidade de verdade, não só na conversa, guys, na atitude do começo de round, fechou? Tá. Guys, a gente tem que voltar com pace, quando vocês voltar com pace, vão começar a ficar mais confortável no jogo,
So I've always said, I wish I could understand what they were talking about. James, you've been taking some lessons of various languages. Could you help me out here? What was said during that tag timeout?
I heard Tudavang, which means, how are you? All good? Question mark. I'm not sure if that's actually what he said or if it's a sound like it, but look, that was pretty much all I got, unfortunately. I still got to work on my Portuguese. Maybe we need to get Maria back in for one of the future broadcasts when we got these guys on again. But, you know, of course, Redux, who is the new coach of Furia ever since they had their big roster reboot post-6 Invitational. He was the coach of Team Liquid back in the day.
He's a very experienced player. He had his own playing career prior to that.
That he did.
At Furia, of course, it's 5 players that were on 5 different teams before this event rolled around. They all have their own different experiences, different opinions on how to play it out. I did also hear the Clash mentioned. I don't know if you caught that.
I did not. But I mean, I think the fact that they left it unbanned means that you need to expect it from coming through in the future, and of course it has been very first round after.
Look, I don't mind seeing a Clash left unbanned as long as you're confident that you can counter it. But I'm also the kind of guy that after you lose a bomb site on defense, you go straight back to it because you know exactly why you lost it. But that's just me. Every player is different. You got to do what feels comfortable, what feels right. There are a lot of ingredients here to counter that Clash. The Nomad, the Zofia, and even technically the Sledge. If you can get that hammer up, it'll knock the Clash back on her feet.
Technically true, yeah.
It is a melee battle with the Clash, guaranteed to beat her.
What I'm worried about with Fury is going to be the early stage of a round, right? Can they either get the opening pick so they get man advantage, or can they be swiftly enough in the building to not have time be a problem against them? Right now they're fishing for the Clash downstairs with Zofia, the 3 big booms. And it's very important here that you land the Zofia explosive beneath or behind the Clash, because this explosive resistance will block some of that damage. So you saw the first shot from Foes did a lot of damage, and the follow-up 2 barely did any.
That's still a lot of damage there onto Folds. But unfortunately for Loira, he's shot out. Nua's using these keeper barriers very well. Boxzera tries to get active with the shotgun, but he's forced back by the smoke. DZ happy to peel back the layers, happy to give up some ground on Mezzanine because they have so much late round utility with that smoke. And of course the Tachanka to deny the plant in the late round.
We're just checking if there's anybody outside here from Falls, no big deal. Knows the flying backstep is now actually going to be removed from action. Could even barricade the door if he really wants to, but he's got places to be, places to go. Boxzera got the Sledge Shotty primary, looking to take the Rocket Stairs control, but being stalled out by Kino's Toxic Babes, who also has the same shotgun against him. And if I gotta take any bets here, my money's on Kino. This guy is the best smoke shotgun player in the world, okay? He's got that on the lock and key.
And also a missed opportunity there from Herds as he lands a few bullets. This is going to be a big entry from him, and he does finally take down one. Might be able to finish off Jane, I know, in a second, but Furia immediately erupt into the bomb site. They find most of the kills, all up to Foltz and Nuas now on the retake, as Furia are poised to try and confirm that plant sooner rather than later. But they don't have the diffuser at the moment, and Nuas has just ripped it back into the favor of Dark Zero. Boxzera and Volps now. What do? You don't have that defuse. How can you get it back? Nuas keen to take these gunfights. Boxzera with the Reaper. Wants to try and close the distance. Wants to take the fight with the shotgun. The young gun for Furia finds the first. Up against the old guard for Foltz. With that Clash, he's got the perfect angle. SMG in hand. Peeling back deeper. Sniper shotgun from Boxzera. And the drums will sing for Furia. They finally make their way into the server.
Finally a small mistake there from DC, which Furia could capitalize upon. In the 1v2 for Boxzera, Nuas was prone on the floor, a little bit too far to his left-hand side, so it became a 1v1. Foes couldn't find the angle. He's standing, you see it right here. If Nuas is a little bit further to his right, they see the angle at the same time. They have that crossfire. So just a little bit of lack of synchronization that they've been so good at thus far. But Boxzera landing those shots, taking the fight, yet the Reaper secondary and shotgun primary, neither of which you would want to take that fight with.
Big moment for Boxzera as well. At his second ever international event, only 4 months since joining Tier 1 of Rainbow Six, after 5 years of playing in Tier 2 as an underage player for the majority of it. He's also the only one in the server right now that has never been in a grand final at an international event. Most of the players in the server have 1 or 2 trophies, or even more in the case of a player like Herds, who's won 4 trophies across his career and been in a grand final that he lost all those years ago. Six Invitational in Montreal 2023 when he had Volps on his team back in the W7M days. Boxzera, very much new blood, 20 years of age.
Top fragger right now as well for Furia. Off a huge clutch. The thing is, right, DC, they won some rounds that was a bit of a clutch side on their behalf. Only for the Furia get one back. And this time with the mirror window being banned away, the wall can be popped open, but Diaz is very particular about how he wants to approach this. Surely we don't see the same full command push 20 times in a row, right? Smokes are going out, the glass is there, the fuse is there, they're gonna do it again!
But will it work? Surely not 2 for 2. Loira is watching avidly.
How is this happening?
The plan will be confirmed indeed.
Oh,
wow, genius! The plant denial with the Grishmont mine, something we see so rarely, but DZ have clued in that Furia want to get in the building fast, as they are often want to do. And that does bait out all 4 of the smoke gadgets from Furia. That Glaz essentially just a gun from here on out.
What a good read there. Using Grishmont of plant denial. C4 also was spent though from Newer, so there's less ways of dealing with Volps on the shield right now. It all is down to Kino and forcing the clash.
This battle here has stalled out Furia. DZ happy to expend their util early, all 3 gas babes, just to prevent Furia from getting their plan.
Back to the breach!
And indeed, it is now back to the breach, but this time it'll be raw with no smokes. A few flashes to try and enable it. But that means that the peaks can come through from DZ. A swing from Newers here, low HP, but most of the info is being garnered by Faults. With that clash, Newers eventually will fall. He wasn't able to answer his phone safely. Furia are now so close to that bomb site. Big aggression there with the air jab as Hertz finds a triple! NJR denied the plan, but he cannot deny Furia! A flawless response as the Brazilians find their second round.
The same execute twice on the breach, countered in 2 different ways by DC, but Furia, they are relentless. They go upstairs, they flip the attack, they say, you know what, that's not gonna work either. Back to the breach we go. But they push together from the bomb site door, from the breach. You saw Dark Zero, they weren't fully aware what was the bait play and what was the real play. They were thinking, okay, if we commit 2 out to the bomb site, they're gonna pick us apart up top. So they were watching their angles above them instead of watching the verticality down towards the breach, unable to help Force there on the clash. So he gets the shield away, goes for a gunfight, Hertz goes for a counter swing, finds 3 headshots in quick succession, and single-handedly finds all the kills that Fury needed to win that round.
And this is classic Furia. Every round comes down to somebody stepping up. Of course, a lot of team play, but you cannot deny that 2 rounds ago, it was Boxzera took matters into his own hands with the 1v2 on the shoddy. That round, it was Hertz. He found 2 on the bomb site, including the clash of faults, and then quickly flicked around onto the flank. Hertz has been one of the most prolific players of the last 3 years. After losing that grand final with W7M in Montreal 2G2, he went on to win 2 majors, a 6 invitational, and then a year ago, the Reload Finals, the only trophy that Furia as an organization actually have in their trophy cabinet.
Also been to 2 SI finals in which they lost, right? 1 to G2 and then 1 to FaZe later. So, I mean, there was a world where that core of WCM would have won 3 SIs in a row, and the same could be said for FaZe Clan. They also could have won 3 SIs in a row had they not been stopped in the comeback story from that WCM core. Craziness from Brazil the last 3 years or so. Makes a thermal charge on the soft wall, doesn't really get the job done.
There's
though.
a secondary shotgun from Hertz. He can reach that open.
Maybe he forgot he has it, you know? Hertz doesn't strike me as a Thermite main, okay? You know, he's a great player and all, but maybe not the first guy I would put on Thermite.
Has he really brought pistol, or has he just forgotten?
I don't know, but he's not going to go for it. And that leaves that pressure open for General. Takes the fight to Lawyer, who's taking a lot of damage on the Twitch F2. Not going to be able to take many fights in the future, but it's okay. He has 2 Twitch drones in pocket, can use that utility instead, and help his teammate move forward.
Yeah, but you're right, Genano is looking very unfazed here in Warehouse. Eventually he will fall back, but he's delayed so much time. Surely he's clued into the fact that there's a Glaz. Diaz has been playing it a lot. We've had all of Furia sharing it around.
3rd round.
That Glaz. 3rd round in a row.
A lot of smoke still being spent here in Garage. That's the 5th smoke grenade being spent out of the 6th. They actually have 8, sorry.
Oh my God.
They have many more to go. 8 smoke grenades, a lot of pressure on Diaz to succeed now on the glass. And every smoke gives them a little bit further in the building, but still being stalled out here in Warehouse.
Good angle to swing here. NJR with the Scorpion in close range should be favored in this fight. And indeed, he will swing onto Diaz's head. That's goodbye to the glass. Wow, what a shot from Hertz. Big kill to even up the numbers again for Furia.
Question is there a follow-up? Is there a second play? Rorador is locking off the crossfire right now. He's gonna go for a swing. Doesn't find the kill though, but a lot of damage here from Loira, Volps, and Hertz. They're all quite low on health.
Great usage of that Rorador to open up. Of course, it gets opened up very quickly by the attackers, much more slowly by the defenders. Great bit of tech there, known by Loira, but he himself is low HP. Needs to have a big impact with the F2 this round, and Volps has these narrow angles with the TCSG.
Coil Fire, 2 Toxic Babes in pocket as well, only 30 seconds. Time to be the biggest enemy right now for Furia.
As it often is, but
they swing!
Finding the kills very rarely will be an issue for Hertz. He is traded on back. Volts and Newers now, but they should know exactly where both of these players are for DZ. Furia should be able to use process of elimination. Newers is snuck into a corner. A couple of shots, rat-a-tatting out from Boxera, but he goes down. Now it's all up to Newers. Pops the fire extinguisher, but he can't cover himself for a second on 1 HP. Loira finds a 3rd round in a row for Furia. It's a comeback in a very big way on their map pick as we go into the scheduled halftime timeout.
Guys, perfeito, mano. Agora eles estão em choque pra caralho. Voltamos. O pace é nosso, guys.
Caralho.
Segue esse flow, tá ligado? Eu acho que a parada que vocês têm que a diferença da gente pra eles agora, a gente tá num momento de coragem pra caralho. A gente tem que usar isso aí na defesa, guys. Coragem, vamos fazer os piques que você falou, que os caras saem que nem os loucos da base, tá ligado? Guys, hora de botar medo neles, tá ligado? Eu acho um pouquinho, a gente voltou o controle, vamos começar a botar medo. Só vou lembrar pra vocês a ordem de defesa e vocês conversam os detalhes de como é que vocês vão se comportar em cada uma, tá ligado? Lembrando, a gente vai fazer a Step Shock, porque eles deixam choque geralmente, eles só vão se foder com cai de tuba nosso, tá ligado? No CO. Depois a gente vai pra Labs Fúria com Double Dozer escada, não vamos esquecer disso. Vopão, você é Card, você tem que esconder no Neymar. E o Beto vai de ela. Sei lá pros caras que vão rodar a escada. Depois, guys, a gente vai pra Beliche 4-1 com choque. O Wolf vai de Bandit, o Ordina vai de tuba. E aí você joga com Bandit.
Know if they're going to be in the Damos not. If they do, remember we talked about, we put the Grim on the front, use the puck from below. Or if they're doing like heavy wall and all package Volker, remember as well, we can use the IQ to get those walls open. Kind of just read that though. And if they're not playing the wall denial, and we identify that, even though we're not going to ban it, make sure we're bringing the fucking hard reach out and creating some pressure around before we go into what we already prepared for.
Yeah. Heard on it. Perfect.
Be something else.
Yeah.
Swagger and Septal Junction perhaps.
Well, Swagger and
we also have something very exciting today because we have a brand new off 3-2-1. The big bazooka.
I thought we pocketed that, no?
No.
Something brand new, Kolat says, huh?
Very spicy.
I love how they're kind of playing into, I mean, I'm assuming here from the communication they mentioned the IQ, the block, the verticality with the Grim. They're gonna leave the Bandit and or Kaid open, so they can effectively ban stronger defending operators to enable themselves to get close to the bomb side. And then the issue is, if they lock down the walls, you can't get step 1 done. So therefore they play heavy verticality with different operator bans to counter.
Yeah. Yeah, interesting. We do actually have a little bit of a belated translation. Shout out Maria, who often works on the Brazilian stream. She must have been watching. She must have heard our cries for help. And she said what Redux said in the, not this halftime timeout, but the earlier tactical timeout called by Fury at the start of the first half, was to control the pace of the game and really use that prep phase to call what you're going to do in the action phase. Get as much info as you can so you bring the right operators to counter it, which is a great little bit of insight there. And it's a double shield ban, and I really like this. A smoke and mute ban, the double SAS. That does throw a curveball for Furious setups.
It absolutely does. I'm a huge fan of this. So the mute ban, it's going to be very tricky, right? There's no ways now of like circumventing the Damos tracker except for 2-brow freezing, which is very limited and high in cost. Same if you're playing out like a Dokkaebi later on, if you want to check the cameras as any of the camera operators, etc. And I love how DC are going into this, not doing default bans. Again, they know that the Bandikai 2-brow could be a problem, but they did mention they're going to play heavily verticality on the attack inside. With the mute ban, Damos can get any track through, then arguably get any kill, vertically speaking, as well. Then they ban the smoke, it's all about the planting now and stalling out the round, and this is going to make it a lot easier to plant later in the game. Fury with a double shield ban feels a bit like, what's that going to achieve? You know, like, sure, there are some great shield players on the side of DC, but there's 4 shields in the game. Banning 2 of them just means they'll play the 3rd or 4th option. They're not going to stop playing the shields.
Yeah. Look, it doesn't remove shields completely, but it does make you have to think about which ones might be the biggest problem. And in this case, for Furia, they don't want to deal with Monty or Blitz. And I'm looking at Kino's most played operators in the last 3 months.
All 3?
Actually, Blackbeard, Blitz, and then Monty. Blackbeard, his favorite, and that's not the one that's banned at all.
And again, you get the frag grenades with that as well. A little bit of damage done to Gianano, who did get a spawn peek himself in a very opening round using the same operator off the 2 per hour. But for DC, it's going to be a lot different attacks I expect from Furia. It's going to be heavily what we call like the step 1, step 2, step 3.
And then the 3-2-1. That magic 3-2-1 we're excited for.
And the reason why the step 1, 2, 3 is so important is that when you're working together with the verticality beneath and the lateral push above, you have to take the space below you as you're progressing the map. So Kino in this case has to wait for the downstairs player to push beneath him. Check it with a drone, hold the flank, etc. So it's not about leapfrogging back and forth and helping each other progress the map. Volps is rotated downstairs, expecting somebody to be here. Currently there isn't anybody, and that's why that C4 can be so lethal. Because DC haven't sent that player yet downstairs. They actually went off the demos in the last few seconds of the attacker repick phase, so perhaps they're not gonna work it from the verticality after all.
A little double job there from Foltz. He manages to breach the wall with the Flores, but also get some info. I believe he did see that player that was hiding in display. A lot of measuring before making the first incision here for Dark Zero, which does add up. It's very much their playstyle. They're slow and steady, and then they're explosive, and they pounce.
From upstream in towards the bomb side. That's NGR find that opening pick. But this is not going to be the usual attack. It's all of a split theory. Museum window, bathroom window, ups and back portion. They're attacking from all different angles and kind of forcing Furia to pick where they're going to send the majority of the guns, and then they'll attack the area that is weaker.
Oh, nice. Good shot, though, from Boxzera. Up in close range, he's taking the fight against the Blackbeard, but he wastes his only impact grenade. And now it'll be very hard for him to get enough damage on to get that kill as the nade forces him back. He's about to try and take the 1v1 here. Flashbang will force him back again as Loira has fallen on the other side of the map. DZ have multiple facets to their push, but Boxzera able to juggle all of them at once. 3 kills looking for number 4. The young gun once again. Furia have taken the lead on Lair.
Blink and you miss it. So many kills found quickly from Furia and Boxzera, but DC did not have that push together. Display window jumping, got double swung, and the push from Kino and his teammate did not have the other angle to go for a punish play. So Boxzera finds a 1v1 kill, turns around, a second 1v1 kill, and then gets a third shortly after. DC were supposed to attack at the same time from different angles to guarantee that trade. They don't get it. Look at this, completely isolated fights, despite having your Blackbeard, despite having the Grim Beast, despite having the Solid Snake information.
A lot of energy from Boxzera, standing up after his 4K in that round. He's popping off today, a 1v2 to find the first round from Furia on the attacking side. Now he's got 10 kills to just 3 deaths, by far and away the top fragger in the server. Keeping in mind, this is his first ever foray into Tier 1, only having been on the team since the roster changes for Furia 4 months ago. It's his second ever international event. You could say he hasn't missed an event since joining Tier 1.
Not bad.
Not bad at all, especially because Salt Lake City was a very forgettable event for Furia. They even lost to a CNL team at their debut. And yeah, they were out first rounded, and now they're into the top 4, potentially even a grand final.
Could this be that new 3-2-1 that Callout spoke about? I see an Amaru in there. I see a possibility of a fast take combined with the Ying as well. A drone hole fight.
Wow.
What? You get injured from that. He can crawl away. That kill confirmation should not come through, but what a way to stall things out. NGR good for 2 opening kills in a row.
Yeah, good, but J9O being taken so low means that he's going to be so much more vulnerable in the late round. The Candelas want to come out here. I wonder what the play is with the Amaru from Newers. We talked about this in the Weibo game when DZ met. Oh, okay, it's exactly what we've seen in the past from APAC teams, but it doesn't work, unfortunately, for Newers. He goes straight in.
It's a good trade, though, right? Playing on the staircase. Oh my god, not again, but it's
hitting me.
On the drone hole, J9O. First injured, then kill confirmed. And again, DC taking isolated 1v1 gunfights and falling in those important moments.
Yeah, and it's brought Furia back into a winning position here because DZ had that numbers advantage after that Amaru play. Even though Newers was traded out, as you said, they took a lot of ground. Now it's vert time here for Foltz. And he's got to be extra careful that Volps doesn't throw up his C4 to take down that sledge. That would be a very costly mistake, but instead we actually have Volps on for a flank in the first floor, seemingly aware of it. DZ on the other side holding their flanks.
Just a bit of bad timing there from Fultz to find the angle. Doesn't see the gun barrel of Loira hiding downstairs infiltration. Could honestly even go for reinforcement, but too risky. I think with the Vert open up above him, Nate goes out, so yes, indeed, way too risky now. That means Kino can take that space with the Blackbeard.
Wants to try and re-peek it. A little bit of damage on MJR. He's so low on HP now. He just wants the tiniest chance here to go for another shot. The Blackbeard staring him down. Volps going to try and toss out a Nitro Cell. Thankfully, NJR backs up just enough, and Kino doesn't take damage either. But Loira insistent. The nade is likely going to flush him out of his position, but no, he's dancing with death. 2 ways, wants to take the fight. It's a double. Loira's a demon. Laughter ringing in the server from Boxera. It's Fultz in a 1v3, and he's given no quarter by Furia. 33 seconds with no diffuser. The drums are ringing out for Furia again, and Vobs will put the final nail in the coffin. It is 5 rounds in a row for the Brazilians.
Once they control the pace, they do not let go. Absolutely ridiculous performance, and with that, I think it's time for Call to get to the action. DC will call their attack timeout.
Get on top of that second start track through the floor. If it's bunks, just stick to what we talked about on the prep side. And then the last thing I'm going to say, when we go to re-attack basement, kind of read what they're doing there. Like, make sure we're making the right adjustments to the operators, too. So, like, we saw they brought a Kate off that. Let's talk about what that means. Should we bring a Thatcher out and place something else? Like, Thatcher breach instead of Sledge, something like that. Shit like that, for example, when we're re-attacking that fucking base side. Primarily off that, because it was a different setup. Just push the Jones deep, call up what you see for basement. The bunks, stick to what we talked about. I think it's going to work. And then for Master, like I said, Damos below, Snake B2 side. Dominate the Rocket side. Then after that, if you want to, we can flip, or we can just fucking commit to it. It's up to you, whatever you see.
Yes, sir. Let's go. Get the energy up.
Really interesting note there. I noticed J9O typing furiously, and when we saw his monitor for a second, you could actually see some text on the screen. Now, I actually have a monitor here which shows the all chat, right? There's nothing in it, which means that they're typing in the team chat. They're writing down the notes of what callout is telling them in their tactical timeout so that only they can see it, and they can always click that Y button on their keyboard to scroll up and reread the notes from the tactical timeout.
You can take as many notes as you want. I think right now for DC, small individual mistakes and maybe honestly a lack of leadership. You know, we saw Fultz under verticality. He saw the feet of Loira the entire time. Went for the grenade toss, which forced her to swing and get 2 free kills. They had 4 grenades in that previous round. They had the Yinkadilla, who died on the journal, of course, and they couldn't deal with just Loira, playing in a very tiny box on the map. Furious individual players have carried them for 5 rounds straight. And it's been all of them, except for Diaz, arguably, getting involved into it, right? Boxera had 2 big rounds, Loira had a big round, Hertz had a big round. And for DC, we talk about them with so much praise. But all that praise comes back to the same point. They are a great team. And while they have phenomenal individual players, they're not a team that relies on Neuros dropping 20 kills, Fultz dropping 20 kills. They rely on teamwork, coordination, communication. And that is actually where they've been falling short in the final, or the last 2 or 3 rounds, I would say.
The thing is, Siege is a bit of a fickle game sometimes. Yes. You can be the best team in the world, you will still drop rounds, right? Sometimes someone will get a 1v2, someone will get a 4K, someone will have a life round. Yeah. You factor that in. You just want to be more consistent, because when you're playing a BO3 or a BO5, the better team should win, right? And it comes down to 2 things. It comes down to prep, it comes down to performance, or it comes down to 3 things. Prep, performance, and mental game. And DZ are insanely good at all of those 3 things. They are. But they're starting to falter because they've lost 5 rounds in a row, and it's starting to get to them.
I mean, I saw NTR's player can there. I mean, he's fist bombing his teammate. You can feel the frustration, like very aggressively with it. Here comes that initial first push. Tocadilla's going out, Doga Piccolo as well. Fultz screwed up a staircase, but there's no real fighting happening. The only damage stones from Doga Piccolo is going off.
But Candela, Hertz elects not to use his util to try and slow down the push. Instead, he just falls back quite simply. Hold on. I have Jano's going to get info as well with the solid snake. No, there's 2 players on this top floor. DC want to try and clear as much of them out as possible before they look for the execute on the bomb site to prevent that vertical denial in the late round. Hertz gets injured through the wall from Fultz. I'm not sure he knows about it. Might be able to go for the finish off. Volps is worrying. Volps is in fact pre-firing him straight back, and Diaz from up above on the hatch. Fultz had the injure, and whether he knew it or not now, he's lost the advantage, and Loira's lashed out as well.
back on his feet. Herds can spring into action on the bomb side, but it's Boxera and Diaz together to put DZ in the most unenviable position of all. NJR can't find a damn thing. The one player who was yet to step up for Furia, it was Diaz. He had his moments.
And that makes it 6 rounds straight for Furia. And every single member now is clutched up for the team. DC once again taking 1v1v1 fights. Like you said, Foles, did he know he had the injury? Maybe, maybe not. But he gets caught downstairs. He falls first. The upstairs push also, again, lacking that synchronization. A player dies. 3 seconds go by. A second player dies. 3 seconds go by. The third player dies. A lot of pro teams, they have this, like, rule that it should only be a 1 second sprint away from the trade when the fight is happening. If 3 full seconds are going by between those deaths from DC, it means they're either too far away or they're hesitating. That or simply a lack of communication, which I keep going back to because it looks like the comms are missing. And if you have Foles on a lurk roll downstairs while the roamers are trying to deal with the upstairs attack, maybe Foles finds themselves in the wrong spots on the map. It is so challenging in Rainbow Six Siege to call a roam clear if you're not a part of it, because you're focused on your own gunfight, your own positioning, your own play in a different area of the map. Now, he said that DC, they do have the mental game, and they absolutely do. And this is a best of 3, so you can come back on a second map, go to a third, etc. But the way that things have shifted after a dominant 3-round streak for DC is a concern.
Yeah, I mean, it's Nighthaven Labs after this, and the desk was saying Furia, not the best Labs team. DZ picks that map. But my concern is exactly what you just said. The fact that, not that this is 6-3, the fact that this is 6 in a row from Furia. DZ were dominant in those opening 3 rounds. Since then, Furia have been unreal. It started with a 1v2 clutch from Boxera at 0-3 down. And then it just turned into an utter tsunami of Furia.
So we're all taking a deep breath. Just kind of reset going into this, right? Third operator bends, DC target out the Warden. But we don't see a Glass, we don't see a Ying, we don't see any of the operators that would work really well into it. And I don't know if this is them not finding all those 5 defending operators in the prep phase and then not having the full info to make the right decisions. But it does feel a little bit lackluster. Fury, the good read though, did ban away the Glass, so that's not going to be in the equation any longer. It leaves just the Ying open. So opening pick is going to be so important. DC need a good, strong start to this round, then re-stabilize, get back together as a team, and then attack and pounce forward together.
A lot of the util is being expanded here just to try and take down these castle barricades. No longer do we have 3 big booms available for J90. He's just got 2. He's used 1 on the castle barricade. Wow, timing that with an explosion. I don't know if that was deliberate or not for Nuez, but might have masked some sound from him as he looks to go below. Put some vertical pressure on those anchors on the bomb site for Furia. And with the castle getting targeted, that tells Boxera that he is open for a flank. It's a beautiful bait for Furia. Good trade from Foltz as the top fragger from Furia will go down. But DZ still are no closer to pushing into that bomb site.
DC had the hallway control, but NJR and Kino, General locking down the bathroom flank as well, so they have a little bit of space to work with, but almost no hot destruction last summer going out right now on the wall. But there is an impact trick in the pocket of Hertz, waiting for it, tossed on out. So again, now DC forced to go for plan C. They gotta just brute force the door. Actually, no, the breach did get opened up. Go your fire pop. 60 seconds to play.
Oh my god, as if you get this done with the Boss G. Hertz should surely not be favored to win this. It's nigh impossible to win a fight against a Blackbeard with the Boss G, even when he aims you down sights. You need rate of fire. Now he gets the SMG-12, gets taken down, but immediately Furia back up. They've still got Diaz on the bomb site. The fire will go out, it'll slow down Dark Zero, and it's a flank from Volps.
Just gonna play with Laura in bathroom hallway as well. You see the guns turn around, but he got the crossfire, locks it down.
NJR forced to 1 versus 3. Diffuser cold on the ground. First Furia came for wildcard. Now they're coming for the rest of North America. 7 rounds in a row. Dark Zero need to get on their bike right now, otherwise it's goodbye to the major champions.
To make it even worse, the 3 rounds DC did manage to win. They were clutch moments. They played well, yes, but 2 of the 3 victories, you could argue, should have been Furious to begin with. Once they found their way in the server, they never let go.
And that means for DC, adaptation will be the name of the game going into the second map, but we saw none of it applied correctly on the first.
For the team that never cracks under pressure, how can you not acknowledge what stands before you? The drums ringing out the cries of the Brazilian fans who've flown all the way here to Paris to support Furia. It is undeniable. It is unignorable. And now Dark Zero need to fight from down once again. They did so against Weibo in the quarterfinals. They lost the first map. They came on to win the series. Now they need to run it back again here next up on Nighthaven Labs.
It's all about those important minutes behind the stage where the players can kind of relax the mentality. We saw Boxera from Furia taunting DC every single round in the chat, calling them baiters, saying go help your team. And in that final one with Jan said, NGR, ha 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 ha.
For every click, every clutch, every respawn, we were there. Now, the proud founding partner of EWC, powering the biggest event in gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion, reach your impossible.
Aha. Well, it's so good for North America here. Yeah, you better believe it. I'm just kidding. I'm joking. Of course, that was not North America's shining moment. And despite Dev thinking that we're biased here, I'm trying to tell the correct tale because that was all Furia. That shifted 7 rounds in a row. They take map 1. But Dark Zero didn't start off that way as we welcome back our guest, Laxing Alphama. It was a DZ performance that looked good at the start.
Yeah, absolutely. It's exactly what we expected out of DZ. I mean, they played very well into those picks and bans and being able to slow down the aggression from the side of Furia, but then it just slowly started to slip away, especially after the timeout where we heard from Reduct, and that's kind of where everything really changed from there, and then just a dominant end of the half and then carrying it onto their attacking side. I mean, defensive side.
Yeah, it was a clear turning point in my eyes. I think initially the game plan from Dark Zero is the right one. Try to control the aggression, right? Try to slow them down, remove the emos, remove Solid Snake, and then play a bit slower, play behind utility, and force Furia to problem solve. But here's the problem. Furia can problem solve and they can gun them down. And in terms of firepower, it was a no match.
Yeah.
I mean, we know that Furia is one of the most aggressive teams in the world. The firepower on that team, when they're fired up, when they've got the momentum with them, it's almost unstoppable.
In basketball, they call it a heat check. Just like keep passing him the ball, let him shoot from 3, let him shoot from half court. If it's Steph Curry, you know what I'm talking about. He might just make 5 in a row. That looked like Boxera there. But let's talk about what did work well. I know you prepared some Telestrator for us. Dark Zero started off strong, 3 rounds in a row. We thought the game was shifting that way. What did they do well?
Absolutely. I think the one thing that Dark Zero surprised me with was the team play, the synergy. And there's one situation, I'm going to play the round here, and that's round 2. As you can see, the plant has gone down on the side of bunks. And as you can see, we see here the glass, the smoke, the Monty, everything here is planted. And it's a 4v5. In what world can DZ win this? It's very surprising. Well, the first thing is you need to find a target, a victim, someone to kill to bring back the man advantage. It's a 4v5, and they're going to spot that Hertz here is very deep into the bomb site. Pay attention to what Fools will do to him. He will be blinded, but despite being blinded, he's both covered from the angle of the bridge, but also still tasing Hertz here, so that Hertz's shield is completely exposed. He gets killed by Kino. Second thing that happens instantly, the 2 guys that were above decide to drop together from the same hatch. So when Aruni dies here, Azami dies here, the trade is instantaneous from AGR, and that's it. From a 4v5, it's a 3v3. Most importantly, this was the most beautiful part. Pay attention to Volps and Loira here on the bridge. They are the 2 direct threats to deny basically anyone retaking the diffuser. I want you to pay attention to Fools. He places down his shield so he can go and directly aim towards the diffuser and start diffusing it safely. Most importantly, pay attention to what Kino will do. He will send a gas grenade on the bridge, killing Volps here with the gas and removing him directly from contention. He sends another gas grenade towards Loira, and NGR on the back of that gas grenade. Look at him. Hey, I can go and kill the second cover. And now it's a 3v1. All they need to do is make sure no one gets to come and kill Fools. Pay attention to the positioning. Kino watches the punk's door. Then GR can watch the vertical play, and the 2 of them cover the 2 entry points. And when Thermite runs in, he dies. What a retake! Honestly, probably one of the best one I've ever seen. That's the one good thing that works for DZ. Team play is there, but when you can't shoot back, it's not gonna work.
Yeah, it's definitely not going to work, and that's exactly what we saw. They just could not shoot back. They weren't able to convert those opening kills, and that's something that we've highlighted throughout the NAL. That's something we've highlighted through SLC, is they were always good at getting that opening kill and able to convert it. We also saw Hertz. They were punishing Hertz numerous times on their attacking half where they had the man advantage, but they just were not able to convert that. And then on the side that you're talking about for Furia, they were able to frag. They were able to fight back. And this is something that I really like about this Furia roster, especially for being a brand new team. Typically, when you get this far into the tournament, you're usually highlighting 1 or 2 or 3 players, not highlighting the whole team. This entire team can frag at any given moment, despite their roles. And Boxera, it was no stranger to this performance today. I mean, a pop-off game from him, a big ace from him, but then 3 Ks across the board from Loira, from Diaz, and again, Loira again at the very end of the round. I mean, everyone is firing on all cylinders from the side of Furia.
He was fantastic. I mean, 6-3, and then that round 7, 4K that turned it into a dominant performance and just made you feel like there was no stopping this Furia team. Alphama, you kind of said there's really nothing to do if someone's outgunning you, outshining you this way from a mechanical perspective.
No. I know I'm not a Call of Duty player, so I will tell you that in our game...
You're not?
No. In our game, there are ways to win a gunfight, even if you're not the best aimer.
Okay.
So I will go back on my words, and there's something to do. They are not completely unstoppable.
Okay.
We have the ability with our characters to have some of them that are called crowd control abilities, some abilities that are going to help you win gunfights.
Yeah.
I'm thinking of Grim that's going to send bees that are going to spot you. I'm thinking of a glass that can kill you through a smoke.
Yeah.
I'm thinking of shields who are protected, can flash you, can bounce you, and can make sure you can win those gunfights. There are plenty of ways that we can win gunfights in this matchup. And that's what they need to abuse right now. Crowd control barriers.
Double shield ban on the side of Furia heading into the second half of that. And it did, like you said, kind of target Kaino, made him a little bit less effective there. We saw the Blackbeard come out as well, but it wasn't the game clearly that Dark Zero wanted to play.
No, absolutely not. And I think they were targeting those shields specifically on a map like Lair where shields really can lead the way. They can really be a thorn in your side. And they also know Kino wasn't finding success yesterday or getting a lot of value. And yes, they did have the Blackbeard, but for me, what really stuck out to me on their attacking app, they were too indecisive on when they should take control, when they should go for these gunfights, and then you would immediately see Furia meet that aggression and then steal the round from them.
Well, it's a great start out in this one, but of course, if you're paying attention to Siege, you know that Paris isn't the only location that you're going to be seeing this year. Check out our trailer that was done by some of the compatriots we've got actually casting right now for the Osaka Major.
This train is bound for Osaka. 本日も大阪メトロをご利用いただきましてありがとうございます。
皆さんこんにちは。APL のマリックです。
New Osaka Major Takoyaki Crunch. Taste the excitement.
ねえまた会えるよな。
勝ったら会えるさ、大阪メジャーで。
He can come in here and play my game. Let's go. He knows nothing. Let's go!
Tyler won. You're done.
Raw energy. Half a puff and blow the house down.
lot of people are haunted by their past. I'm inspired by it.
They're not just playing for themselves, they're really playing for their entire family.
They have defeated their demons. They have crushed the curse.
Well, the Osaka Major is certainly something to tune into, even if you're not going to eat some takoyaki crunch, which felt violent, by the way. Xenox slapping Dev. I mean, how do you get away with that one? We'll have to find out. I'll ask him a little bit later. But getting back into this series, it was started out Dark Zero, then it was all Fury. 7 rounds in a row to take map 1. And for those who have been watching Furia's journey, you know that they 2-0'd in their first quarterfinal. So Furia, up until this point, have not lost a map yet in our playoffs.
No, it's been an incredible run for these guys, and I think it's because they were battle tested. Throughout SAL first, they didn't win SAL. They had a couple of losses there. They needed to find their groove. And also because Salt Lake City was a massive failure. 0-3 in their first STR event. A loss to a CNL team, one of the first international upset from that region. All of these things, I think you learn and you adapt and you grow and you come back stronger, especially in terms of momentum here, when your main play style is about being confident, about winning gunfights. It is so important to build that momentum.
Absolutely, and you can make that exact same argument for DZ. I mean, they weren't necessarily the #1 team coming out of NAL, even in SLC. I mean, they had their trial by fire. I'd say the biggest one for me was obviously that hurdle of getting through FaZe Clan, and they took them to that very last map of Chalet, being able to 7-1 them to put themselves into a grand final. I mean, now they're really being battle tested here against the side from Fury. I mean, I spoke with Callout, who's very comfortable with the map picks, but if you looked at that map, I mean, I would have not guessed that you put 70% of your effort into that, given that that was the showing. I mean, again, it wasn't the Dark Zero that we're used to seeing, and it was, again, too much indecisiveness on their attacking side.
Yeah, the biggest problem for me is that you're losing 7 rounds in a row,
yes.
Right? Whatever you do, whatever you try to adapt, you praise them for their innovation, their adaptation on the side of Dark Zero. Whatever you do, you're supposed to stop a team from winning 7 rounds in a row. Yep. Anything you throw at them, and I struggle to see the real adaptation on the side of DZ. It needs to come right now. In between the 2 maps, they need to come up with a new game plan.
To be fair, their quarterfinal against Weibo, they lost Nighthaven 7-3, but then they ended up bouncing back on Lair and winning that, and then they won Clubhouse. So adaptability, they've proven they can do it.
I mean, and that's the one thing you are not going to beat Dark Zero in, and that is by far their mental game.
And I was not surprised to see Dark Zero go back to a map that they had just lost. If there's one team that can turn around a map in 24 hours, that is Dark Zero. It's not a worry for me that they lost to Weibo on the 1. And now we're going into one of the most traditional ban that we've ever had.
Wall denial and the wall operators.
So that's going to make basically secondary Heartbridge, Hibana, and Maverick very interesting on their side.
I mean, it's going to be a lot of fights aside Rafters. You're going to be getting open IT. You're going to be getting open of electrical. You're going to be pushing over from Khan side. I mean, there's going to be a lot on that top floor, a lot of layers that we're typically used to being able to see. So I want to see a lot of Mira. I want to be able to see Azami being used here for setups, depending what we're going to see, and that's exactly what we're going to get.
Well, in their quarterfinal, they needed to bounce back. And unfortunately, Nighthaven Labs was not where they could do it. They're going to have to do it here if they want to stay alive and have a shot at the grand final, because Furia are 1 game away. Let's send it back over to your casters, Dev and Pengu.
Thank you, Rainday, and you're dead right. Dark Zero managed to bounce back after losing a map to Weibo to then win the series. But what was that map they lost to Weibo? Oh, hang on, that was right here. And Nighthaven Labs, wasn't it? DZ lost this just 2 days ago to Weibo. Furia, on the flip side, they did lose this last week to GK in the group stage. But I got to admit, DZ, you picked this map right after losing it in the quarters. You better back it up, especially after losing 7 in a row at the end of map 1.
It's also a matter of, it was a very close-fought battle against Weibo, and Weibo, they're a great team, probably the best out of APAC in recent years after the one run from CIG at the Reload Major. But like, if you go really close against APL team, and now you're up against Furia, who has found their stride at this event, I don't know if a close game is enough in that sense. I do feel like DC feel that pressure as well going to today. You know, there's a lot of issues that to work upon, errors that was made in that quarterfinal. Nighthaven, a lot more default right? As the desk said as well, we saw DC when they were attacking on layer, ban out the mute jammer and barely played the demos, almost no verticality. Didn't feel like the strat came to life in that game, in that map. That has to shift here. You start on defense, it's all about the paperwork and preparation.
It wasn't one of those matches for DZ where one of your players goes like 0-8 and someone else steps up. No, I mean, you look across the board, the scoreboard from Lair, you had NJR 8-7, you had the bottom fragger being J9 4-8. Like, not the end of the world. Even J9 managed to get an opening kill. It's very evenly spread. Not the best stats, but not the worst I've ever seen for DZ. So it's not a story of someone just was having a bad map and needs to wake up, needs to go to the bathroom, get some water and maybe reset. It's the whole team. Something was not going well for them at the end of that first map.
Skyros going out, IQ scanner from below, does a bit of damage with the falls as well. Dokubiko has to answer it now, and he does so. So he stays alive. But DC already feeling all that pressure. They got Volps on the shield as well. Progressing in towards Electric to the left-hand side of NGR. He's going to walk straight into a shield in a second. There it is.
Indeed. Oh, and they go for the jump in. It's a good read, though, and a good bait from NJR. Box Zero not able to confirm that kill. His Reign of Terror slowed down briefly.
It's a great smoke from Keen. Otherwise, I think the Volps will just go for a right swing here with the Monty. Camera check and a bit of danger. Actually, don't get me called with the Irish scanner downstairs. That's what the angle's going to be instead. So NGR tanks the 40 damage, can no longer be called, so IQ more ineffective downstairs.
Yeah, not quite as impactful as Herds had wanted with that IQ scanner, but at least Laura is able to finish off what remained of faults on the bomb site. With NJR low HP, he has to make sure not to expose himself for even the brief of moments.
The second this smoke expires, got to push here. Newell's get injured though before the push has to come.
Yeah, if we have an overpeak here from J9O, it could be bad. Time is ticking away. Flashbangs will come out. The revive from J9O onto Newers to get him back on his feet. Kino finds one big with a shotgun. One of the best shotty players in the game at the moment. DZ recompose and prevent that eventual execute. They've finally broken that streak against them by getting around on the board.
Still a bit too close to comfort, I think, and I like these sort of mini games of Fury they're implementing. Seeing them with the Dokkaebi, call, IQ scanner downstairs is almost like a one-way balk and a one-way demos, because when you're balking open the floor, defenders can use it against you as an attacker downstairs. When your demos tracking, you gotta find the right person that you're targeting, and also they see roughly where you are, and people can watch down the verticality. With the IQ Dokkaebi, there's no counterplay. You're getting shot through floor that isn't broken yet by a electric scanning gadget and a pistol.
Yeah.
So it's quite cheeky, and it almost found them 2 kills.
It's a great idea, but it's also very low damage, so you have to land a lot of shots, or you have to get lucky and land a headshot. And you're not likely to land a headshot because it's the legs.
Well, it was Hertz,
legs in the body. So... Hey, you never know with Hertz. You never know. He would have gone ballistic if he'd found a kill or two, though, that's for sure. The tick damage, though, it counts for something. Nice little one idea, but it's a nice one to try in ranks if you want to coordinate with the player on your team. A little bit of fun. But for Furia, they'll have to have more than that in the back of the tank. And at the moment, it's next up for DZ, a defensive control room and storage. So what is the play here for Furia? Most teams will look to try and take the top floor at the start of the round, the bottom floor with the late lurk, and then execute into the bomb site. But with how many hard direct hits we saw from Furia on the first map, wouldn't be surprised to see more of the same here.
That main wall of IT continues to be a problem for the attackers here of Furia. The mirror window popped open, mute jammers behind it, the Skyros not effective, gotta get either EMPs or go on the roof here, find the angle through the mirror window itself.
Yeah.
But it's just slowing down the round significantly. Look Diaz, he has no help right now. And it's right in the midst. There comes the EMP. Now they can open it up for a bit of pressure. But that has actually cost them a significant amount of time and even resources for the very first step of the round. It's a good kind of maze of problems for DC. C4 Folds finds Hertz as well. Huge pick for Grim, and the breach is not really workable just yet. Morgs Kairos need the last 2 in pocket. And one of them got shot, I heard, so I don't think they can walk it in. No, they cannot.
Uh-oh. That's a very awkward breach. This is the whole strat behind banning out that Ace Thermite combo. You have to use the Hibana, which can very easily be countered with a nice combo. Good spot, though, from Loira. Doesn't expose himself to the Razor Broom from the Thorn. So I think the win condition here for Furia with that breach, a little bit mucked up.
the way that they get into this is by lurking in, as Loira intends to do, especially if they're able to play good execute onto Kino at the top of the blue stairs.
So much time burned away. Boxera falls as well. It's just DC locking them outside the building. I mean, no one's really injured when they do. They die immediately.
Right. This is much more of the flavor we expect to see out of Dark Zero. Volps and Loira, the last two left, and Foltz continues from the top floor to get information with that cardiac sensor. Loira not even able to find that kill onto Newers. Not a lick of HP down onto any of the DZ players. Volps 1v5. I mean, this one, at this point, you may as well just take as a chance to talk to the team and say, guys, what do we do for next round? But it's Volps, so he'll give it a go.
Do his very best. And if anything, just find an exit frag or two, get some more kills on the scoreboard, or just exit the building once again, perhaps, like you said. Discuss with the boys what the problem's gonna be about, how to fix it going forward. Fury had a similar slow start to the first map of Lair. They started 0-3, and then they won every single round after, so I honestly have no idea what's gonna happen.
Well, the one thing I do know is that Furia's coach has just said that we're gonna take a tactical timeout after this round ends, so Volps, before the tactical timeout, can just have a little bit of an impromptu one. He won't be able to talk to his coach, but he can talk to his players right now. He'll save the KD, maybe try and bait a bit of KD out of this one. I don't think Kino's going to fit. Oh, sorry, it's Foltz. I don't think Foltz will feed him. There we go. DZ take the round. A good start for them to Nighthaven Labs, but now as DZ figure out what their next defense is, it's a tactical timeout called by Furia. Let's have a listen in to what the Brazilians have to say.
Guys, eles estão literalmente repetindo o comp e a ordem que eles fizeram na análise, tá ligado? O que eles vão fazer agora? Eles vão counterar o nosso split colocando o espelho lá embaixo. Guys, eu só queria pausar pra falar pra vocês não começar a brisar de sair do plano, tá ligado? É a mesma coisa. Eles vão fazer a tática deles, um 3-1 com o espelho lá, a gente vai fazer full caçado pra foguetar em cima, padrão, e depois a gente vai banir mira, a gente joga split. Guys, depois que acabar o plano de parede, a gente vai estar muito mais leve, muito mais solto pra conseguir fazer essa entrada rápida, tá ligado? Vamos focar na agilidade depois, que eles só trabalham nos dois primeiros rounds. Só tô falando pra vocês não começar a entrar em noia de mudar muito o que a gente faz, porque vai dar certo. Só tem que fazer muito bem feito, tryhardar full, tipo, botar energia nas paradas que a gente precisa fazer como time, não parar de solucionar o problema, e é isso, guys, não desistir. Fechou?
Bora, porra. Vamos que vamos.
Unfortunately, I did not catch much of that Portuguese.
I heard what I thought was like combi or combo, and I thought it could be the attacker lineup, you know, what combo they're gonna run, I don't know. Not a clue, to be honest.
I got to say, though, just to remark on what happened in that round, I think you were absolutely right about the Bana. Really well countered by DZ. I think after this next round, we might see that mirror ban come out from Furia, because with that mirror ban, it'll be much easier to use the tin can openers. You might wonder why aren't they just bringing the secondary hard breach gadget, and why are they running Hibana? Why aren't they bringing Maverick? Well, the difference is with a mirror window on the wall, when you're having a melee ranged hard breach, you're going to get C4'd.
Yeah, you are. Or even just shot. Like, there's so many things that can go wrong effectively. And the mute jammers then double down with the mirror, then you can't even explode the X-Kairos to begin with, so you gotta get the EMPs in there, but then it's that impact tricking regardless, and it's like keeping, like, it's just a mess.
It's just a good combo of tech. I mean, so much of Siege these days, it's not about we bring one specific operator, it's about the combo and how they complement together. I can see that Maria Benino, our Brazilian woman on the inside, she is typing right now.
All right, we'll wait for her confirmation of what was said there from the side of Furia. I'm sure it's gonna be similar to the first time, momentum, pace, control, confidence, because that's their whole playstyle. And they're looking for that right now. Block up in a wall, send Volps on in. Once it's, oh, okay, you can vault through.
There's a lot of map to take here, of course. It's basement bomb site here.
Just a bit of fake barricades upstairs and know that it's going to be clear. Check all the corners, have Loira on the Solid Snake with the gadget, checking for intel. DC are all playing on the first floor, and then a single player, of course, in the basement itself. And Fury making good progress. First 60 seconds, they got full top floor control with the bug. They can break the floor and take it step by step. But Kino's found his way upstairs, straight into a blitz.
Yeah, almost gets damage onto Volps. It would have been deadly had he got that injure, or at least a large amount of damage onto the blitz, but he had to back away or be vulnerable to the flashbang. So he falls on back. And it looks like the roam is going to be trying to retreat here for DZ. We do have a call from Maria. They're literally repeating the same comp and the same order they used before. They're going to counter our split by putting a mirror down there
I paused so we don't do something. That was not our plan. Let's go for a full hunt upstairs, and after banning Mirror, we'll do the split. We'll focus on being more agile after. Just don't get in your heads. Don't change too much what we're doing because it's going to work, and don't give up. That's a great call. Here comes the execute and the hunt. That reduct in that tactical timeout was talking about, and while it does find 1 kill onto J9O, it's not without a cost. Boxzera able to convert a second one as well as he gets active down the stairs into cargo. And the blitz is on the verge of the bomb site here as smoke goes out, and the plant looking to be poised for Furia.
The smoke could be a trap, though, because there's a bit of a gap in it, but no, Boxzera finds all 3 kills. Hertz with a 4th as well.
Huge round from Boxzera once again. He runs down the stairs, finds his first pick. Kino up against 4. He's being hunted by the blitz, and the hunt is on for the Panthers. The big cats are here to play, and on the back of that tactical timeout, they play it out to a T. Here comes the operator bans, and as Reduct had mentioned, we know exactly what's coming here for Furia. It's goodbye Mira.
Mira's going to be so done for. On the flip side, what do you ban? Is it going to be the Solid Snake for home clear? Is it going to be one of those few shield operators? Is it going to be, you know, I don't know. That's honestly all I can think of right now, because it hasn't been a matter of like Capital, Grim, and regular utilities. It is about the fighting. Your Solid Snake, your Deimos. There it is. It's going to be the Solid Snake in response. I mean, Reduct with such a good, clear take on what the guys are doing wrong and also praising what they're doing well. Do not change too much around. It's gonna work, especially with the mirror. Don't get in your heads whatsoever. Just gotta survive this final attack around before the mirror is gone. And then right here again, the rookie, Boxzera, opens up with Volps, finds the first interfrag, and then covers the plant during 2 separate gunfights. And I was saying the smoke could be a bit bad because the smoke grenade was so close in the door itself that you can be in the doorway and Boxzera can't see you. And we see once again from NGR right there, kind of slamming his chair.
A little bit of frustration.
On the first map, he was just really aggressive, body language as well. So much frustration again and again and again.
Well, technically, NJR has been on this team the longest out of anyone, 5.5 years. Wow. We have to admit that Dark Zero is a very different Dark Zero to what we had 6 months ago. It's kind of the spiritual successor to that SSG roster that new as J9O and Fultz and Call Out, their coach, has played on for a very long time. It was basically like SSG moved to DZ and kept NJR.
Yeah.
And then shortly after, they also brought over Kino as well, who was previously on M80. For their major run in Munich last year.
They were like, we need a shield player. Who could we get, huh?
Who could we possibly bet? How about the 2nd best shield player in North America?
Oh, the 2nd best?
Spirits, man.
Oh, okay. Fair play. I was going to say...
Kino's certainly battling for that combo now.
I mean, is Spirits here? Is he playing right now? I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. You can't deny the guy who's won the last 2 majors. The only player who's won these last 2 majors in a row with 2 different teams, by the way. Very few players can say that for any major or any event. Winning 2 back-to-back from different teams. It's good adaptation here for Furia as they hunt for a little bit more.
Again, I think the opening pick is always going to tell the most important story about that momentum, about just slowly start to suffocate your opponent in the server. Pre-fire comes through, General takes a ton of damage from Laura downstairs with no kill confirmed. Fultz finds Volps though, as I say it. So Furia once again starting from the back foot, but operator-wise, losing the striker, the recruit operator, not the biggest loss to suffer. The Grim is there, the Deimos there, they still got 4 Yinkandelas, and they find a trade again, Boxzera.
Yeah, good with that Reaper, isn't he? Allows him flexibility. Yeah, he did actually. Allows him the flexibility to run that shotgun primary as well and still be confident in mid-range gunfights with that auto pistol. Good drone from Lawyer as well. It's going to push NJR back. I think he's realized it's about time to fall out of that mezzanine. Not going to be able to hold on to it for any longer. Especially after the Azami has gone down. Here comes the explosive execute from Boxzera with the flashbangs, enabling his team to take this space. What are you doing, Fultz? A very uncommon mistake for such an experienced player to expose his back to a common angle. And now Furia have the numbers advantage. They are poised to pounce onto the bomb site. Good retaliation though from Newers as he gets detected. by the Deimos. Will try and evade it to the best of his ability. Can't do so as of yet. Loira will look to hunt him from below, and so he finds a safe haven on hard floor.
One issue right now is that Diaz has the last final hard destruction, but he's on the wrong side of the map. He cannot use it for Carol Grafter, so Hertz is stuck in a bad position. Deimos is stuck downstairs, and Diaz himself can't really go for a gunfight. Meanwhile, Diffuser is down inside of IT, but Diaz does find that one pick on Zakino. That changes everything.
I think they have a bit of an idea of where Newers is as well. They saw him, and now with the Deimos tracker, they're going to see him again. They know he's trapped inside a con. It's going to be a tough way to try and survive this here. Newers all the way punished inside of Electrical in a 1v3. The pistol comes out. The DMR needs to be reloaded. He goes for it now. As Hertz has picked up that diffuser and gotten into the bomb site. Hertz, why are you going for the kill? You had the defuse. All you needed to do was plant. It's the biggest throw I've seen from Furia in this tournament. The clutch from DZ, unnecessary mistake from Hertz.
Get him boxed in, literally in a box. Deimos Striker, frag grenade, Baba only get on the door for full intel on the sound cues. No way you should lose that if you're Furia.
That is a blatant troll from Hertz.
He walked in, diffuser in hand, looking for a fight, wasn't higher on the HP meter either. Super disadvantageous spot to take. That could have been a simple round. Walk in, hold F, win the round, celebrate, boom, you go next. Instead,
bro's trapped.
Now you're down 1, 2, 3. Look at it right there. So unnecessary, so uncharacteristic as well.
I can't believe that. And look, for Newers to not panic too much, not overpeak. The fact that he was essentially like, if Hertz had played that right, Newers just would have lost.
Yeah.
Right? You know, he would have stayed and hidden, and then it's a post plant, and then they're waiting for him. He has to move, and he doesn't win. But because he kind of played slowly, played patiently, didn't think, okay, I have to make a move now, otherwise I lose, that gave him the chance to win. And with that, I mean, Fury have thrown away a round that was very convincingly theirs.
I mean, that was their opportunity to tie it up 2-2 and change that momentum that we keep speaking about, right? Gain back some of that confidence. Now it's going to be, oh my god, we won. Oh my god, we lost.
Yeah.
Frustration once again.
DZ need every single defense round they can get. They only won defenses on that first map. And against Weibo as well, it was their attack where they struggled. So getting given that free round there for DZ, thanks to the clutch from Newers and the mistake from Hertz, is a gift, a huge gift from the Brazilians to the North American squad. And now they take that gift and they wrap it up, tie it up in a nice bow, and go to Kitchen, this tertiary bomb site. We saw them play against Weibo.
Yeah, they love to play this one. And again, I think it's only really playable with the Clash on the board. For one of the best Clash players at this event, maybe the best Clash player. Supported by both the Wamai and the Jaeger for just countering any sort of projectiles coming his path. Early C4 as well from Kino takes almost the entire health bar away from Volps, down to about, what, 15% of his health bar now. Has to be worried about every bit of damage. Wow. Before Swing goes down. Is that Furia feeling the frustration and just saying, screw it, let's risk it all? Because that is not a fight you want to take.
No, I mean, it's 2 rounds in a row we've had someone get completely ego checked here from Furia.
Okay.
Maybe shoot it. Maybe just get rid of that. Thank you. Very nice. ADS taken down. Furia, after finding that kill under J9O, in theory, can recompose, but be careful because Kino's retaken the top of blue stairs. Yeah. He knows the diffuser's right outside. And shotgun in close range if Diaz gets up close.
I think they're reading into it though, but Diaz needs help. He can't just play this. And the thing is, Kino's on a jammer, and he's also tanked the first hooker because he cannot be called again.
Grimbees, though, will be able to expose him.
Yeah, they will.
Diaz needs to use it. The mute jammer no longer prevents the Grimbees from getting that info. Oh, wow, what a shot. Despite the air jab, NJR still weaves the angle onto Boxera.
Oh, hello there.
Kino trying to retreat on back. Hertz is watching for his position. Oh. It's good night to Hertz again. Loira and Diaz, the last 2 remaining. And DZ now on the tertiary bomb site. Look to surely finish this round off. Finally, the Bees come out, but it's far too late here for Furia.
And Kino and NJR right now saving Dark Zero. 60 seconds to play with. Still winnable, though, I will say. Especially if Newers goes down inside that games room first. He's sitting a 6-1 scoreline, ready for a fight. The drone missed him, jumps up, and now spots him. But there is a crossfire, and right behind him is the bomb site.
Yeah, NJR's got his back. Newers doesn't have to swing until he receives contact from his teammate. NJR might overpeak a little bit too much. He certainly doesn't need to. Vert from up above from Kino shows another layer of the defense here for DZ as Newers will find that kill. It's the crossfire played to perfection by Dark Zero. Now they start to run away with it. It's 4-1 in the lead. If this becomes 5-1, then that loss of Herds from 2 rounds ago will haunt them for the rest of Nighthaven Labs.
Maybe we're at a point right now for Fury where they have to change the gameplay approach because they're being shot down in the early entries, not winning enough individual gunfights because that playstyle maybe too simplistic. DC had the adaptation, had the read, and I really want to praise NGR and Kino individually fighting back so much in that round, doing all the heavy lifting. Call out watching behind the boys very proudly. 4-1 lead for DC as they enter the final round in the first half. And they're bringing out a new set of operators. Yeah. Now they're on the Denari with the Thorn, with the Ela, a lot of trap utility. And they got a bit of verticality intel in the post. The solo lurking with the shotgun. Janano on the Asami, as she must have on every single bomb site. And it's giving Fury again a new problem that they might not feel that they have the adaptation to go up against.
Yeah, and as you said, Pengu, as you often say, every single game the best teams in the world play, essentially each half has 2 halves in it. It's before and after that third operator ban. DZ really leaned into the Ace Thermite ban by playing that mirror and making sure that those walls were so troublesome to open up. Fury struggled with it. Redux in the tactical timeout said, guys, it's okay, don't worry about that. Once the mirror ban comes through, our plan A should work like a charm. And it did that first round until Hertz threw the round away. Now DZ saying, okay, now it's time to really lean into our plan B, which is this excessive usage of traps. And especially on a split bomb site like this, where there is so much map up for grabs on the top floor and the basement to try and deny the bomb site, Fury have so many things to think about, so many avenues into the map to worry about. And no Solid Snake to try and take that free map control from Loira.
So back on the glass, the demos, the dog could be different ways of finding information, but they require red ping or smoke to be enabled. There's going to be more about that split theory. It's attackers very much alone in many different positions, all going for a bit of a fishing play, looking for that gap, looking for a kill. Demo Striker gives you the advantage.
Oh, good damage.
Newer swings back with confidence. Oh, wow. Gets the kill, so does Kino, so does NJR. They find 3 quick ones.
The great strategy, but only if you win your battles, and DZ have won every single one of them so far. Aggressive play, Jane, I know, outside the building. I don't know what happened there, but he gets punished. It's a lifeline for Furia, but barely. Diaz inside the bomb site, no defuse. As that's cold on the ground. They know exactly where he is. It's just him and Volps again separated. NJR has an angle to try and crossfire in his position. Now Volps can scan him completely. Say he's right here, just in that room. Newers says, maybe I'll go for the swing. It's going to be a 5-1 half. A domination on the defensive side for DZ. As Furia, they had their moment, they had their chance, and they threw it away. For what? For ego. To go for the swing instead of to go for the plant. And when the first stone fell, it only took a moment before it became an avalanche, before DZ could run away with this half and look for the comeback that they could not achieve on Lair. 4v1, Volps, good luck, my friend. It ain't happening today. It ain't happening any day. Dark Zero dominate 5-1 in the first half and are well on their way to a comeback as we move into the halftime roll swap timeout.
Falo pra vocês, a gente não tem nenhum controle do que aconteceu. A gente não tem como voltar atrás e ganhar um round ou resolver alguma coisa que já aconteceu. Vamos fazer o seguinte, vamos ser full foco, full concentrado no que a gente precisa fazer, full concentrado no que a gente conversa todo dia, de fazer o que tá no nosso controle a partir de agora. Eu vou passar os planos pra gente, esquece essa porra. Guys, é 1-2 rounds que a gente ganhar, eles já se peidam todo, eles vão pausar, a gente vai ganhar a partida de volta, guys. Esquece o placar, vamos fazer o que a gente costuma fazer normalmente, tá ligado? Tranquilo, guys, foda-se, tá ligado? O que aconteceu até agora. Vou falar o que a gente vai fazer, só foca na minha voz e vamos fazer acontecer, fechou? Então comigo nessa? Então bora. Lógico. Guys, a gente vai fazer o Bantermite e o Green, aí de primeiro round a gente vai fazer aquela coisinha com a mira em cima se passar, se não passar, você vai de mute. Quando acabar a fase de preparação, você vai descer pilha pra marotar no cara que joga de baixo de Sofia. Lembra que ele
de Warden, né?
Sim, você vai de Warden de 12 pra elétrica. E depois, guys, a gente vai fazer a hold de garagem no bombo de baixo. A gente tem o Amai que vai...
On that basement attack, where you're going like fucking prep that we have, we're going down XO. He does like to put a mirror on like the internal wall close to the lab door, if that makes sense. So like the one that can see. Yeah. You can just fuck with that with the Ivana. That's why I was saying the Ivana's gonna be pretty good for that. Like, so just keep that in mind. Outside of that, Bills, the only thing on this attack side, like I said, that I want to see, we're going to fucking see something, we're going to decide, we're going to commit, and then repeat that every single round, every single round. That's it.
Yeah.
See, I can make it repeat. That's it, fellas. I'm cutting them down. We call it fucking somebody's need to go now.
Again, about that commitment from Dark Zero, and a classic fashion, lose the first map. We start questioning what's going to happen next. They go in the second, look much stronger, so adaptable, and an ability to survive when the backs are against the wall. They need that pressure to thrive, it seems like, James.
That they do. They really do. Like diamonds be forged under the pressure. We've seen it from them before. No doubt we'll see it again. DZ up 5-1. And after that miraculous 1v3 clutch from viewers, all the life has been sacked out of Furia, but not sacked out of their fans who continue making noise here in the arena at the Esports World Cup in Paris. We need that energy inside the server to see them come back from the 5-1 deficit.
Bandikaid, the Grooming Thermite.
Yeah, Ace Man, so it's not quite the same story as we saw from DZ.
Not exactly, and I am a fan of banning one hard breacher and then one utility operator if you're up against a team that will play utility, because that's the issue. DC are not just good at breaching or good at executing. They're kind of good at everything, most things at least, right? Where Furia, we talk about their lethality, their ability to get kills and create space, not about executing necessarily with like very accurate precision. So they recognize DC, we gotta weaken them across the board. The plant, the early game, the mid game. See what they can do. They got the mirror on the board from Hertz. They got time denial on the Goyo and the smoke. They got a Warden to counter any of those Ying.
Nothing here is
operator.
Nothing here is uncounterable though from Furia, and because of the lack of that ace ban, DZ won't worry so much about hard breach. They can bring the ace and they can bring some tin can openers as well, and the Zafir, even the Ying if they want to, instead of smokes, which in this case, in fact, they will double up. So you've got so much redundancy from DZ. We saw this against Weibo as well. They like to bring a lot of hard breach. Even with that mirror up, it should be counted pretty handily. We do have a quick translation as well as the spawn pick looks to come out from Volps of the tactical timeout, or rather the halftime timeout from Furia, from Maria, minha amiga. We can't go back and fix something that already happened. We need to stay fully focused and concentrate on what we can control and what we can talk about every day. If we do win 1 or 2 rounds, they're already going to start shitting themselves.
Nice.
What happened up until now? I'm going to tell you what we're going to do, and that's it. Are you with me on this? Play mirror upstairs, mute Warden with the 12 on electric. I don't know what he means by the 12. Hold garage on the basement bomb with Wamai.
Okay. So actually a fair bit of utility being mentioned there. The mirror with the Wamai,
the mute is
down.
However, not present, though that was mentioned.
Changing max.
Well, you can't get it all right the first time. Gotta be space for improvement, okay? No one's a 10 out of 10. You care about a 9.5. You leave that bit of 0.5 wiggle room and you strive for, or you look for perfection.
Look, I am always down for a bit of a Goyo instead of a mute. Just the gun is diff, bro. The vector.
I like this.
Actually, it's not even a vector, it's a TCSG.
I mean, of course it'll be TCSG. The Sophia buff happened recently with a third explosive charge of 3 big booms. And there they find Laura, they take down the smoke. One of the most valuable operators on the defensive side for this round. That is an uncounterable one-sided affair. There's nothing you can do about it except for being worried about beneath you, sending down a lurker, or not playing upon that soft floor. But the issue is with this bombs at the top, it's all soft floor. There's almost no area except for a small area of commando that's actually going to be a hard surface.
Dark Zero at the end of the second map. We're going to need to go to third here, Pengu. Otherwise, we will not have a grand finalist. One more map. Quiet, and you can take that to the bank.
Whole new gear found for DC individually. A player like NGR stepped up massive in 12 kills, right? Only dying once or twice on that map. Every individual player was fighting Furia back, unlike on the first map. But also as a team, they had the timings, they had the push, they had that full commitment that Callout mentioned during the halftime vibe check. It's boding well with DC going to bank, and now the script is flipped. I'm starting to fear for the side of Furia, because you saw how mentally out of it they became after trolling 1 or 2 rounds.
Yeah, I mean, that's really the story of it, isn't it? We're about to see that round that they threw away here. I believe it was when they were up, or rather down 2-1. They finally found that first round.
To the next one.
And it was this next round right here. Furia had everything they needed. They fought back from the 4v5 into the 3 versus 1. And that moment right there, where Herds, who had the diffuser, decided to go and hunt for the kill instead of going for the plant. Furia did not win another round after that. DZ have well and truly won the hearts of people in Salt Lake City. They're looking to go back-to-back here now in Paris, and they have a chance now that we can go to bank with their heads up high.
So excited for it. We've seen a lot of map control, roam clearing, gunfights at bank. Generally speaking, much more about planting and plant denial.
A reprisal for DZ and a chance to finish off the series on map number 3, as our NA brothers on the desk, I'm sure, will be very happy to see.
Well, Dark Zero make the turnaround, and while it might have been in jest originally coming back, Dev, that NA was on top, certainly seems like that story could continue here, trying to prove that that Salt Lake City Major was not an accident. It was the real deal. This is a team that could start a dynasty conversation in NA with one more map. But let's break down what happened and where we might be going here as we welcome you back to the panel. Rain Day with, oh my God, Laxing and Alphaba. The drums are throwing me off, gentlemen. And
maybe I'm European and you're
a nunning. You're a nunning, brother.
Lax, you know, that was a game that really set a tone differently for Dark Zero. We talked about their mental. They showed it there.
I'm glad you said it, because that's what I said going into this series. If there's one thing that you're never going to beat Dark Zero, it is absolutely their mental game. And to be able to bounce back the way that they did, losing 7 rounds in a row, to then to be able to carry it into this series and win out the way they did, that is the Dark Zero that you expected. It was the opening kills that I was talking about where they lacked in the first map. They were able to convert almost every single opening kill in that entire series. That is how you bounce back. That is how you get into a final map to set you up to push you possibly into a grand final.
And Rain, I mean, you made a fine analyst. You mentioned it before.
Thank you.
They lost the first map against Weibo, and then they bounced back. And that's the strength of Dark Zero. They need a little bit of time to fire things up, maybe to read their opponents, to figure out what's their play style, and then suddenly they start innovating, adaptating. The first thing we say, what was the win condition for Dark Zero? It was to hit the reset button between the 2 maps, learn what basically lesson they needed to get from the first map, and then change their playstyle going into Night Heaven Labs. I think they played it perfectly. Very, very strong attacks. And overall, I think, you know, an even better defense side, 5-1, controlling the aggression on the side of Furia, making sure that they were playing behind a wide barrier of utility. Mira, Azami, all of this. And for me, most importantly, one round, that was the turning point. Round 4.
Yeah,
I mean,
about it.
One massive mistake from Herds, and I'd love to watch that again, because, I mean, we look at this and pay attention to Herds on the left side of the screen here. He's the one with the kit. He's the one who can go plant. 11 seconds left here, and instead of going to plant, look at him. He's going for the challenge. He loses the kit. He drops down. That forces Diaz into a gunfight he does not want to take. He loses that gunfight again, and look at Loira. All the way on the other side, he has given up. He's AFK, and that's it. You lose that 1v3, and the entire momentum on the side of Furia is gone.
I mean, it's a little bit of confidence sprinkled in with a little bit of arrogance right there. I mean, they had the round right in front of them. They had the vertical pressure to just be able to call for his rotate. They had the hold that all Herds has to do is just go for that plant. Now, it's not to say that, you know, they win that round and the series still doesn't end the way that it does with their DZ dominance, but it just helps you get that confidence. And when you lose a round like that where you should win, it does kind of, you know, etch into your mental of what are we doing, what's going wrong, and then the next round falls apart. They end up almost playing a practically perfect or flawless rather defensive half where you need these rounds, and you don't want to let a team like DZ kind of find their footing, get the momentum back on their side, because that's an exact result of what happens.
Okay. So, you know, when I look at that and I think, why did that happen? I mentioned the heat check. Sometimes you feel the momentum. This team seemed pretty heavily momentum-based when they're doing well, when Boxera is firing on all cylinders. They're a team that's definitely hard to deal with. But when, on the flip side, it doesn't happen, that's where I start to worry about what Furia can do against Dark Zero, who have such a strong mentality. But more than that, they have such strong discipline for how they like to play the game. They want you to make a mistake, to overreach a little bit, because they know how to basically take advantage.
Yeah, I mean, they love being able to punish you, and Newers is a prime example of a player that will always punish you in any single gunfight if you give him the opportunity, the ability to make it happen. I mean, he was by far the MVP of this series, but not even just only Newers. It was the entire team just getting those opening kills and collectively turning those into rounds won. But it's that guy right there on your screen that leads the charge a lot for this team. He's always the spearhead. Even on defense, he makes miracles happen. He can turn multi-frags back. He can get the man advantage going into DZ's favor with it, then can fall back into those layers. They can force Furia's hand, and that's exactly where you're seeing round after round on that defense to end it on a 5-1 half.
Newers is basically the spearhead of that roster.
Absolutely.
Whether it is on attack as the entry, whether it is on defense here, having to roam against some of the most aggressive and most skilled players in the world, and besides all of this, 12-2, a 6 KD against soft. We've just seen it, right? A crazy firepower on the Brazilian side. And despite all of that, he has that firepower. It was the question mark that we asked, right? All the way at the map one, we said maybe this is the better team collectively, maybe in terms of strategy, but in terms of firepower, can they really win these gunfights? Newers proved they can.
Now I look at this next map, and this is the decider, so we're going to see who goes to the grand finals here. Two different stories: Brazil making it when we expect Brazil to make it on the other side, but that's still to come. Don't worry about it. Face GK up after this, or Dark Zero, North America having a chance to defend their second major 6 tournament that they could be winning in a row. What does it look like now if you are Furia that you have to do to get back into this? How crucial are, let me put a number on it, the first 3 rounds for you to give yourself a realistic chance of moving on to the grand finals?
I think the first half is always pretty cool, whatever the side you're going to choose. You know, I think the main thing to me is they're going to play against a perfect team. This is perfect. We've seen it even in the map that they lost. That retake that I mentioned before was a show of just how good this system is and how good the team play is. Good news for them, they have actually beaten the most perfect team in Modern Siege on Bank, and that was FaZe Clan.
Wow.
If you're able to beat FaZe Clan, to be fair, DZ did the same thing. I think in Salt Lake City to reach semifinals or grand finals.
Right.
But if you're able to beat FaZe Clan on Bank, you can beat Dark Zero on Bank. And that is by bringing back that momentum, by feeling confident on those gunfights, by maybe doubling up on certain teammates, and most importantly, by having composure in those late rounds. When you have that man advantage, no more hurts mistake of not going for the objective.
I will say, in terms of the aggressive nature that Furia brings, a map like Bank can have.
For every click, every clutch, every respawn, we were there. Now, the proud founding partner of
who win or who lost, who goes to final.
These executes. So if they can have a very good early game on their defensive half of being able to stall, being able to get these picks going in their favor, play back into those layers, that's what I would look at. But then on attack, I have to see a lot of synchronization of just consolidating the map and getting to those mid to late rounds.
Does a bigger map kind of help what was working in game 1 for Furia, where Pingu mentioned that 1 second rule, where you have to be within a 1 second sprint for a trade once somebody goes down? A bigger map, does that make it so that Furia can isolate a little bit better? Or how does it work?
With a kind of chaotic, sporadic playstyle they have, I think it can work against them, but I also think it can work well with them. It just totally it's totally dependent on what Dark Zero's trying to do and what they're trying to counter off of it.
Okay.
I think the main thing in my eyes, I guess, the learning curve here for Furia. I look back at the tactical timeouts on their side. Obviously, they're speaking in Portuguese. But we're fortunate. Shout out to Maria, who's translating for us and letting us know on WhatsApp basically what's going on. And
you can't speak Portuguese, man? Come on.
I can't speak Portuguese. Only French, a little bit of Spanish, and English.
Okay, all right. But only 3. That's it.
We've basically been able to listen to what they were saying, and multiple times, Coach Reddick on the side of Furia has mentioned, guys, stop dwelling on the past. Stop dwelling on the mistakes that you've done. Focus on the present. And it shows to me that one team has nerves, and the other right now, DZ, is a wall. Stoicism is the philosophy of Callout, and you can see it in the way they play. I think I need to see a little bit more either of emotional control, or if you're really thriving on emotion on the side of Furia, kick back that emotion again. Keep that fire. If you need emotion to win, everyone needs to believe in it. Stop focusing on the past. Reset. This is a BO1 directly for a grand final spot.
It's going to be adaptation flexibility. These teams both have potential. They both have shown that they can get here. They deserve to be here, one map apiece, but now it's about who can make these decisions that matter in these moments that are so finite and so hard to distinguish. One push when you should just try to plant means that you do not have the opportunity to maybe go to a grand final and earn $750,000. Furia and of course Dark Zero have both made mistakes to get here, but it doesn't mean that those mistakes will allow any of them to go any further. There is one game now that will decide whether we see a North American team have a chance to defend international titles back-to-back, or if Brazil will bang those drums into the final gauntlet on Saturday. It all happens here at the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet in Paris, France, our final map of the series, and let's send it over to none other than Dev and Pengu.
Thank you very much, Rain Day. And yes, this is the final map of our semi-final here between Furia and Dark Zero. And as we look to cook up a storm, DZ have been cooking all tournament long. They weathered the storm of 7 rounds against them in a row on Lair, only to respond in kind with a 7-1 on Nighthaven Labs. Furia have been ringing true with their drums between maps.
Yeah, they have.
As now we look for the operator ban phase here, Pengu, and it looks like we're going to see more hard breach taken away from the Furia side by DZ.
Oh, I love this, right? We see this earlier in the tournament from Wildcard. The double ranged hard breach ban, the ace in Hibana, enabling the top 4 bomb side. It's the NA special, I guess, at this event. And also Furia paying respect. The Clash finally being targeted here on towards Foltz. It's only a matter of time. I mean, honestly, I thought first bet was going to happen.
I think you have to get rid of that Clash. Look, another point that you mention often, Pengu, about that double ranged hard breach ban, the ace and Hibana, it's not just good on the top floor, also very good on the basement, because it enables you to put these Vulcan canisters from Goyo on the hatches. When you put them in the middle of the hatch, then you can't actually breach those hatches with an exothermic charge from Thermite or with a tin can opener. The only way to breach it is to shoot the Goyo off first, which delays 20 seconds. So a great little time delay tactic that I expect we'll see from NJR, particularly on that admin hatch inside of the A bomb side. However, he's a little bit late on his setup. No, actually, he's already put down all of his Vulcan canisters, so he's actually not going to go for it. That's a little bit of a surprise to me.
No, you can only call that if you're a former pro player, and otherwise they won't listen to you.
Yeah, apparently not. Never mind. Hey, I played the Pro League qualifiers in APAC.
Back in the day?
For the very first season of OST Pro League, I played the qualifiers.
And you couldn't even qualify back then when there was literally no competition.
Okay, technically, I played all the scrims up until the qualifiers, and on the day of the qualifier, I had a family holiday to Queensland, and I was off in the rainforest.
So you weren't committed enough to become a pro player?
Well, yeah. And then, I mean, I coached like a top 4 OS team for
I coached a top 5 OS team once.
Really? Which one was that?
That's a good question.
You know what's funny?
Do you remember the name Scrivy?
I do remember the name
Scrivy's team at one point.
Yeah. You also actually did a VOD review for my team.
Oh.
Yep. I will have to look back somewhere if I have it in my old Discord DMs.
Yeah.
But that Pro League, the not Pro League team, the one that I tried to qualify with,
yeah,
we sent you a scrim VOD, and you sent us like your notes breaking it down. And I will remember this to this day. Your note was, you guys don't really know how to play the round, but Jaeger just ran around and got a 3K, so you won. And that was me. I was that Jaeger.
You were the Jaeger.
I did it.
You were running around getting all the kills.
But not knowing how to play the game properly.
But not knowing how to play the game. So what you're saying is that my coaching was bad?
Yes.
Oh.
Yes. Well, no, not at all. I mean, I think I just realized that I had a lot more fun casting and talking about people that were playing the game far better than I am.
But how do you... So I feel like a lot of people would ask you, like, how would you figure out if you like casting? Because you don't really get to cast until you do it. Like, how do you... Because everyone plays the game.
I did do it. Like, I did community casts, and I played in like the crappy community tournaments, and I cast at the crappy community tournaments, and I.
Why are they crappy? What was it?
Well, because like we're not very good.
Oh,
right? We were playing for like nothing. not even like not even R6 credits. Not even like it was for fun. It was for fun. Okay. It was a good time, but like we weren't pro or anything. I think my salary was a little bit below Spoit's at that time.
Just a little bit.
Just a little.
And now it's obviously higher.
Obvious.
Right? I mean, Spoit didn't make it very far this event.
I mean, I'm here on semi-final day, and Spoit isn't.
No. And I feel like you should get paid based off the placement in tournaments. Very simple.
Yeah.
Make it far, make the big bucks. You go home early, you don't make the big bucks.
That's what prize pool is, you know.
Yeah, but often, like if you were to do like the comparison salaries, that's often probably also the case, right?
Yeah.
The best teams get paid the most money. They make it furthest usually.
I mean, Shopify Rebellion got first rounded.
They went to a grand final.
Didn't even make it. Yeah.
It's Salt Lake City, which
Where are they now?
you didn't work Salt Lake City. They made the grand final. Maybe you're the curse. You're the problem.
Yeah, but now
You might get bought out and you won't have a job soon.
Yeah, now I'm here and they've gone. What can I say? Swings and roundabouts. What goes around comes around, Pengu. And we've gone around and finally rehosted this game, so we're back into it. Thank you for bearing with us and listening to a little bit of nostalgia. It looks like DZ will go for the same thing. Where do you think he's going to put those Goyo charges as a pro player?
Wow. Now that they showed us that they weren't going to do it in the hatch, now they will. Because it's about the mind games and changing those small adaptations, right? Because they know that the attackers of Fury, they droned out the roam setup. They saw there was not a canister on the hatch, and therefore he will now do it. Except he didn't.
They're not even reinforcing
Except
the hatch.
he didn't.
They have 2 Rios spare. It's interesting to see, like, I guess
The
they
server hatch and A hatch is both soft right now.
Yeah, they just...
Usually you would get the server hatch at least, because you very rarely can flank back down that avenue. But it can also be that if you don't have a player in server at all, they can then backstab it. But I mean, what's Kino going to do if not on server stairs? That's always where he's thriving.
Yeah, and Furia like can actually just open those hatches now, the soft hatches, with their DMRs. It takes just a couple of bullets to open those hatches. You don't even have to worry about using the tin can openers from Laura and Bok.
Solid Snake, always high in value on the main staircase. He spots someone. He goes back down the staircase, actually, all the way to the basement.
Very Herds style play. He does want to find the gap. It's a drop down into the bomb site from
skip the roam
Volbs. They are indeed completely skipping the roam clear. He's now worried about that push inside the bomb site. NGL finds one, traded back by Volbs, but he can't go much deeper now. He might be able to look for a plant, but the retake will be coming his way very shortly. There is no safe place to plant. The cover looking to happen here from Loira. Volbs will try and go deep, finds a kill onto Faults now. 3v3. DZ continue battling on the retake. Kino to get the injure and the kill finally with the gas babe onto Loira. Volbs low HP, very vulnerable, but Diaz from the backstab. Kino wasn't aware of his exposure, and now it's all up to Diaz. With J90 finding what was remaining of Volbs, so for some reason, Nuas looks for a bit of an aggressive peek, I think flushed out from the fire, and now Diaz does find himself in a 1v1. After this time ticks away, this is so winnable.
Hit the reset, 20 seconds of fire burning out right now. There's so much time to work. Diaz, the smart thing, hops on his drone that's outside the building, can drive into any position that he desires, gets off the cam to play for sound cue. Okay, doesn't hear J90, gets back on the camera. Again, playing it very smart. He's got a final line scan to work with. Ideally right now for Diaz, he has to get the drone in an active intel position. Right now there's the hatch watching the hallway, so that's clear. That means that either he's going to be on the B chassis or on the side of gold to his right hand side.
He's got the E1D as well to give him info. Oh, he's got the read. That drone work is perfection from Diaz. So patient in the 1v1. He uses his last remaining drone. He lets it go undetected. And his teammate pings out the final position in that 1v1. It's beautiful.
Honestly, I mean, there's 2 big heroes DC, though, or at least attempting to be the hero. NGR somehow traded 1-for-1. Impact grenade, took down Hertz, then got killed by Volb shortly after. And then Kino, shotgun swing on the bomb set in a 1v1, also giving DC a fighting chance. It only really falls apart when Newers has to go into an awkward location because of the Goyo fire being popped from the final grenade off Diaz. And then it's DMR versus Slock Shoddy. That is going to be a 50-50. Anyone can win that round. One has higher fire rate, one has more damage, but Diaz was the better player in that moment.
Yeah, the info from the drones, perfection. The coordination from his teammates there. The Furia boys on that cam, no doubt giving him that call, that's giving him that ping on where our final player was. Good start there from Furia. We know Bank is an attacker-sided team. But if I'm not wrong, DZ would have gotten to choose the starting side on this map as they have the better round differential over the 2 maps we've played so far. So they want to go deep. Defense. Historically have been better on defense in the quarterfinals. They also went 5-1 on their defense on Nighthaven Labs. Didn't win a single attack on Lair, so perhaps it's just what they're feeling a little bit more comfortable on today.
Again, we can follow the paper, go for counter plays, adaptations. That defense will be a nice spot to be, and also you get the hard side out of the way in a way as well. Because typically we see attacker favored, as you mentioned. Furia now though on top floor attack. This is where things get a little tricky because at AC banner band that's very unusual. You cannot open up the top elevator wall, not possible. So often teams that will either go for 1 or 2 playstyles. One, heavy on the windows. 3 people right now. They're gonna have both the caps on fire, so be concussions, and they're gonna have the sense walls to kind of like shroud them to give them a way in towards the bomb site. The other option, you go for a janitor stock attack. But right now, it's just gonna be from the exterior. Slowly peeling away the layers, the laser gates, the castle barricades, but a misstep there from Hertz, but he does get the job done at the end.
Perhaps he was just checking for any extra on my magnets. But yeah, good work there.
Possible, yeah.
Soph is the perfect counter hit to the castle and the Aruni as it can burn through so much util before eventually detonating and opening up that wall. A lot of measuring here from Furia before they make their first incision. It's Hertz who deals the first blow. Foltz exposed, he goes down. The clash band out means that Foltz can't hide behind that shield like he would usually want to do.
That is the thing that is going to make this defense so much more challenging. There's no more Sami. Castle Barricades dealt with. Diaz so quick to jump off the camera to take a little bit of damage from Lures. Things out of quite window room.
Good info.
That's very good info. These 2 different defenders saying, guys, there's only going to be 2 members holding you from the skylight side, from janitors, probably from meeting. There could be a gap in stock, could be a rappel in the bomb side. But for Furia, I think right now they're just risk assessing it. Do we want to just go for the 3-2-1 all or nothing play, or do we try and stretch this advantage to be even bigger?
The more that they bide their time, the more that they look for different gaps, the more likely they will find the one gap that they can enter. But no, in this case, Hertz oversteps his welcome a little bit. Vulnerable to Newers. Here comes the util into the box site. It's the light walls from box. Zero on the sends, and the fire and smoke util from Volps, but he still hasn't repelled into the building. They feel like they need one more kill before they can make their move, but they haven't been given the chance to get it yet. Box Zero in the building takes down the most deadly player, the DMR from Newers, and here come the kills. Here come the rains for Furia. 2 rounds on the attack in a row.
Incredible. Furia, they finally changed their playstyle. They took a good, 60 seconds? They say, hold. Let's talk about this. How are we going to win the round? It's gonna be Hertz. I'm gonna try and go for a kill right now. He dies. Then no hesitation. The light wall, the fire, the jump on in, get the kill, watch the C4, then go for a plant while the other people are fighting 3v1. Attack timeout, I just got told from DC.
Good. Yep.
We're going to do it manually.
Okay.
Let you know when 10 seconds remaining.
Okay. Yeah. Listen, we can go for the open layer hard zone right now. Quite frankly, on basement, I don't think they're going to hit site again. They may try to ice off garage. If you're comfortable, like rerunning like a similar wall pattern off that, I think it'd be good. Or we could even go on the actual prep off that. It really doesn't matter, but I think they're probably going to clear. And then for CEO, quite frankly, I would anticipate window shit again and maybe paired with square. The biggest thing off that, let's actually show a presence below before we come back up top on them. Just like slow down the Damos a little bit and come back and float, and then just play a Dustman. Like they just milked for literally 2.5 minutes and did nothing.
Yeah,
pretty solid. And then just towards these late rounds when shit's like, don't start just like rambling about what the fuck they're doing. Like just keep it calm. Like we're gonna be in a better position. I know it is.
Yeah, facts. Let's run up on them.
Alright, where are we going then?
Come on, boy. Let's do the open later hard zone directly in the cave.
Let me see.
All of them call out some small notes to different bomb sites, and just understand that, hey guys, they're doing a lot of nothing that round for 2.5 minutes. Just gonna float downstairs first, show a presence, then fall back. They're gonna be low on the clock. I'm not saying like we can do similar stuff. It's not massive changes needed from DC, it's small adaptations.
Yeah, and a lot of it comes down to communication. I thought that was a really interesting.
Don't ramble.
Yeah, don't ramble about what they're doing in the late round, because that happens sometimes. Like if you're sitting there and nothing has happened for 30 seconds, or you see some util toss out, you might start thinking, hey guys, I think they're flipping. I think you're trying to read it, you're trying to game sense it, right? And call out said, guys, don't ramble, don't worry, don't overthink it. So I'm just gonna sit back and wait for it. It's very true thing in Rainbow Six. I mean, it's one of the FPS games, one of the esports titles that is the most split between mechanics and mental, like the strategy behind it. It's such a 50-50 split, right? Like there are certain times you have here at the event which definitely favor the physicality of it more, like the mechanics of like Counter-Strike or Call of Duty,
of chess,
right? And then the opposite of that is the strategy of something like chess. It's not about the mechanics nearly as much as it is about that strategy. And here we have this thing where
funnily enough, one can distract from the other. If you spend too much time thinking, theorizing, are they going to go for this, execute, that execute, it actually affects your aim. When they swing in the window and you're not ready for the angle holding the DMR. And the vice versa as well. You spend too much time not thinking about anything but peeking everything, then you're not going to read the game right.
We share a green room right now with the chess talents. We see the games, and you fell into conversation with one of the casters on that game, or analysts, should I say, and you described Siege as chess boxing. Yeah, because you got the strategical side of it and the mechanical side of it as well. You need both to be the best teams here at the event.
100%. Yeah, it's like I said on one of the previous maps, the trifecta of Siege. It's the mechanics, the mental, and the strategy. And Furia, I mean, they are extremely talented when it comes to the mechanics. They're pretty good when it comes to the strategy, and they are learning. Putting here after that first round on the rush. Here comes the Monty trying to farm that top floor map control. DZ on the receiving end of it. You've got 3 players on this top floor trying to hold their crossfires.
Bob's in an awkward spot right now, very deep in the building as the Monty, but he's going to be just fine. His teammates locking on the flank there. Hurts doing a bit of vertical damage. We actually see the silhouettes of DC falling back from the top floor, surrendering map space, kind of step by step. So he falls, took a lot of damage, keep him alive, fall on back.
No more top floor now.
Always watching that timer, 145. I will say this is pretty good pace though from Furia. They got a little bit of soft destruction. Thatcher bringing soft breaching charges, can actually do enough verticality on this side. They brought the EMPs, of course, on the Thatcher for the hatch itself. The C4 popped. The thing is, it's going to be Volps on the Monty, who has the can openers, and he is going in a completely different direction. He's in lobby right now. So the hatch leading to open area, not going to be opened up, James.
No. This really should be a free kill, though, for Volps.
You heard him.
Yeah, Volps is
gotta get the vert in there.
Completely exposed. This is going to be a free kill, surely, for Volps, especially if he knows how low Volps is. This is very risky indeed. We just need some pressure from the vert. Volps wants the chance, but no, on the exit, it's a free kill with the pistol. Loira can't take these long-range fights as he breaches holes in the wall with that shotgun.
Did he almost one-tapped Jin? or was he low on health already? Because
I think he might have almost one-tapped him.
That is ridiculous if that's the case. Gotta check the replay later on for that one.
A lot of damage there in the 612. That weapon packs a serious punch, but only in close range.
The thing is, right now, Monty could theoretically just walk in this double door and stop yellow pinging where the defenders are and go for a plant. There's only one counterplay right now, a single toxic bait from Kino. That's not going to be enough to stop Volps on the Monty. This should be a plant round.
It should, but Boxera is slowed down. Here comes the hard breach from Volps as well, onto that cafeteria wall. The entry from Loira in close range. The shotgun, does he check his corners? He does! Goodbye to J90! 4v3 now. Newers trapped in the bomb site. Has to make his flank as NJR and Kino are exposed. Newers will find his kill. Has he bought enough time for his team? Volps looks for that plan, but the coverage is there. It's perfection from Herds. Kino will go down. Furia 3 straight on the attacking side. Bank is heating up and DZ are being left behind.
Such a good read again from Furia. Again, massive respect that they go for the plant there. It's going to be one of those moments where they could just go for kills and they get a bit unlucky, bad timing, they lose a single gunfight because Boxera did go down right before the Ying started rushing the building, or rather inside the site itself. So they leveraged the win condition much better. Mind you, that was Volps taking so much damage early on in the round as the Monty. He played it perfectly after that, even communicated with the Ying, getting that kill onto Volps inside the archives and tellers in a very safe fashion, not going for a solo play. It's a strange affair when we saw yesterday FaZe Team Liquid, El Clasico, super one-sided map 1 and 2.
Yeah.
Still relatively one-sided map 3. This has been a similar story, where one team will dominate the map, then it flips, we go the third, you're thinking super close. No, not really.
Yeah, I have to admit though, like a lot of these rounds have been close in the round themselves.
In the round itself.
Even though we had a 7-3, which was 7 in a row for Furia, and then a 7-1 for DZ. Particularly on that first map of Lair, most of those rounds were very close. They looked very dire, and then a player from Furia would get an insane 3K or 4K. On Nighthaven Labs, it was very close up until that loss from Herds with that throw in the 3v1. After that point, it became very dominant for DZ. And now, again, it feels like DZ are looking hot for a lot of the duration of these rounds, but then Furia at the last moment come through. I mean, Diaz, let's not forget, he started this map off with a 1v2.
Yeah.
It's been far more clutching here for Furia than it has been for Dark Zero.
I did see the replay there. It was also slowed down for me in slow motion, so thank you very much for did that. It was a 2-tap onto J9 with the Ying Shoddy. So 2 bullets at like 10-meter range.
Yeah.
Did 95% of his health bar. I mean,
it was a Kaid as well, right? So that would have killed most operators, except for a 3 armor or a 3 health operator.
That is
5 HP.
Pretty significant damage right there. That's the magic of LAN.
Totally.
LAN Siege hit rank is so incredible. You die so quickly in these gunfights. We saw news at a nasty flick also from the bottom of main stairs in towards the rotate to tellers. It's a very, very fast-paced action game when you get into the battle. And it's the beauty of the strategy that gets us there, right? Dealing with the Kite Claw, the C4, peeling back the roamers step by step, breaching open the necessary walls and or hatches. It's the combination of all of those things that makes a great round of Rainbow Six Siege. Furia are leaning so much more into utility and anti-utility than we've seen from them on the first 2 maps. Now they got Thatcher once again, Capital, Grim. They're not playing for fights, but they are playing in ways that can help them getting kills in avenues. That is
oh my god! Wow, surely Herds wants to type in chat after that
That's
one.
a Herds moment.
Cool. He watches his flank, he's worried about a repeak, and look, that's not a bad call, DZ. Want to go for it. Faults on his retreat from that roam, looks to try and find one, and Loira goes down through the wall, but the damage has been done. And now Herds on that Deimos will target yet another player. It's Kino who's still roaming. All 3 players here from DZ on that first floor with NJ. Yeah, inside of blue. Bomb site is down in the basement, by the way, and there is no way that they can win this round in a traditional sense from the 3v4. DZ have to get creative.
Gotta find that one more kill. That's why they're sticking around for so long here in open area, also supported by the Echo drones. Right now, they're using the Hertz Deimos tracker, just going once on every single defender, seeing if they're gonna be falling back. Kino taking damage, Folks taking damage, so much pressure right now on towards DC, and they're being forced to fall back, leaving just NGR on the server staircase. So now,
down.
If Fury ends up going for that frontal attack that we're used to seeing from server, NGR could literally become the difference maker. But if he sticks around on the staircase, once this hatch is open, he's going to be on his own island. No way back towards the bomb site, so he's going to make that call now. NGR has joined them inside the red hallway. They're giving up server, they're giving up open area. It's going to happen in 3v4 fashion on the bomb site.
This is starting to look like 4 in a row here for the Brazilians. And the energy that they would get after that, the momentum they would take into the 5th and 6th rounds to close up this half would be insurmountable, surely. DZ, if there's any time to clutch up, it would be right now. To win this round here, finally get on the board would mean everything.
They don't know server is clear. That's the issue. They're watching the flank still. They could just go in server, breach the wall, EMP the C4 smoke or Echo before they start planting.
There are no drones.
But they do not know this. They think this is a play on server. They think they're attacking 4v2, but it's into a 4v3 with 2 separate attackers low on health.
Finally, that Yokai drone has been spotted, though DZ had so much information on where the push was coming from. Critical kill there for NJR. If he finds the second, it might just be the round to be won by DZ. 5 seconds. 0 running away at the last moment. Time is ticking down, and so Furia. As 1 by 1 they drop into the bomb site, they will fall. DZ finally made their way onto the scoreboard.
And this time, Furious indecisiveness, taking that 50 seconds of talking together, might have lost them the round. They assumed there was a player server stairs. They thought it wasn't going to be clear, but lack of droning, didn't have a shield operator, and they spent all their Deimos trackers so much early in the round, ensuring the map control for open area later on. That could have been as simple as you go server, you plant with the Thatcher, and there's almost no counterplay for the defense. Look, no trackers left here from Hertz on the Deimos. So they had no idea.
If NJR loses that fight on the main stairs, I gotta think Furia win the round.
It's very possible.
Credit to Faults as well. On that Echo, he did lose one Yokai very early and one with about 30 seconds left in the round, but it fed so much info to DZ to count bodies, figure out where Furia were pushing. It's something we heard from Callout in their tactical timeout earlier. Sometimes you don't need to overcomplicate things. You don't need to yap about what you think they're going to play in a round. Just sit back, even in a 3v4, stick to your guns.
Difficulty of Bank can just be the bomb site rotation to win one side and you go to a weaker one. They're gonna go for a very uncharacteristic Tailors and Archives. So it plays out a little bit like you're playing CEO. You care about top floor up because if the attackers get top floor control, they get the vert to see the entire bomb site. That's why they got the ram here from Boxera. The second thing is, once they get top floor control, which is like inevitable, you have to actually play away from the site itself, playing in main staircase, open area, bottom square, because the site itself is so vulnerable. There's no real good playable positions, especially with the Clash being counterbent away onto Faults. So DC had to get a little bit creative and dig deep in this round. And honestly, looking at the current lineup, I'm looking at Faults for information with the Echo, and I'm looking at Newers, who has that only DMR on defense. He has to be the difference maker. He has to try and find a kill at some point in this round because he's got the ACOG scope. He's gonna have a fair or maybe even advantageous gunfight on his side, but Kino's got SMG-11 shotgun. He's gonna only be able to take fights in very specific locations of the map.
IED active, sweeping perimeter.
With that last round won by DZ, it really does change the expectations and the context for the rest of this half, right? Like DZ, if they just find a second round, that's just enough. More than enough. If Furia want to dominate like they were looking to, they need to win the next 2 rounds in a row, go 5-1 up before moving on to their defensive side. I will say good adaptations from Furia. They've got the IQ, they've been spotting these cameras, and now they're actually targeting Faults with that Dockerby as well. They look to try and get into the bomb side directly. It was a curveball thrown by DZ to try and go to Teller's Archives, but Furia are ripping them a new one. Herd straight into the bomb site for 2 kills. Now Volps looks to try and get that plant down. It's Newers being targeted by that Dockerby. Yet again, another player will lose his phone. Newers, though, needs to have an impact, a little bit of damage, but not enough done as of yet, as the retake is on, but not on enough. Herds has found another one on the round. It's NJR and J90 to try and bring this one back with the players outside propelling on windows. There's nothing for DZ to do. It's a 4th on the board for Furia. One more to dominate this half.
Solid Snakes showing exactly why it's such a problematic operator to defend against. Can always find the gap, can always know exactly where you're playing on the defensive side. That's all they needed. The initial kill. They're in the building. They find a second. Echo off the board. The plan is free. Boxera never entered the building, James. He was on CEO and the rappel the entire time, using the boogie drone from outside the building. And he even found the kill when he tried to go for a retake up above, knowing that the win condition was going to be in the post. And Nevera can use that to great success. That is about the 4th round where Hertz has absolutely popped off. While he did sell a round on Nighthaven Labs, he has redeemed himself here on Bank.
He well and truly has. Herds now leading the way for his team. Deadly on the Deimos, even more so on the Solid Snake. DZ throwing every strap they have at Furia. Every tertiary bomb site, quaternary bomb site in the case of Teller's Archives, a bomb site we never see picked. But the North Americans might have bitten off a little bit more than they can chew here. They were pushed deep in their quarterfinal against Weibo, but they overcame it because they were cooler, they were calmer, they stuck to their guns and their prep. Furia have already taken down the NAL champions in Wildcard, and they did so without breaking a sweat yesterday. Now, against Dark Zero, they look to take yet another scalp away from North America and qualify the first team into our grand final.
Can I be annoying?
Please.
2 days ago.
Yeah, no, I knew that as soon as I said that, but
we had thanks for.
I had some grandiose I was trying to build up.
It was good. You did a great job, James. Normally, quarterfinals is 4 games for us, but at this event for EWC 26, it's been 2 separate days.
This entire event has been a fever dream. There's been so much Siege played over the last week and a half.
It's been some good stuff.
I think it culminates tomorrow.
A lot of upsets as well. I need one more prediction for the weapon skin in the predictions. I got 9 out of 10 for it.
Who'd you pick for this game?
I picked DC, that's the problem. They're looking the wrong way, but I got face later. They got me, okay? Don't worry about it. They always show up.
They may well. I mean, it could be a FaZe Furia grand final. Who knows?
It's looking possible right now.
DZ certainly want to have a conversation about that narrative. They don't want to see that whatsoever. But Kino taking a lot of damage. Still the deadly Deimos down below with Loira. Furia have slowly been making their way to talk up the pressure onto DZ. There's a roamer all the way down to the basement though. Folks biding his time, looking for a flank eventually.
I like this
back
though.
of your mind.
Laura was downstairs applying pressure towards janitors, and now they all know if we go into that room, we're gonna get tracked and we're gonna die. Laura's playing the mental game. He's left the downsize area, know that he's flankable, but he's still having that mental pressure of, oh my god, what if he did stick around? So now DC play much further back in the bomb, so playing inside a meeting, playing inside of the stock hallways, and not playing janitors whatsoever. The only issue is for Furia, they're at a bit of a standstill. They're not progressing the round. They find the Soul Roamer. It's going to be Fulch. It's going to be sprinting away. He's fine. Boxera goes down with J90. And just like that, DC in full control as Furia are not making enough progress.
It's a lot more patience from DZ. We heard the advice from Call Out after the last time they lost this round. Don't sweat it. Don't overcomplicate things. Here comes the util sending on in. Herds, if he wins this gunfight against Kino, unawares, it could be the round. The fire comes in as well. Herds somewhat blocked out by it, but he still marches his way forward. Furia now need to get into the building, but there's time. They don't have to rush. Volps to force down this plant. Newest is getting to a better position. The flank from top square of Foltz is being watched by Loira, but he's got the 1x scope. He needs to win this gunfight in the post plant. DZ need to try and retake, but Loira goes to the wider angle, finds the kill. It's J90, the only man who stands between Furia and a 5-1 domination. The Brazilians are just 2 rounds away from a grand final here in Paris.
What did we say? DC needs that second round, and they did not find it. And with that, we're into the halftime roll check. Roll swap.
Vamos fazer essas coisas de conforto que a gente consegue ficar mais confortável pra comunicar, pra falar de ping-pong, tá ligado? Vamos deixar a pressão pra eles, fechou? O que eu acho que a gente faz no primeiro round? Eu acho que a gente pode fazer uma safe, eu pensei em você fazer uma extra escondido, vai dar muito bom. Sabe por quê? Eles fazem sempre full server, com tipo, mó lentão, com Ling, Thatcher, tipo, a mó lentidão da...
Qual a safe? A double trap?
A safe double trap, né? Double trap com ele de maestra, eu acho que vai ser uma boa pra gente começar o jogo. Depois, guys, a gente pode ir pra área aberta. Vamos área aberta antes do seu? Vamos área aberta horizontal, que a gente tá jogando bem pra porra nela.
Mano, a 4-1 é a nossa melhor.
Ó, a 4-1 sim, faz de bunch e você faz de trap no bomb mesmo, porque eles gostam de foguetar o cara do bomb, tá ligado? Sim, na 4-1, faz de trap mesmo, porque eles gostam de foguetar o cara do bomb. Guys, eles têm o default do mapa, uma caçada default, uma caçada pra cima e uma play foguetando bomb, porque eles gostam de fazer goiás no... jump no relógio, só que a gente vai banir
Warding, então? Just a note for like open area, CEO, or the low chance they go tellers, and you want to call something different, get the Zofia on the windows, they play a shit ton of castle. So like we can actually rip that shit open. But the multiple might be in, that'll be pretty easy to get, so like one Zof can pretty much clear everything.
Yeah.
Oh, let's go. Let's get super stern right now.
Oh my god. And let's enjoy the moment. Let's just have some fun.
Just get a little bank attack, fellas. That's all it is. Nothing to it.
Nothing
Let's
to
do
it.
I'll tell you what, I think we do a Jasmine Jessica.
Oh my god.
Oh wow. What is that? A Jasmine Jessica? Is that a strategist song? I have no idea what this said. I like that from Kino. Guys, let's enjoy the moment. Gonna go just a bit of bank attacks. It's fine. It really is about setting expectations, guys. The pressure isn't on us. It's just another day of Siege.
Yeah, but the stakes are pretty damn high. To survive at the Esports World Cup, they're gonna need 5 rounds out of 6 here on the attacking side. 6 in a row to win it in regulation. The Esports World Cup is one of the biggest events in the Rainbow Six calendar.
Yeah.
And it's one that neither of these teams have ever added to their trophy cabinet. There's $750,000 for first place, a $2 million prize pool on the line. Less than half of first place goes to second place. And at the moment, these teams have only guaranteed top 4. There's a long road to another trophy for whichever of these teams has the goal, has the bravery to grasp it, to chase it.
Oh, he caught him rappelling in. That's a huge pick there from J90 actually. Finding a small gap. Did not realize that's how they found that pick.
Sometimes the slimmest of gaps, the tiniest of moments is what wins a round, what makes or breaks a tournament for a team, especially in a semi-final like we find ourselves in today.
Hold the phone. Maestro being picked in the first round without the Bravo ban. It's been Monty Glass from Furia and a Warden Kaid, or Mayan Kaid from DC.
But look at these prep phase drones here from DZ. Archives, main stairs, square, lobby. These are set up for the roam clear, not at all to get info on what the bomb site setup is like. If Volps doesn't go for any hatches, DZ aren't going to know that there's a Maestro on the board, and they might not bring enough counters for it.
I mean, right now, they technically have to, right? They can EMP them temporarily, and Sophia has 3 soft-destroying charges currently, so that is going to be a good counter if you save them for the late round state.
There's also a bulletproof camera on Herds and a deployable shield on Diaz, which you'll need those explosives for.
He's also saved all 3 bubbles.
Wow, that's some tech.
Yeah. That's the thing about a lot of Evil Eyes nowadays. If you put them on any elevated position, you cannot melee them, especially if they look up, like straight up into the air. So it does leave very specific pieces of util as the counter. He did make a teeny tiny mistake, you can say, right? He might have survived the drone phase, but he stepped into dirt tunnels, put down the barbed wire, and was spotted. So they do know now that Maestro is on the board. They just don't know exactly where those bubbles or the Maestro Evil Eyes have been positioned. But I mean, look at DC's setup. Oh, sorry, Furious setup. It's all plant analysis. Yeah. Very late round Rainbow Six Siege. In fact, they have 1 sole player not in the basement bomb site.
And he's technically at blue stairs, which is more like an extension of the bomb site rather than a roam. Very unusual. Furia love roaming. They love getting aggressive. This is a very passive setup, but a very deadly one with a lot of util stacked in their favor. Thankfully, DZ have been extremely quick here.
Yeah.
They don't have to worry about the Kaid. They open up all of these hatches very quickly. And now the rest of the round will be all about making sure they can counter every piece of setup on the bomb site.
I mean, this is scary because DC on paper are very good at picking apart these sort of strategies. Furia wants him to just like burn down the time or whatnot, but actually, I'm not sure that's the hatch pick or whatever, but Maxera finds Newers on Capital. That's a huge loss to suffer this early on. On the other side, Volps kept that Evil Eye open up, so they didn't even need to use any gadgetry for it. They just shot it with the gun of Genano.
Yeah, and that other Evil Eye deeper into the bomb site won't actually prevent a long plant. It'll only prevent the shallow plant.
That wasn't the hatch.
Indeed it was. Here comes, though, an opening pick here from Volps. The spam of util both directions here. The Sophia versus the Tachanka. The Thatcher as well is the perfect counter to these Evil Eyes. DZ try and bait up as much utility as possible. They have so much time on the clock. Kino likely to go for a backwards turtle plan at some point. NJR looks to try and cover. Will DZ drop a body down from the hatch? Perhaps they will. Watching for the nitro cells. There are none to toss on over. Diaz, he's not denying this plan. Kino manages to confirm it. And DZ look to try and start strong on their attacking side. It's Volps and Diaz in a 2 versus 4. Kino has the perfect position and his teammates are watching from on high. This post plan is undeniable. And Volps and Diaz have nothing to do for it. Nice kill on the J90, but surely that won't be enough. Kino, a little bit of damage onto him. The fire, though, it will not be enough. As Volps finds both of the final 2 kills from the server hatch, and DZ find their energy back on the attacking side.
And that's without even having enough hard destruction for the default walls. They had to plant on the door itself. A little bit risky, but the fire missed from Tachanka. And I love the utility there from Sophia, opening up the red hallway wall and the locker wall. They could see from server all the way to vault, the other end of the building on that base and bomb side. So Tachanka, I think, under so much pressure, didn't have the safety to go for a proper lineup. And that changes the plant denial possibilities.
Yeah, wow. Sometimes all it takes is open up a line of sight and commit to a gunfight there. It restricts Tachanka. He doesn't have as much mobility, and that's probably part of the reason why he missed the fire. Also add to that, the fact that we did have the long wall breach meant that some of the fires from Tachanka actually went all the way through the breach too deep to deny that plan.
I did see that as well. Also, that was with losing Newers on Capital right before execute. That could have been even more decisive from Dark Zero.
Absolutely.
If there was fire on the ground, I mean, no one's going to push anywhere on that bomb side.
There's a lot of confidence in that halftime break there from Callout and the boys. Perhaps DZ have it very much warranted. 1-5 down on their defensive half is not a worry if they have that same kind of energy that Furia had on their attack.
So that's call out set, just some bank attacks. It's a favorable side. It's all about the processes in the server. And Furia, I think they might try and go for like, you know, this round as well. Not gonna be as passive. They got trap operators, they got the clash on the board, but I could imagine that they're gonna fall back sooner rather than later. And if that doesn't work twice in a row, it's gonna be Furia probably gonna turn up the aggression to 110% and say, guys, DC are picking us apart, but we're gonna fight back with the guns. So I want to watch for it here when and if Fury are going to be falling back towards the bomb side, or if they've already made that call to switch it up.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
Well,
there's a bit of a fight from the blue stairs, an aggressive peek as Foltsu goes down. One of the best operators to take out being the Thatcher. That's a lot of the counter to, well, actually, funnily enough, in this lineup, not as much utility as you would have thought. The main counter here for the Thatcher is to force that clash back and to get rid of that Nitro cell. Actually, yeah,
you could EMP the Warden and just yink till the staircase. Now it's a freebie, but all of a sudden, you cannot go for your usual attacking take.
Fair point.
So this could be a plan B for DC.
Yeah, and there are no frags or anything else to try and force back that.
No shield.
Warden, yeah, no shield player as well, which means that they will need to try and take that fight. The Candela will ring on out. Box Zero doesn't care about it. He's got the glasses, he can ring on out. By this time, it'll have to be a double peek here from DZ. Someone will need to drop the hatch, or they will just fall on back. Yeah, it's a complete flip here for DZ.
But what are they flipping to? I mean, I thought they were going to just hot send it down the hatch, maybe try and catch them by surprise. But again, 4v5, and no clash also on the board somewhere in the bomb site itself. It feels like they can't find the opening, they can't create the opening. They need to have somebody individually step up, and it could be Newers trying to attack Garage, maybe.
Can't afford to make any mistakes on your attacking side when you only win a single round on your defense, so DZ look to make their way forward. It's a split push. Newers moving in from Garage, but Herds finds the first kill. With that, he buys a little bit of information as well on the main stairs. DZ fighting two players in deficit. Newers needs to have a big impact, but they're suspicious, and they found him! Kano and K9 are the last two left now for DZ to try and prevent Furia from getting 4 match points on the verge of elimination. DZ have nothing to say. Flawless Furia, one more round, and they knock the major champions from the tournament.
All Furia they need is one particular kill in a round. The most important util operator is Thatcher. You cannot take down the Warden comfortably. There was no shield, there was no EMP, the Ying is ineffective, there's just no win condition, as we love to say in Rainbow Six Siege. So it comes down to a staircase fight 50-50, a garage fight 50-50, and Kino white swing and hoping that the enemy will be looking the wrong direction. But they were watching the walk-in from the elevator door. He too gets shot down. That is the problem, in quotation marks, with utility attacking rounds. If the wrong player dies in the wrong location, the wrong time, you cannot commit to the plan. And that is the strength and weakness of Fury and how they approach these rounds, because they like to brute force it. It's not always clean, it's not always super calculated, but it means even if someone dies and takes that risky decision, it's not the end of the round for them. But 6-2 score on a bank here, not the scoreline I expected before we started this map.
That's the thing. That's the advantage of starting on the attacking side. Obviously, it's no brainer. You want to start on the favorable side, but what does that mean? Actually, round by round, it means that you have the ability, the luxury of taking more risks. Right now, DZ cannot afford to take risks. You lose one kill, like you said, Furia find one pick, and that could be GG. But you have to take risks on the attacking side, otherwise you become too predictable.
Yes.
Otherwise the defense will dictate the pace of these rounds. It's going to be 4 in a row here for DZ, otherwise it's the end of the line.
It's also why when you have an operator like a Solid Snake or a Deimos, you are now the entry player. You're built to go for kills. Look at the current attacker lineup. Right now, everyone is so valuable. Once Newers will spend his primary gadget, now he's a gun for hire. Once NDR is done using his summer charges, now he becomes the entry. But in the beginning of the round, to get that first pick, everyone is playing very passive. No one can afford to die, especially players like your Foltz, like your Kino, the Grim Capital. They need that for the bomb site, for late round execute. DC have done a great job here getting top floor control. Fury have surrendered the space, they're falling back. They're playing open area. They're playing archives and tellers. They're playing inside the elevator on the main staircase.
And it's been an uncharacteristically passive Furia here in these defensive rounds. Happy to just slowly peel back the layers, force DZ into an execute. Do not give them any kills for free.
Like I said, it all comes down to that first fight. With DC progressing, Newers is almost there to become that entry. His scoreline is 2-8, but he is so capable. We saw that on the second map when DC won 7-1 on Nighthaven. Now goes the last Boogie drone. So Newers, it's time to activate. It's time to get in the action. I think Inja might have heard that hash drop, and he also knows about the elevator player. DC, 1 minute and 15 seconds to go with all the pressure on their side.
And they need this opening pick so desperately. Furia has been dominating in the early game. They've had 6 of the opening picks in these 8 rounds. It's been thanks to Herds mostly, and Boxera as well, 5 between the 2 of them. J9 knows exactly where Boxera lies in wait, but finds the kill! There's the opening for DZ!
That's what they needed. EMP comes out, racing towards that side wall, but look at Volps looking for a flank. If he finds the kill upstairs, he does.
Oh my god! There's no one watching that drone. Volps has found one, now Newers has to go hunting. He says, where has he gone? Can I focus up on the bomb site? It might be a desperate time to drop, but Loira finds the double kill. Even though J9 shuts down the flank, he'll find a second triple in the round, but he needs to get that diffuser back again. Newers sneaking inside. If he can find Loira, then it might be winnable.
He heard him.
Diaz in the 1v2 as Newers tries to dodge around. J9 has the angle from the other side, but Newers just needs this last lick of damage. They will swing together, and J9 puts up a 4K to keep DZ alive.
So many small moments that could go completely wrong for DC. Loira gets that double kill. It stops the entire push from bottom square. So it becomes Newers proning into the small box, looking for a kill. J9 holding on to lobby, getting the first opening pick, the second and the third, all across main stairs. Operator bans. I don't know if there's like a sole operator that fixes the struggles for DC. There's a lot against it. The smoke is very good. The DMR is very good. The Asami is very good. What do you get rid of right now? It's gonna be the Asami. It plays into every single bomb site, so it affects the majority of the map. And when you're down 3 to 6, you need to go flawless. So getting rid of an operator that gets played every round, it makes sense.
And there are very few operators that have an impact on the unusual bomb sites, on the weaker bomb sites of Bank than the Azami. Right? They have already talked about in the halftime role swap, they're happy to play against that castle. They have a plan with the Zofia for that. You could ban something that's really powerful on a basement defense like a Tachanka or a Smoke, but there's no point because you know, even if Furia win, they have to go onto this top floor, right? DZ need to chain these rounds together. The problem is for DZ, even after they win this next round, they will have to attack a basement bomb site for Furia once again.
Again, it doesn't get any easier. I am curious from DC's perspective if they're gonna stay with the utility game or get Newers on a Solid Snake or a Deimos, or in this case an Ash for the mirror windows.
Yeah, you need something for those mirrors.
We need someone, again, to be the difference maker and get those kills. There's his final second, gets on the Snake. I love this from him because he's been a bit quiet here in Bank, and it's all about the opening picks. Once Fury, they feel the pressure of, oh my god, our strat is falling apart, they're gonna get desperate. Then they're gonna start forcing gunfights. That's when you hold the angles with the DMRs. But you need to get to that state first by getting that pick.
Yeah, the DMRs are so powerful on this specific bomb site, especially with that Hibana to try and breach open that Kanto wall. Furia decided not to go for range hard breach bans here today. So NJR should be able to cut open that hallway. There's a bulletproof very nicely placed inside of Janders that does watch the default. It's fine, the Bandit can be countered by the Kali unless if Diaz is ready to juggle it, which he is in fact. He should be able to juggle these Hibana pellets. Oh, the bait comes out from Faults on another angle, and he finds a free kill. The opening pick for DZ.
Yeah. Successful, again, baiting in that opening pick, but with strategy, with a pure counter. And now it also gives less pressure onto Neuros to become that entry frag on the Solid Snake. He can actually play more of a useful role, be in the window repel, get the scan out, see where the enemies are playing from, and then share the info to the Capital, to the Ying, try and set up another safe way of getting a kill. The mirror window, next problem. Gotta get maybe a Smoke Kit or a Cadilla in there, get the X-Kairos or get the Kali Lances. Still 3 in pocket from J9. Step by step here for DC.
Problem is, there's so much util here to burn through. And with the castle barricades, there's no Zofia picks this time from DZ, as was mentioned in the halftime. And Kali's having to use her lance to destroy that barbed wire on the main banana stairs. Boxera just sit back. No DMR here, by the way, for Furia, so they will be at a disadvantage in the gunfights. Here comes a great way for the Fire to come out from Volps. However, a second mirror window hidden in the pocket for Volps. He is not safe. He will have to drop down below, but he survives just barely to fight another day. But Newers sneaking up the main stairs. This could be it for DZ to look for the plant. However, Volps is in position. Plant denied. DZ, what's your plan B when you're shut out of the bomb site? Can you go hunting? Can you find Volps down below?
The Fire cuts off 2 attackers for 20 seconds. Have to go for a flip, go for a rotate. Volps still creeping downstairs. Could find an attacker sprinting into his arms. That might just be the round. He's looking the wrong way, though. He does not know about Newers.
Should get caught off guard here. This should be a free kill, indeed. Volps will go down. Advantage in theory for DZ, but that diffuser still remains on the bomb site.
No smoke grenades, no fire. Has to go for kills for DZ. This is everything.
It's go big or go broke here at EWC for DZ. As they need to find these final Furia players. Herds on the floor. What's the impact J90 can have? He spots out that player inside of the elevator. It's just Boxzero left. He's the last one standing, but the plant can go down. Herds has a little bit of information as he's trailing on the bomb site. He can try and give info to Boxzero for the retake. But this 1v3 would be a miracle for the young gun. A little bit of damage, not as of yet. Newers and J90 both low HP. DZ just need to survive to hold on for a few more rounds. 1 more on the board, 2 more, and we'll see overtime.
It doesn't get much closer than that. Mind you, had the Capital Fire done a single tick more of damage, Volps would have just died. It's gonna be attack timeout, I guess, from Furia, because I hear their voices.
Setups vão debaixo da win server. É melhor pra fazer, tá ligado? Sem medo. Você passou todos os bonecos pra isso.
Sem exame?
Eu acho que você faz de... Sem exame, foda-se. Eu acho que você faz de smoke ao invés de fazer de warden, tá ligado? Porque senão ele vai desabilitar você no meio da escada e vai te matar. Guys, só faz a win server, não tem problema. Eles não sabem lidar com isso. Você pode jogar de Aruna se quiser, que você viu que a Twitch preparou essa garagem. Bota o bico nela, não deixa ela jogar, tá ligado? O que eles podem fazer, guys, é querer splitar costas. Mano, um pouquinho de paciência. Estão passando o carro desesperado um pro outro, guys. Na hora do exec, desacelera um pouco, deixa a gente pegar o gatilho do que eles vão fazer e vamos se organizar um pouquinho melhor.
Se der errado, vamos fazer o aberto 4-1.
4-1, exatamente, perfeito.
Bora, guys. Bora, caralho. Bora, guys.
O jogo tá pra gente, mano.
Bora. Get the energy up there. I heard server and blue being mentioned. Within all of that chaos. The comms, of course, all over the place because we don't understand what they're saying, but usually when we get the translations, it's very accurate on the point there from Redog, the full player himself. He knows what his players are up against. He knows what it's like in the server.
That he does. Furia are up 5-1, up 6-2. So many match points in their favor, but DZ, credit to them, they picked this apart. A great counter for the Bandit juggle with Volps on that narrow angle, but the Nitro Cell almost meant the end of the line for DZ. The fact that Volps was able to escape despite that Capital Fire gave Furia a chance. It wasn't enough, but the problems aren't gone. DZ are not out of the woods as of yet, Pengu, and you know why? They got to go back down and attack this basement again. It's unlocked again for Furia.
This is where things get the most scary. There are so many ways to lose this on the attacking side, like we saw before. Losing the Thatcher early, now you can't deal with the ward on server stairs. That's a problem. Don't bring enough half reach, so somebody dies a half reach in pocket, can't reach all the hatches. Don't find the Robo because he's hiding somewhere, well, you get flanked. You have to be perfect on so many areas of the game. In the beginning, locking down the staircases, clearing the whole map, constantly watching the flanks because it could be reattempted, and also break apart the side setup. They have a drone in server, they see Boxzero's location, but they can't do much about it. If Newers see him walk away, he will take Zero for free. But Boxzero's been very smart at having a very good instinct here on the location of Newers. Urge falls elsewhere though.
Wow, upstairs on the top floor. Discovered early on for the top fragger of Furia. That is a very troublesome blow. In a 5v5, I would say this basement still favors defenders, despite Bank overall favoring the attackers. Certainly not in a 4v5, however, for Furia.
Again, all about Newers and Kino working together. They can bait for each other. If he takes the fight above, Kino goes in below and vice versa.
Newers wants to make his moment.
EMP is ready.
Move on inside. The EMP comes out. Boxzero There it is. We'll have the information. No, he's blinded now by the Candela. In comes a shotgun here from Kino, but the clash right back is saving live. Oh, Boxera! Where was the flank here from Newers? He's being held at bay by Diaz on the defense. It's a perfect counter from Furia. That clash coming in to save the day.
They rotated 2 players, one towards the tunnel, one towards the door, and DC are falling apart.
Nice one.
Say goodbye to the numbers advantage after that pick onto Hertz. They have been outplayed. DZ, who always have an answer, who always have a response.
What a rotate, what a read there from Furia, having the right foresight. The fire is finally gone from the server staircase, and they're going to try and go for it again.
However, the smoke will keep them guessing for a brief moment. Opens up the hatch now, finally, from NJR, but the engagements will come through regardless. Loira will fall. Volps, a little bit exposed, needs to try and fall on back safely. However, the hatch inside the bomb site is still open, which means False will prevent his retreats. There is no option here to fall back for Boxera and Volps. They are trapped here inside of server. They will have to fight for their lives! Boxera! 10 kills for the young gun as he tries to make his way back inside.
Easy plan,
DZ,
easy plan.
they were the last hope for NA, but even for a major champion, nothing is granted. You can close your eyes, but you cannot block out the drums. Another grand final calls for Furia.
The final thing that DC will hear and see at this event will be the drums of war, supporting Brazilians, supporting Fury the entire tournament. A hard-fought battle, lost by North Americans, Fury proving that Salt Lake was a fluke. The early exit, losing to a CNL team with this kind of roster, that was their beginning, but not their end. This is them scaling, rising to the occasion. People had said that the age of Brazil was over, it was done, and it was North America's chance to shine. We saw that with 2 NA teams in the grand final on home soil in Salt Lake City. But here in Paris, there's something in the water for Brazil again. Furia, down from the lower bracketing group stage, and now all the way deep into their first grand final with this new roster. And it's crazy because it could become a Brazil v Brazil grand final. GK against FaZe is the next match later today.
There's no question who's favored there.
Yeah, exactly right. That's going to be the expected winner of FaZe Clan. This was DC's chance to go to the final, then take down the best there is in the whole world in FaZe Clan. But the story ends a little bit too early. I think a couple of weaknesses were shown up against Weibo, and similar weaknesses exploited now against Furia. The map veto was, I feel like, a little bit one-sided. I feel it was DC favored more often than not. But in the server, no doubt about it, Furia, they played the better style of Siege.
Herds and Volps know what it means to win a major trophy. Hell, Herds knows what it means to win almost everything except an esports World Cup. But for Boxera, just plucked from Tier 2 months ago at his second ever international event, it will be his first ever grand final. Diaz and Loira have both been there before in grand finals, but never raised a trophy. And now Furia, they silence the major champions. They shut NA out of the tournament, and they go deeper. They take one step closer to that elusive trophy.
Boxera just doesn't shake. Every clutch, every 1v1, every gunfight, every opportunity, he seizes it. He takes those risky fights every single time to great success. I mean, what a story for him. A lot of different Brazilian players, people like JV, Casey, Hertz, they're saying, this guy's up next, this guy is crazy. And when they're gassing someone up, you better listen.
And if there is someone to complete the trifecta, a 6 Invitational, a Major, and an EWC champion, it will not be False today. No, it could well be Hertz. Furia are ready, they're roaring, and they are here to play as we go down to chat with Loira on the stage.
Yes, my friends, it is done and dusted. Furia make it to the grand final, and I'm here with Loira for a quick chat. Now look, you're doing it, you make it to the final, and after defeating Dark Zero, the most recent champions from Salt Lake City, do you feel that this is redemption for how Salt Lake City went for you and the team?
Yeah, of course, we're doing a great tournament. Everyone thought we were terrible after Salt Lake. We are just showing everyone how good we are. Final, let's go.
I mean, it's a roster that was built, 6 months ago. To make it this far is pretty impressive. It's in the final, not the first one. You'll be in it. What do you feel that this is, why do you feel that this is a team that can actually get gold here in Paris at the end of tomorrow?
I think we just do our job very, very well. Every day when we are in Brazil, we just work and work and work. We try not to lose our minds in the way. and I think that's what makes us good. Like, nothing special, nothing unusual. We just do our jobs, and I guess we do it good.
It's very difficult not to lose your mind when you have also the crowd here cheering for you now. It's either FaZe or GK that you'll be facing tomorrow. Who do you expect to win the next semi?
I expect FaZe to win, and I want FaZe to win. I think we'll have some deals. We'll have something to make it right with them. So I hope FaZe wins, and I hope that will be the final.
Very good. Then at this point, I'll ask you, do you want to say anything to the Furia fans that are cheering for you this whole day?
They're just amazing. Like, look at this. Like, I can't even believe, like, they're cheering for us, you know?
They're the ones that are here, but what about the ones that are watching you from home and really cheering you on through your career? You played in different regions at this point and back in a final once again.
Yeah, it's so nice to have people like back home watching us, cheering for us. Like I said, I can't believe like people were cheering for me, cheering for these boys. Like it's just an amazing feeling, you know. And thank you very much, guys. I hope you guys keep watching us on the final. We're gonna need you guys. So thank you.
I tell you, it's going to be real loud tomorrow, but for now, we're going to get loud in the backstage because I'm going to grab the rest of the team once they take their beautiful photos. Come on over. Gentlemen, let's come over and crush a key together before I give you back to the squad. All right. All right, come on in. Whatever, we'll take the photo together. Come on in. Hey. Call me part of the Furia family at this point. Come on in. It's time to crush that Dark Zero key. Remind everybody, Dark Zero, the most recent major champions, they are out. And who's in now? It's Furia. Could be an all-Brazilian grand final, we're yet to know. But for now, it's guaranteed is that the Dark Zero key will be crushed and sent into the graveyard. Laura doing the honors for this one as we go slowly but surely. Snap it in half. Herds is ready to celebrate. And that's Dark Zero out of the game. It's crazy how quickly things turn around. Furia, congratulations to them. They'll be going to their grand final, their first as their roster. Who faces up against them still is the question, but for now, celebrations all over, including at our desk.
Well, it was the best of times, it was the worst of times. A tale of two cities, more like a tale of two Furias who lost earlier on to Weibo Gaming in a best of one. They lost 2-0 to GK Esports, but during this tournament, we have seen them very much like the French play and story that was so mentioned there in that quote. We have seen an evolution, a change, a disruption to how they showed up to now where they are as they booked the very first ticket here for Rainbow Six Siege at EWC to the grand finals. What a moment, and the drums of the cavalry beat on as we welcome you back to the panel here. My name's Rainday. Of course, I've got Laxing Alphama with me. Gentlemen, that was a testament to Furia's adaptation, but also a testament to their ability to navigate a team like Dark Zero who had everything going for them going into that map.
I mean, it's also a testament to their own individual prowess. I mean, they are a brand new team. They had a huge hiccup in Salt Lake City. Everyone was down on them. They tucked their tails. They focused on what was important. Get through SCL, qualify through here, have to go through those plans and just fight tooth and nail all the way through. I mean, it has to be rewarding to end here on a grand final, and the way that they did it to go into this last map was tremendous.
My main takeaway is that we've been praising the firepower on Furia, right?
Yeah.
They've got some of the best gunners in the world, and that's true. But what I saw today in that last map, that was strategy, that was depth.
Absolutely.
In attack, how many clean executions have we seen? Preset plans on the very first round, that rush with the blitz.
Yes.
All of these things are innovative, they're new, and they're just adding layers upon layers on their playstyle.
Not even just the executions, being able to exploit DZ, being able to find those gaps and punish them round after round. Exactly. It's the consistency and the level that you want heading into a grand final, that you are coming into that series refined, brand new, refreshed, revitalized, and you even heard from their end, they want to take on FaZe. There is something to prove in that matchup if it ends up being that way, and And again, so well deserving to be in a grand final.
And this crowd, they let you know exactly what's going on. You can see the results of each round with your eyes closed, but you cannot block out the drums. I love that line from Dev and Pengu on the cast. I also love talking about what this means for the region, because he had also said Brazil may be the forgotten best top dynasty. It's hard to say that when they've won so much. Do you agree with that? Because certainly now Furia, they have changed the tone.
I mean, I'm definitely going to disagree with that.
Okay.
I would say obviously it was a bit of a stumble for FaZe. I mean, if you watch that DZ game, it was pretty close up until that very last map where, again, DZ did solidify their dominance, but I would never in a million years count out Brazil as a region. They're dominant for a reason.
But that's because you want to go to the beach in Rio de Janeiro. That's right.
Absolutely.
And you don't want to, because you might get shut out there. Okay, I got it. Head-to-head, guys, here. Herds and Boxera, Alphama, these two players, phenomenal.
Absolutely, and for many different reasons. On one side, on the left, we have called a veteran here, the one that won the 3 majors, if you can't reload as a major. Obviously, R6SIEGE as well, and he's on its way to maybe win Esports World Cup. On the other side, Boxera. That's the 2 best rated player on the roster, but most importantly, on the right side of your screen, best player on the side of Furia, the rookie, the rookie, Boxera. So the veteran, the rookie carried their way here. Buck, many players were doubting him. Coming into Furia as the roster was being rebuilt, he was one of the best rookies of SCL, but always had been a little bit average, I guess, towards against the best competition in Brazil. When he played in Salt Lake City, he did not deliver well. He found his best groove here at EWC in semi-finals to bring his team to a grand final, the first ever for this player, and he deserves it because he carried them there.
And he did it with so much swagger and finesse, especially in that first map. I mean, big kills coming out of him, big momentum shifts that was putting Furia in the driver's seat. And he didn't even celebrate with the team to go crush the Queen.
No, he didn't.
He was in the crowd celebrating with the crowd. I was like, I see all the rest. Where is Bach? But he was in with the crowd and very well deserved. I'm sure they were all singing his songs and praise.
It might be a move veterans make fun of you for a little bit. You know, I know in the locker room they might be like, hey man, shake hands before you start jumping over there. But he's like, hey, listen, I was in tier 2 a few months ago. You expect me to miss the opportunity at LAN in France with this crowd? Oh. I mean, I would say, oh, heck no. You know the other word I would have said there as well. I mean, this is one of those that just feels so great for him. And I know on the other side of it, the flip side, it's difficult as an athlete, as a competitor. You guys all know this as well. I know this. It's tough to accept that loss, especially after it happens. So we always appreciate our players who do our exit interviews. Fultz is standing by with Ann.
We're speaking to Fultz after our loss here at the Esports World Cup. Fultz, you guys started well on map 1, 3 rounds, and then 7 rounds in a row loss. What do you think happened on map 1?
I think we hesitated on the opportunities that were presented to us on a couple of those rounds, and then they did a good job of kind of snowballing that momentum to end up taking the map.
And then map 2, you win that one. Do you think that's down to the resilience that you mentioned earlier, or down to the fact that it's your own map and it's that comfort zone there?
Definitely both. I would say both.
All right. And then what's a Jasmine and a Jessica? We heard you guys talk about that.
I can't get into all that, but it's a bunch of funny business. So.
And how come you're using words like this? Is it so that eavesdroppers don't listen in and have an idea of what's going on, or what's the reason?
It's just to lighten the mood, because a lot of times it can get very serious and always about the game. And sometimes the best things for you is just to make a funny joke and detach from the game. So that's kind of our idea with that.
It worked. We saw smiles on your faces. And then talking about map 3 as well, finally. You got so close to the comeback. What do you think happened on the final map?
We just made a really bad decision. We got I think an OPK on a guy ratting, and then decided to kind of speed up server without even getting any hatches for some reason. So yeah, just an overlook on our side.
All right, well, best of luck, of course, at the preparation for stage 2. Thank you for your time, and we will send it back to the studio.
Thank you, Ann. Talking to Fultz there, talked about sometimes you got to let it go. Just take it easy and reset mentally.
I just love the fact that he laughed a little bit about the Jasmine and Jessica call and the strategy. And I just love that insight, because it just gives you one more idea about how different the system on Dark Zero is compared to any other team out there. They've got a specific team culture, and we heard it during the halftime. When Cole was speaking with them, these guys were on the back foot. They were struggling. The momentum was back to Furia. And what did they say? We're going to lighten the mood. We're going to go for Jasmine and Jessica Furia on the attack, and everybody smiled. It worked. It's the kind of small tool, small detail, right?
Yeah.
But all of these add up on the side of DZ. That makes this team so special. They will be back for sure.
Absolutely.
I think they stumble against a really strong opponent with really high momentum today. Any other day, I think they can also take on Furia and win. I think for Dark Zero, we're not tired of seeing them. We're going to see them in more events.
I love their culture as a fan now, just kind of watching them a little bit more in this week of Siege that I'm joining you all. It's been a pleasure to see the way that they take on the game. I've always loved more of the philosopher coaches, the Phil Jacksons and, and the Greg Popoviches, those kind of people who get you in the locker room ready to go in a way that's different than most of these other teams. Now, let's put a capstone on this conversation because Dark Zero, they're heading out, obviously, but Salt Lake City, they win that major. They come here top 4. How do we feel about NA right now and that performance?
I mean, obviously, I'm still feeling good. It's good to see my region is still prospering, being able to get to the top.
We got our Frenchman over here.
Enough. And, I have to agree with what he was talking about. An NA team hasn't been able to replicate that same sort of success. And for whatever that reason is, whether it's the competition, whether not just hitting your strides, I mean, it is unfortunate to see Dark Zero go out the way they did because as a former competitor, it's hard to lose to yourself.
Yeah.
When a team is just absolutely dominating, not to take anything away from Furia, but the amount of rounds where Dark Zero was just allowing so much space to be taken, not fighting for certain control of the map that we talked about, and it being exploited into so many gaps of their setups. That's not the good DZ that we're usually used to seeing. And hats off to Furia to be able to exploit it and find those and abuse it and get them that win. But I have no doubt in my mind that Dark Zero is going to be able to show up. And I have no doubt in my mind that Wildcard is going to show up for the next event coming forward. I mean, both those two teams have fought very hard.
He's like,
very
I'm over
deserving.
it.
But fact of the matter is, SAL and EML seem to dominate right now, so far until this next match.
Not EML. Let's be clear.
Well, like I said, until this next match, we gotta see what happens there.
It's hard to argue with a guy wearing denim looking that good, man. Come on, Alpha. Come on, dog. Brought the outfit today. Let's take a look at what we got coming up next here on the schedule. Lax and I will stick around. Iconic will join us on the desk. FaZe Clan and GK Esports will be next. Another best of 3, the final one to close out what has been a great semifinal day so far. We went the distance on the first one. Will we go the distance on the next one? All of that coming up in just a moment, so don't go anywhere. And in the meantime, we got a fun little one for you. It's Dev Marta's Confessions. Stay tuned.
Right, I hate to tell you, mate, we've not really had too many conversations. I'm a complete liar, actually. Yeah. I was just telling you this is going to be a nice little bit of fun content, but it's actually Dev Marta's Confessions. I was told to throw you off the scent a little bit, but
it didn't work.
No, it didn't work. You were just convinced that this?
I was fully clued in.
Well. I am just not that elusive then, am I really? Right, well, we'll squeeze into it straight away then. Production and makeup artists tend to arrive pretty early to these events, as you know. Most talent are usually on time. How have you been in this event for your tardiness?
Look, I have a relationship with the clock that I would consider flexible. Yeah. Certain times, there is a requirement to be on a specific shuttle bus. Sometimes that hasn't been met. But, goes around, comes around, right?
How many times so far?
Twice.
Twice already?
Twice.
I've been here for 5.5 weeks. You know how many I've missed?
How many?
Not one.
Please don't fire me.
No, it's all right. After some of these videos that I've been doing on here, I haven't been fired yet. You're fine. So, James, I hear that you love to travel. That's well known. What the hell happened in Rio last year?
I had a feeling this one would come up.
Yeah.
A lot happened in Rio, but I think I know what you're talking about. Yeah, I got robbed. I got robbed. Is that where we're going with this one?
Yeah. Come on, give me the story. This is that thing. Like you always hear about, you go away, this kind of thing can happen.
Yeah.
But you never really think it's gonna happen.
All right. Can I just say, firstly, I love Brazil, and I'm learning Portuguese. Like I love it that much that I want to go back. But yeah, like everyone says the stories about, it's a bit rough in Brazil. I jumped on the back of a moto taxi, like back of a motorbike, for like a 45-minute weaving through traffic to go and meet up with my friend at this hostel on the other side of town. And I was like, my God, the most terrifying thing that's ever happened to me. I get there, I call her on the phone. She said, actually, I'm at another hostel. You can see me down the road. I wave at her 100 meters. I'm like, oh, okay, cool. Start walking. Guy comes up on a motorbike behind me and grabs my phone out of my hand. And the guy still sitting on the motorbike, points a gun at me. And says, what's your code? What's the phone code? And his buddy's standing there holding my phone, and he's pointing the gun at me. And yeah, no shit, most crazy moment I've had in my life.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever in my 15 years had a gun pointed at me, to be fair.
It went on for like 10 minutes. They really wanted the bloody code, and I just kept saying...
You persisted for 10?
Said, I don't know. And even up to one point where a group of people from one of the hostels came up, and they were just walking between the hostels. They saw the guy with the gun, and they screamed, and they run off. And the guys are still there for a few minutes. I'm like, bloody hell, leave me alone. Not one of those people called the cops, by the way. Not one of them. I was out there on my own. And by the way, I did get my phone back because it was a crappy old, like...
Oh, they just give you it back?
No. They rode off with it eventually after I didn't tell them the code. They went off.
That's ballsy, by the way. I'd have been like... I was about to say my code just live.
No. I mean, like, no, they would put it in.
Yeah.
They were like, literally like... grabbing the phone, trying to put it in front of my face to unlock it.
Yeah.
It was crazy. But yeah, they ran off with the phone eventually. I went back to the hostel and talked to my friend, called my hostel, said, hey, go into my bag, open up my iPad, you can lock my phone remotely.
Yeah.
So they had my phone, but they were off in the motorbike. We were using the Find My iPhone app to track them, saw where they were going, and eventually it stopped moving. Called, like, someone's mate was a police officer. He went over there. I'm FaceTiming this police officer, and he literally is walking through this field of grass towards this little marker on the Find My iPhone app, finds it, and it opens it up, and it's just a picture of my bloody dog staring at me, and I'm like, oh my God. So I got the bloody phone back. I did.
And they didn't, like, get anything?
No, because it was an old enough phone that it's not worth selling for parts.
Yeah.
And it was locked, so there was no way that they could unlock it.
I'd have, like, folded immediately.
I wish I had everyone, all my loved ones. I haven't told I don't think I'll ever tell my parents this story because they will fucking...
Hopefully they're not watching.
They won't be. But yeah, I can't possibly ever... I can't explain like why I didn't fold in that moment. I definitely should have.
Oh, yeah, I would have. Yeah, 100%. But fair play. So in our green room at the moment, we've not just got us, we've got the chess guys in there as well. I hear you're a big fan. Where's your favorite place to play chess?
So, you know, so many things you got to do in a day, right? Hard to fit everything in. Sometimes it's nice, like, you know, answer your messages while you're having some food, play your chess while you're taking a dump. Like, that's really the only place that I play my chess, to be honest.
I was really, really, really hoping I was going to be so stereotypical here. I was hoping you were going to call it the dunny. But here we are. That was the dream. So Pengu is obviously very well known in the R6 world. Have you ever had someone ask you to take a picture of them and Pengu not include you? If not, is there anything similar? Because this happens to me all the time.
This is not like a has this ever happened. It's like, when was the last time this happened? Yesterday was the last time this happened. It's fine, because the thing about it, like, between the two of us, we've won 2 world championships, a major, 3 Pro League finals, one of the most esteemed and most accomplished Rainbow Six duos in the world.
But
I mean, like, I didn't do any of it.
It's the same. I even get it when I'm walking around with Miles, and he's like, "Oh, yeah, can I have a picture of Miles and Chance?" And I'm like, "Oh yeah, I'll stand here and just."
I'm actually I'm his photographer.
Yeah, no, I feel that, bro. The brothers and solace in that one. Well, thank you very much, mate.
My pleasure.
That was a good one. I feel like we really got a deep story there, instead of people just sitting here giggling.
Look, anyone wants to know how to say "please don't shoot me" in Portuguese, shoot me a DM,
please.
Welcome back to the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet. I'm your host, Rainday, here for the panel, and we're jumping right back into our second semifinal of the day. One grand finalist already booked their ticket. That's Furia, knocking out your Salt Lake City Major winners in Dark Zero. So one Brazilian team has already said, we'll see you tomorrow on Saturday. But who will be the next to join them? That's where the conversation continues now. FaZe Clan, GK Esports, coming up in just a few minutes. But I'm not alone. I've got my man right here, Iconic, who has joined us. Lax has been with me already, but Iconic, I want to start with you, man. How you feeling? You looking fresh, ready to go for a big game number 2?
I mean, I'm feeling a little bit heartbroken seeing my guys go out on Dark Zero.
Really?
I was talking to them after the game, consoling them. You know, it's just hard being a competitor, knowing the emotions, especially after getting so close to another grand final.
Yeah.
And my heart goes out to them.
Yeah, it is tough to see, people that taken out. I mean, you guys both played in the scene, still playing, and this is never easy, but it's part of the process, isn't it?
I mean, it's the competitive nature. At the same time, yes, it's sad, but it's kind of a bittersweet because that is just the nature of the game. Yeah. We know what it's like to be in those moments. We know what it's like to be on the other side as well.
Sure.
So it's just, just the nature of it.
I always said, man, there's something about playing that you have to be willing to do this thing where you volunteer that I will maybe lose this in order to get the win. It is kind of part of the sacred act of throwing it up. So hopefully these teams will take some lessons from that. But moving on to today's PS5 story of the day, we've got an expected versus an unexpected team here. FaZe Clan, obviously, the unexpected team. No, I'm just kidding. Obviously, meant to be here. It's GK Esports who make that run. And so talk to me about this theme of this matchup today. Lax, I'll start with you.
Yeah, I mean, the expected is obviously FaZe being in another semifinal. That's not going to be unheard of. If you were to tell someone in the Siege community, hey, would you believe that FaZe is in a semifinal? No one's going to be like, wow, that's a surprise. But if you were to say, hey, GK's in the semifinal, you're definitely going to be like, whoa, what happened there? And they certainly weren't tournament favorites coming into this event. You would have thought maybe it was the Falcons. You would have thought maybe it was Secrets, Fanatics, whatever. GK was not going to be on that agenda, and they're here, and they're ready to deliver.
They've had a bit of a miracle run in a way, where the unexpected thing that's occurred, taking down Furia as well, 2-0ing them, and now Furia's in the grand finals. That should show that they have the capability to be here, but it's more so because this roster is kind of new, Iconic.
I feel like they are new together, but there's so many experienced players, like we say, playing all over the world, coming together to just form this amazing style of Siege. And I feel like if anyone can do it, it's going to be them, because they play a very aggressive style of Siege to break phases, set plays on the attacking side, and to break through on their defenses, their hard setups. So I feel like if anyone can do it, it could be GK.
Is there a little bit of complication, a little bit more given to a team that can combine all those different elements than someone who knows the straightforward, same region, same players, we just do it again? Is there a little bit of degree of difficulty that you're giving GK Esports to have even gotten to this position?
I mean, of course, I feel like we said, no one really picked them to be here, but I feel like that should give them the confidence that they can go out and show themselves to this scene right now.
And when I say, when you look at the unexpected, I mean, just look at the stats in themselves. Now, sure, GK, it's a little skewed because they've only played 3 games, where FaZe have played 7 maps total, so it is a little close, but that goes to show that they are keeping it relatively competitive no matter what, and they can lean into those entries, if they can lean into those conversions, especially we're talking about there, they could realistically walk away with a win from FaZe. Now, is that going to be an easy task? Absolutely not, but you can't count anyone out when it comes to Siege.
Now, when we saw FaZe Clan introduced yesterday, it was during the El Clasico, or El Clasico. I don't need to be redundant there with the. However, it was a different El Clasico than we anticipated. 2 brothers going up against each other, but it was dominant performances back and forth, and it felt like, who is going to come out on top? Well, in that third map, FaZe showed their true class, and that shows us that this team is ready to perform one more opportunity, and they will be in that grand final yet again for a chance to do what Handy and Mini haven't done, which is take on an EWC title. We had a chance to catch up with KDS and Ann before the match.
We're speaking to FaZe ahead of their game today, speaking to KDS as well. You guys played the El Clasico yesterday against Liquid. It was a very close game, but I felt like every map was super dominant on either side. What do you feel happened in that game?
I think what happened in the game was like the strong side of the map. So in Fortress, I think we play very well in the defense, and they play very well in defense on lair. And we play very well on border, so I think it was just the side of the map we're playing very well, get the open kills. So I think this is what happened in these maps.
Now, FaZe is the longest standing roster that we currently have in Siege. You guys have been winning a lot of tournaments. Do you feel like this is what's been helping you guys as well, that kind of consistency to always adapt to every single meta that we've had?
Yeah, of course. I think we are going to be the 4th year together, so this makes a lot of difference to play the different methods of the game. So I think this is a good thing for us and bad for like GK, like a new lineup. So much, a lot more experience for us to win the tournament.
Yeah, speaking of GK, your opponents for today, what do you make of them? It's the first time we're seeing them on the international stage. What do you think their main strengths and their weaknesses are?
I think the strength of GK is like the new lineup, not much information of them. So I think this is the difference they are bringing to the tournament, and they are playing very well. So it'll be a tough game for us.
All right, how's the team feeling today going into this match?
Very confident. I think we made a pretty good pre-game, so I think we're going to win and go to the finals.
All right, awesome. Thank you for your time and good luck.
All right, KDS feeling confident, Lax.
I mean, as he should be. You're always going to get confidence coming out of KDS. And something that really stuck out to me is, you know, talking about the experience. That's where they feel that they're going to be the strongest, which rightfully so. They've been doing it for quite some time. They're back-to-back world champions. But something that he also gave them credit to is they're unknown. They don't have a lot of odds on them. They're a brand new team that can easily surprise a team like FaZe, but it's going to be even more important for the side of GT to constantly keep turning the clocks and, I mean, make that clockwork happen in terms of being unpredictable, trying to catch FaZe off guard. But that's always something so hard, and something I spoke about yesterday in terms of their match and how FaZe typically plays is they control a lot of the tempo. They control the spacing and the dynamic of how the game plays. You have to not play into that hand of FaZe. And GK, you know, they've had 4 IGLs in their own rights of their own players. I mean, that's a lot of cooks in the kitchen, and if they can come together, have the recipes, and make something beautiful happen, today will be the day to do it.
Yeah, I mean, how much credit when we start to look towards GK do you give to this roster coming together so quickly and being able to do it with different personalities? I mentioned different ingredients, you mentioned different cooks. I mean, that is a busy kitchen for sure, but somehow GK have found themselves in the semifinals, and they're going up against maybe the most dominant team in the last few years in FaZe. Let's hear what Ann had to say as she sat down and chatted with them before the semifinal.
We're speaking to Ask ahead of their game against FaZe. Ask, talk about yesterday first. You guys picked Secrets. You 2-0'd them. Was that how you expected the game to go as well?
Yeah, pretty sure. Like the game plan we made was pretty confident based on the Secret play style, and I think me and Shepard and Groovy, we are already said in some past interviews and stuffs. If we manage it to counter the aggro play from Secret, the game should be easy. And yeah, the game was easy.
That's awesome. You've only recently started to play in EML. You had to move to a whole new region. How has that been for you with that whole process?
Actually, the first time was kind of hard because I need to understand the way people play here. But after we get Groovy teach me a lot of stuff, to be honest, a lot of stuff. And right now I think we are built some consistency. Like Shepard put the VP play style, you know, the slow play style, the basics work, the basics a lot with us and the boys. And I put some my opponent today, FaZe, we copy a lot of FaZe stuffs, like the Brazilian stuffs, and Groovy implement also the European stuffs. So I think right now we have some good consistency on our team.
So how do you feel like the Brazilian and the European Siege play style differs? Do you feel like you have that experience to help your team in this one as well?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I have this kind of experience because I don't know, past 4 years, I'm a glazer of FaZe Clan, to be honest. I respect these boys a lot. I know Vita King, I know past my 10 years in my life, so I respect them. But I already said to Shepard, the way they think about the game, the way they're gonna play, the way Cyber's gonna play, Cyber doesn't think. So yeah, just Cyber. And yeah, basically that's it.
Right, and then you have a shot at a grand final again. I mean, the last time we saw you play grand final, Yunchiping 2022. What's the game plan today to make sure you secure another grand final?
I think the gameplay was stop Handy and Cyber. We kind of have prepared some stuffs, and I think that's the main plan for us. But I think in general, just play our games. I think we are playing really, really decent Siege right now on the moment. And yeah, if we, again, the same as Secret, if we manage to play our game and counter Cyber and Handy, I think the game should be easy. Yeah, why not?
Awesome. Thank you for your time. Good luck.
Thank you.
It's a big why not that he proposed there. If they're able to do these things, I think a lot of people in the world say if we're able to do these things, we might beat FaZe. The team that did that most recently, they're actually out of this tournament, and it's Furia. Now it's GK's turn to do it. And what do you think, Iconic, about how he's approaching this? He talked about Grubby and also his ability to learn from him. I mean, that's an impactful decision and relationship that's playing into the game now.
I feel like that's really what you want from a team, being able to learn from each other and really put your experience to the test. And talking to them before the game too, they seem very calm, very ready for it to go after it, and I'm really excited to see it.
Yeah, I mean, something that, you know, me and Leo were talking about the other day, just in the green room, is their attack specifically. And when I was talking about, you know, there's 4 IGLs within themselves, I mean, that was on previous teams. They all were able to shot call. And Leo talked about they kind of play like a spider, like an arachnid. You look at the limbs, they're going in different areas. They're able to entry, and that's what kind of allows them, because as being former IGLs, they can kind of pick apart, read it a little better. But that's also could be a little bit of a double-edged sword. Too many cooks can be a problem in the kitchen. It can. And if you're FaZe and they understand that you're going to be taking the map one by one, surrounding the map, if you're FaZe, you read into that. You understand. You just double up. You take the man advantage every single time you go into those gunfights. And as you know, it's hard for an IGL if you can't get into a building. And if you can't make any bit of headway, FaZe reads into that. You're going to need to quickly be able to adapt. So thankfully, they have the side of EML in terms of experience. They have NA's side of experience. They have SAL side of experience. So they have everything across all regions to really cultivate a very good core, dynamic, and structure. It's just a matter of being able to implement it when it needs to be.
Iconic can't believe the drums are back. He's like, I thought Furia wasn't playing anymore.
So it's getting loud. It's
you mean
game
I can't
time.
hear? Let's take a look at these maps, gentlemen. FaZe picks defense on GK's pick of Chalet. You see consulate response from FaZe, and GK picks to defend as well. What's your take? What's most important about those?
I feel like Chalet, one of FaZe's best maps.
Absolutely.
Overall. But GK, they do have a strong record.
They're flawless on it. 6-0.
So I feel like it's one of FaZe's strongest maps, but it's one of your also strongest maps. So you're going to have a lot of information on it. You're going to be able to go out and just play your game.
Fortress Decider, but I want to go back to Chalet. What does it look like for GK to be successful on that map since FaZe is so strong?
Starting on the attacking side of Chalet, you really need to make sure you can get rid of those operators, maybe like a zombie castle, maybe a Wamai here, to make sure you can kind of make it so they can't shell up inside the map, make them exposed, and then you can work it slow, work your opening picks, and then like I said, they're an arachnid. They like to spread out, go for the gap. Chalet's a map where you can start the round slow and really build your momentum throughout.
I mean, you can end the map just being outside the map. And as long as they can, you know, cut off, block these rotates, get that man advantage going to their favor. I mean, we also heard in KDS in that series, it was that man advantage, always getting that opening kill going into their favor, and you can do that pretty aggressively. So just being outside the map, taking that control then from there, and using that man advantage in your favor when you go into that late round execute. But again, it's going to be so important for them to understand if FaZe is reading into their play style, they need to adapt. They need to rotate a play over to get that space, and then they can move the pieces around. Then they can try to get to that mid to late round, but they're going to need to get the opening pick into their favor.
Doing their best, FaZe, to get back to a grand final, to add that elusive trophy, the EWC trophy, right in the middle of the stage into Handy's hands. Iconic, what does FaZe need to do to make it there?
I mean, FaZe, they already have all the answers. They have all the keys. They have all the tools. It's just about going out there and just shutting down GK's strength and making sure that they're playing extremely well, they're staying calm, and they just keep adapting.
Well, on that note, it is going to be a EML battle here that is set up to take away maybe the potential favorite of this tournament, maybe the best team in the world, FaZe. GK Esports trying to do something special here, and it is their chance on the main stage to kick it off.
Yes, you have heard it right, my friends. Furia are set in. They're going into that grand final tomorrow. But that story for then, Adam. We still got more to get through today. I made you a promise.
You did make me a promise. I'm kind of taking a leaf out of Hertz's book here. You promised me that it was going to be a cataclysmic couple of semi-finals. The first one was amazing in every way, shape, and form, but there's still one more to go, Milos. One more semi-final. One spot remains in our grand final tomorrow, but who will take that final spot? It's all to play for.
There's a lot of stories in here. We mentioned it in Furia before. Diaz Lucas, his first time making it to an international grand final in over 3 years. Wow. That is massive for him. In this game here, FaZe, they know their finals, right? GK on the other side, never seen it before.
Okay, this is going to be absolutely incredible. Paris, are you ready for this semi-final? There's an energy in the room, Milos. I say we get the teams out right here, right now. And first up, would you please welcome to the stage, it's FaZe Clan! squashing the Liquid Stallions yesterday in a quarterfinal. Now it's the turn to take on the dark horses in this competition. Will they keep them at bay? And will they ensure a way into the grand final here at the Esports World Cup? They're ready, they are focused, they're fiery. And this is going to be a real test of FaZe Clan. We cannot wait to see how they get on here.
For the millionth time, they made it on the stage, though. Their opponents, please join me in welcoming GK Esports! The only EML representative left here with us today. What did they do yesterday? They knocked out the reigning champions of Team Secret. It was an all EML quarterfinal to make it to this spot. They've earned it. A lot of people have called them dark horses. Nobody would have expected them to make it here. This all international team has so much to prove. They've already done so much already on the main stage.
This is it. These are your last two semi-finalists. We're going to ask our players, go to your stations, please. But our key bearers, please do come forward for this final face-off. GK, you can go to your stations. We have Ask and Vita King. Let's kick things off with Vita King. Anything you'd like to say to your opponents at GK prior to this showdown?
Eles são um time novo que não ganharam nada ainda. Chegaram numa fase muito longe do campeonato e hoje vão cair para o melhor time do mundo.
Basically, these guys have won nothing. We're going to destroy them today.
I don't know. I'm gonna talk in Portuguese, like show some respect for you, but inside the match I'm not gonna show some respect for you. Já ganhei de você no Tier 2, Bullpad, tirei do EWC, Reload, acho que eu sou o pai de vocês e hoje não vai ser diferente.
All that I can get here is you guys seemed very confident, if anything, but we saw what happened to you last year in Reload, right? That makes sense?
Exactly.
Hell yeah, look at that.
Oh yeah, great work there. Fellas, shake hands, please. I'll shake hands with you as well. I love that. I'll do it exactly the same. Best of luck to both teams here. It's all very friendly here at the Esports World Cup.
Yeah.
Amazing. We have got ourselves a huge semi-final. Who will be the victors, GK or FaZe Clan? Let's find out right now, fellas. Warm things up for us as we dive on in.
Thank you so much, Adam and Milos. And the big question I want to answer to is how many languages does Milos freaking know?
Too many.
All of them.
Too many.
Did he really translate that in more? I mean, my goodness.
And many talents right there.
I mean, it's just, he's too comfortable in Siege, guys. He's been here too long. He's got too much time to try to learn these things. Shout out to our lovely stage hosts, keeping the action as well and setting the tone iconic. This is certainly a great atmosphere to play a game like this. And GK Esports, they won the battle of EML, but it's not enough. They want to go all the way.
Of course here, especially going up against FaZe Clan, just a notorious opposition in the history of Siege 2. Talking to them too before the match, very calm, very relaxed, just ready to go out there and do it. And I feel like that's what the best teams show you. Talk about the eye test, just having that coolness before the match, going out there with the team. You see them in their huddle right now, getting ready. Vita King stretching the neck out. Expect him to just be showing up for his team right now.
Vita King showed up big yesterday, Lax, and obviously they need him to continue doing so today.
Yeah, absolutely. But I mean, you also heard from the side of Ask the players that they're looking to shut down specifically, which is going to be Cybar, and it's going to be Handy as well. I mean, both those players have been exceptional throughout this far, and yeah, Cybers, he's very elusive. You don't want to be able to let him move around the map, get those opening picks swinging into FaZe's favor, because as we were just talking about, the opening kills have actually been very well on the side of GK, and if they can swing those opening kills into their favor, convert those into rounds win, they can have a very good half on this attacking side, but then it's going to be switching onto that defense, and again, you don't want to fall into FaZe's game. You don't want to play into their tempo. You want to play your game. You want to play at your own speed, your own pace. Do not let FaZe take control.
Chalet will be our starting map as well. Both teams deciding to defend on the opposing.
Let's go. I think my voice is good.
Few rounds if you are on offense. If you can get an advantage here, I mean, that's going to be huge heading into your map.
Especially too on the defensive side. We talk about defense, just being able to build that momentum. You saw in the game yesterday in El Clasico how just defense-sided those first few rounds were, and that really just established a momentum and throughout the whole game. So if you're starting on the defensive side, you really need to put your foot down and make sure you're stopping what the attack do, because if the attack can build that momentum and run away with some rounds, it's going to be very difficult for them.
How much do you think FaZe want to avoid what happened yesterday? I mean,
I don't think they'll allow it.
Yeah, I mean, because that felt like they knew they maybe made a mistake on that second map. They probably want to come out swinging.
Again, when you're looking at those fundamental errors of yesterday, they were playing against a former team that they constantly have played throughout all of SAL. Again, those idiosyncrasies I'm talking about, that is not going to be applied here. If anything, they don't know what GK is going to do outside of what the VODs and they've watched. And as we know, that's only a blueprint. You have to be able to adapt, and whoever's adapting the best is going to be the best team in the server, and that is where Vidiking is going to come in and shine.
And to the other side of it, the adaptation that we've seen in real life in this team has been on GK Esports. FaZe is familiar. This roster has won everything. GK's the one who had to do all of the putting these pieces together, finding the right ingredients, and it's proven to get to a semifinal. Does this finally prove that we shouldn't be considering them a dark horse, that they deserve to be here, that they are legitimate contenders in this fight?
I mean, I feel like they still are the dark horse because this is their first time here. So I feel like if we see them building this consistency in the next EML stage into the next major, I feel like that's when you start to strip off the dark horse title right now. But right now, they're in this unknown. They don't know what's next for them. So they have to just keep moving step by step and not let any pressure build upon them. Because like we said, no one expected them to be here. So them being here is a gift.
All right, already getting rid of the Blackbeard. They're taking away Yaga's ability to be able to be that spearhead, open up some rounds for them. Getting rid of the Azami, I mean, you were talking about that on the defensive side. I mean, great call from the side of GK. Allows them to easily push through Highway, get through all the way into Fire as well. And then the Grim, I mean, already previously speaking about.
Yeah, perfect. Going to be a strong half for them. Let's see if they can really just punish FaZe here.
Well, GK Esports have a tall task ahead of them. Take some of the most top-performing, most consistent players in Siege, and not only win one, but 2 maps against them to earn their spot into the grand finals. If they did that, certainly the Dark Horse title would be removed. That's a lot to do and a lot of pressure, and we know how FaZe is ready to show up. They bounced back from the loss to Liquid. Now they're looking to book their ticket to the grand final and face Furia for an all-Brazil matchup. But series will be determined by who can do it the longest and the best. So as we kick it off, we've got two casters, excuse me, who are ready to go with the action. It's going to be Xenox and Guz.
Well, it's semi-final number 2 on the way coming up. It's FaZe seeking that EWC grand final spot against their Brazilian brothers in Furia. But for GK Guz, the hope of EML and maybe the rest of the world on their shoulders in this series. They do get Chalet spoken about on the desk from Lact, a 6-0 record. They've not ever lost this map since this team was put together. Let's get this semi-final underway.
Has to be a very heavy weight though on their shoulders. FaZe, the most formidable squad to face in Rainbow Six. And if they are to produce an upset result today, this will have to be the greatest couple of hours of Siege that this squad has produced. They've done a phenomenal job to get to this point, GK, but to go one step further, it's an almighty hurdle.
Both as a team, as individuals, needing to be at their very, very best, expecting FaZe to, well, be at their very best as they typically are. They start on the defense. Very clinical series yesterday. Sark's looking for early contact against Cyber. The death mark, of course, activated onto Cyber. Sark really should be better off for it, but at the moment a stalemate over towards Games. And the Chugga payload call from Ask onto Cyber will also be answered.
GK fighting for this library side control, forced into a bit of a util dump, and FaZe have called reinforcements. KDS doing a good job to retain presence and control and not forfeit his life, resulting in an attacking stall at first.
Oh, nice.
It does go the way of GK.
A nice opening kill for you, Paul, onto Handy, one of the top players for FaZe. Grubby though down. As Vidiking finds the trade pretty quickly for FaZe. Not just sell to the yellow ping, and it's Yoga that eats most of that. He's down as well, low on health. Sarks, here come FaZe.
Oh, nice one. It's 3v2.
Ask was able to get one back, but it is all going the way of FaZe to begin in this opening round. And 1 versus 2 with 60 seconds left.
First round.
Oh, not unachievable. Vidiking on an island over towards Piano. But that opportunity now subsides as Souls rotates solo.
Souls gets himself over towards Solar, and with that closer to Vidiking, who does still have 1 gas babe available. Hust needed to probably find that kill onto Vidiking quickly. Got the chance, but Vidiking just better on the swing with the SMG. Will take the opening round on Chalet.
अरे वो है
That's
यार
the
पीछे
formidable
से चिल्ला
phase
रही
that
है
we know and love. Their ability
ऐसा
to
आवाज नहीं
trade
आया
out of even the most challenging of positions, especially defensively.
गोलू बोलते गोलू
Massive strength of theirs. They stored out GK pretty nicely library side initially, and then even after GK found the early pick, those power positions still coming into play as the round progressed. And a solid start for the Brazilian outfit.
I mean, that's what you're going to expect from FaZe. GK going to have to be at their very best. It did get a little scrappy, and maybe that is an element that can help GK here on Chalet. And it is their map pick, 6-0 record over the last 2 months. GK Esports, but it is, of course, a very high preference pick as well for FaZe, a 7-3 record over the last 4 months. In terms of a little bit more information as to how we've gotten to this point, semi-final appearance for GK. Grubby's been leading the way, 53-34 KD over the course of the Esports World Cup.
Let's go.
118 EPS. Ask and Newport, Sarks all 100 plus as well. As for FaZe Clan, well, Souls has actually been their best statistically up until this point with a 121
गाइस जो भी
EPS.
फर्स्ट मैच जीतेगा FaZe या फिर GK वो ही जा रहा है फाइनल में
No one
वो ही जा रहा है फाइनल वो टीम जाएगी
is letting
फाइनल
the team down for FaZe here at EWC. Second round coming up, Bar Games.
बाकवार इनके ड्रोन्स भी that's like
lodge the attack from library side into this mirror and
okay ये क्या था
It's going to be quite frustrating and require a lot of util layering to
तो मेरा ब्रेक है
keep in mind as well the Kite
That twitch ने ब्रेक किया ना
reinforce
ओ ये नेट
over towards
this one
Mez.
इनके पास कितने हैं 7
GK
सेकंड
out to force this play, it's going to require clinical attack.
इतना फायर क्यों करते हैं
Our games has been very difficult to attack into so far at EWC, and even more difficult without the captain
nice
out.
one
Lovely early kill from Vidiking on the poles, playing off that heartbeat sensor with the Nitrosol. Shuts down a key piece of utility for GK Esports. Our game sits at a 71 defensive win rate percentage at the Esports World Cup. That's going down, and then
nice
as well. KDS putting the DMR to good use.
चिल्ला रही है चिल्ला रही
Well, the early warning signs are clearly here at the semi-final for GK. It's been a great run, but now you face the most difficult of tasks. Grubby might have to just take the next minute or so outside of the map. An informal timeout. He doesn't even get that. FaZe.
Second round.
Well, 2 rounds in the books. They've done nothing wrong. All they've done is sent the warning to GK. It's not going to be an easy series.
Yeah, they have very much sent that warning shot. Make it 2. Strong start from FaZe. We expected no less. They have the weight of expectation on their shoulders to, of course, perform, and so far they're playing like a team destined to win. GK, on the flip side, need to find a way to inject a bit of life into this match. That round, a pretty good illustration of if you put a slight foot wrong, it's going to prove costly. Grubby had that opportunity on the cross Mez to shut down KDS, and again, very challenging. Probably low percentage, but he then goes on KDS to find that double, huge difference maker in the round. It's going to be very tricky for GK to try and problem solve their way back into this half.
And quad Nitrosol as well for FaZe in this next round, so they're going to have a lot of explosive utility. We're going to see GK really switch it up now. They're going to bring the Monty, so first time seeing shield play from GK Esports.
Hey Ice King, welcome to the stream. Yo, what's Rainbow Six mobile operator should I buy next attack? Rainbow Six operator should I buy next attacker? Okay.
I mean, I think GK coming into a series like this, they know they're the underdogs. They know
you have
really
Lion?
Not a lot to prove against FaZe. It's a free shot. The back-to-back
You can
FaZe are the team that probably have more pressure to win a series like this.
you can buy a Lion.
But if you don't start well, you can find yourself a bit of a hole.
No Lion. Okay. You can buy a Lion.
They will make sure to bury you.
What's your game style? Your game style, bro. Your game style. Wait. What's your game style?
Since 2023,
You playing
haven't won anything but a 6 invitational.
Safely.
GK taking pretty good ground here, courtesy of the Monty.
There is second one option is there. If you don't take a lion, you take
utilized, and King now goes for the trick, has the coverage courtesy of Handy.
I like quick play. Oh, quick play.
So far, so good for FaZe.
Quick play. Okay. You can take a
Monty, so it can counteract this mirror shield.
fuse. You can take a fuse also if your gameplay is too quick.
Handy can still get a lot of
Fuse is
while playing behind the mirror shield.
you have to play this fuse gunfire is very good. Lion is supporter. You can yeah. You can take fuse. Fuse is good. You like the fuse.
Again, it's kitchen dining, but you do want to clear this top floor. You put on the rappel outside of this bedroom window.
Time ticking down. GK need to try and find a way to open up this map.
Handy's prone, by the way. They might not even be aware of his position. They've walked past. Never mind. Yoga over through the ego bulk. Got the opening kill. Ars got rid of KDS, but it's a crucial jump out from Cyber.
Another wrap
position. Whoa. Okay.
Surely can't get anything to go with.
Oh, nice shot. Oh, shit, bro.
With a pistol,
nice play, GK.
GK might just find their first round on
It's 4v1.
So souls, that remains towards dining.
And so much time for GK.
Oh, okay.
Spotted out, Souls in a rough position.
And the power of Monty on full display. GK are on the board. Okay, we've got ourselves.
It's 2-1 now. GK playing good now.
As that was the third round, the FaZe just
kill rate.
because Grubby made a lot of really good work on that Montang. Great space, was able to counteract the mirror shield.
Let's see.
Hallway,
First match से पता चलेगा कौन team final जाएगी. First match.
The Blackbeard. I'm thinking this Monty might just go immediately, and it does. Mirror to follow. As the Monty did help deal with the mirror, that too will go. Does leave the blitz available for GK, but it's a very different shield operator to the Monty. Bedroom Alphas up next.
Yeah, certainly an intriguing tactic then from FaZe in the previous round. Played util heavy on the office wall initially, then went to wrap positions through the mid-round, and largely courtesy of the Monty, was then sniffed out nicely. Good work from GK to be disciplined and ensure that the clearance on that top floor was clean. And they finally get around on the board. Much needed just for settling the nerves a little bit and being able to find their footing.
Yeah, I think that's the main thing. On a semi-final, spot the grand final on the line, you're up against FaZe, so the quality of the opponent is something that's always going to be in the back of your mind. You want to get around early, and especially after they just got flawless in the second round. A really solid response from GK.
5 seconds to insertion.
So back to bedroom office, which we saw back in the opening round. Newport got the opening kill onto Handy, but Vidiking with a 3K was able to snuff that round out pretty comfortably for FaZe Clan. Blitz will not be employed for GK after the one successful round win, using the Monty, of course, now banned away. Exact same lineup, by the way, for FaZe.
Oh, it's
they used in the opening round on this site. But it is a switch up for GK. Most notably, they bring the Zofia this time.
Yeah, definitely the kind of lineup they can go for the solar posture here. Lay util for entry, Upor for coverage, a triple impact for disruption down below.
Oh.
Asuka's just sent it though.
By himself.
A single bullet, I think so.
Long range fight from Upor. He's successful in getting the down onto Handy. The plank going down inside a bedroom. It's a fast-paced round from GK at the window. Good cover from Sarks. It's only Souls, but he can deny no. The time is just a little off. And now into the post plant. Had he denied that pre-plant, this could have been far more interesting. But Souls needs to dash past this trophy window, get himself out. He cannot. And GK go back-to-back rounds.
No, not the most clinical round of Siege you'll ever see. A well-identified win con there from GK. Got nervous when we saw Ask on the solo send, but it was followed up nicely over towards Solar, and then pressure double window. Souls down below on that Solus, unsuccessful in denying the plant in time. He was that first pick, but the follow-up was pretty good. Upor, Sarks both got in on the action, and Souls just a little bit late to the party. allowed that plant to go down.
And we've seen this a little bit developing over the last couple of months on Chalet, especially Bedroom Office, where you draw attention away from the site as the attacking team, slip in, go for a plant. And that's pretty much what GK did just then. Cause enough disruption and chaos, and keep the focus of the defenders away from potentially denying plant. And it seems as if it has been a successful route for a lot of attacking teams. So back-to-back round wins for GK. Bar games for the 5th round. Now Chalet at the Esports World Cup has not featured a whole lot, guys. It's actually the 3rd least played map. Only 6 times we've seen it. Practically sits at a 50% attack and defensive win rate. For one side that, and with the 2 sides that kind of flip either way. Kitchen Dining, heavily attacker-sided. Bar Games, heavily defender-sided. Bedroom Office, 50-50. Of course, last time out, didn't really get a good opportunity to see what GK really wanted to do on this side, as they lost
Twitch के पास कुछ और है क्या? Ability.
again.
Okay. And you okay? I think same ही है.
Snake, I believe GK will have a strong read here as to the heavy roam presence being deployed here from FaZe. We saw the early raid up. That was to spot Vidiking bar stock. And as evident by the player cards, it's a very well-dispersed defense here from FaZe. Maybe there's an opportunity in which GK can look to exploit that. But the longer they posture, I think FaZe are probably going to get an inkling that a direct hit may follow. Sarks goes searching. GK eager to exploit the site. Easier said than done. Vidiking to hold down the line, has vert control presence up above, and the rest of the FaZe defense is shaped nicely.
Yeah, when they've tried to put pressure on that bar stock position, but no gas pipes thrown out from Vidiking. He seems comfortable. Therefore, they also haven't put a lot of time work into top library. And he also just still comfortably sitting library stairs. You've got KDS of the mezzanine. Not a good position, still well held for FaZe. Cyber drop down, little peek out towards main lobby entrance. Does he think about the drop over towards fireplace stairs? Caught that was a straight
nice.
So Cyber KDS go down together. That gives GK a 2-player opening advantage.
It's 5v3.
Position held by Vidiking and handy posture still towards library stairs.
They can play 2v2v1. They can play.
And again, loving the time management for GK. They got a full minute here to deal with this 2-player advantage. Sarks looking for a cutoff towards bottom library stairs. He
easy kill, easy. He got damage. Damage pada. Easy. Oh.
What a swing from Handy.
Nice one. It's 3v3.
And Soul shutting down.
Oh, 3v2, okay.
They find it, but here
they're playing good. They're playing good.
Oh, but now he's all alone.
3v1. GK.
Towards Barstock.
GK wins.
That one has dropped down below, but it's Yoga to get the kill. 3 in a row for
GK.
Oh. Well, things now are heating up inside of the server. GK turning it up. And when you look at the numbers for a team that has a dominant record on this map locally in EML, it's actually defense that is by far their stronger side here on Chalet. So they've given themselves now a strong foundation courtesy of this round streak. Playing some good siege across the board. They're disrupting the flow of FaZe. And that's not a sentence that you say lightly. Back above now. Final round of the half. Can FaZe stabilize?
It's weird, we're saying that after FaZe in the second round. Flawless, looked as if they were on their A game, maybe even S+ game. Well, the FaZe clan crowd trying their best to provide some points here. One thing that has really kind of shaped the tail end of this first half, I think, is just the way that GK haven't really been that easy to read, guys. At times they go really fast. We saw that back in the 4th round, Bedroom Office. They got a 2-minute and 3-second plant down. Then they slow the pace down.
Let's go.
Into bar games, wait to try and get some picks. They do that at around the minute mark. It's making it difficult for FaZe to kind of ascertain as to how GK really want to play this. Final round of the half. 3 straight, can they make it 4 and give themselves a little cushion going into the second half? Back to Bedroom Office. This time the Solus will be dropped for the Mozzie.
Yeah, it does mean double nitro in play.
It's like house map, but it's बहुत बड़ा है.
On the flip side for GK, double info gather courtesy of Deimos and Solid Snake. An early round, I feel like they've been gathering a good amount of info.
उनके entrance थोड़े house map type है. ये वाले map के.
Which on a map like Chalet can actually offer quite a bit in terms of what may or may not be clear.
Oh, the timing.
That was close.
बच गया भाई, बच गया.
Unnecessary damage towards Bathroom. As the Commando crawls back past the window, gets himself up. A lot of information, by the way, being gained from Grubby on the radar of the Solid Snake.
अभी तो enter नहीं दिया.
Information onto Souls, Vidiking, and Handy. Cyber towards Piano. KDS by himself towards Mezzanine. Again, GK taking their time, trying to just hope that they can find that early kill.
A lot of utility still remains for the dislodge here if they are to commit Soul aside. That layering will be critical in dislodging the defense. As you can see, Yoga double window, that's good for the backline, but this initial entry precarious for GK.
I think they're pushing.
Yeah. Down, but a King Trey, that's 1-for-1.
It's 4v4.
Team. Handy though, keeping control towards Solar, but a little bit pinched now with the player at the bathroom window. That was Ask, he's dead. Bit of help from KDS. Sark's just going to be going into Piano now. Split from Yoga, who's still outside. Needs to get into the building. FaZe managing this 6th round perfectly. Diffuser in a bad spot towards Solar, and then Yoga tries to just go quick entry in through the big window. Fall back here from Cyber's clean and smart.
Yeah,
Souls can then play the doorway angle. Darks need to be ready for 2 players at the same time. Cyber toying with him. We got the kill onto Souls. Now it's a beeline 1v1.
It's 1v1.
And there's plenty of time here for Zarks. He has the death mark available, but it's only onto Handy. He doesn't have the ability to place it onto Cyber.
Yeah.
And Cyber catches the head.
That's SMG whatever.
To close the opening half of this semi-final, FaZe were off to a hot start, then GK tested them.
3-3.
Demais. Cara, é o seguinte, tipo, tá super tranquilo os rounds de defesa, tá ligado? Então, tipo, os caras tão cozinhando, uma parada que, tipo, a gente se afobou ali e querer dar uma adiantada que não precisava. Mas se você perceber, tudo tá bem previsível, é só ficar paradinho, sabe?
É, não, naquela ali, tipo, meio que... Na verdade, eu tentei pegar o cara de um jeito diferente.
É, vamos parar a play quadrado dos caras e fechou.
ये कोच बहुत साइलेंट लगता है एकदम प्रॉपर.
Eles estão jogando bem agora, taquezinho. É isso. Você lembra das paradas tudo, né? Aham. Faz um corte. É isso.
A do Pinkill faz lá, se eu fizesse o quê? Depois do Pinkill só ficar parado mesmo? Os outros caras que jogam?
É tremado o cara do verde.
Ô, cadê na Pinkill lá? Que eu não ia conseguir entrar. Vou marcar os in the guy big window, okay?
Yep.
Literally, especially if you play Master Door, Arvid, don't, like, you can easily pick the guy Master fucking big window and kill him, okay? Because he has a shit angle on you, and you have the pick advantage.
Yeah, just take a deep breath. And again, don't be scared, they're same humans, guys. I think Harvey, you should probably start with
इतना ही मजा आ जाए. पहले इतना ही देती थी रिकॉइल. अभी ये लोग ने I think सीजन 3 में चेंज हुआ है कुछ प्रॉब्लम, पता नहीं क्या क्या. वो हो जाएगी फिक्स. वो फिक्स होनी ही है. इतना एक बार.
The only one real thing that you should be.
इसलिए उसके अटैचमेंट्स तो एकदम प्रॉपर लगेगा ना होम के तो सही चलेगी. ऐसे अटैचमेंट लगा जो प्रॉपर हैंडलिंग और हैंडलिंग बस होगी. एक्यूरेसी की जरूरत नहीं. बस तो हैंडल होनी चाहिए फायर करते वक्त. और फायर करते हुए भी थोड़ा फायर कर. एकदम फायर मत कर. बंदा देख रहा है उधर ही फायर दे. कंटिन्यू उधर फायर देते रहे. Just like spray, not spray, just like burst. Burst ऐसा दे कि spray लगे ऐसा.
23 out of 28
Twitch को.
rounds, and we'll see if that's enough for GK to get a result.
सही चलेगा Twitch.
I really love the messaging there from Shepard.
Scope बड़ा use कर.
It was just his initial note in terms
मैंने
of
छोटा किया
mentality,
but.
right? Let's not be afraid. They're humans just like us.
मैं hollow use करता हूँ या फिर
FaZe team are closer to Terminator form than human. I think it's a really strong message to just reiterate. They're in this game. They're a real shout at being able to take this opening map.
So the Wamai gets banned away along with the Montang. Azami Grim to follow.
Azami, Grim, ये सब नए-नए ऑपरेटर है अपने लिए तो मुझे तो आइडिया नहीं है कौन से ऑपरेटर है क्या है इसका क्या बोलते हैं यूज कैसे करते हैं वामे का तो पता है अभी चल गया
Opening kills split 3-3. That was a little topic conversation yesterday in the FaZe Liquid match. They were dominating a lot of opening kills there. GK have done well to split that battle.
ओए ये क्या था
Just a little outmatched in that last round. Lack of util layer onto Handy.
Spark him down to a 1v1.
Yeah.
Yeah, of
but
course
if that
we are
engine was maybe
again.
a little more clinical, it may not have been filtered down to a 1v1. In some ways, a little unfortunate there as well. No death mark target available for the final duel. We swap halves.
I also love the fact that, you know, in the first half, we haven't got a single player that's got less than 3 kills. And we haven't got anyone with more than 5. It is straight up 5v5. Everyone's pulling their weight. Everyone's performing well. Really solid first half. Let's see what FaZe can do on the attack of Chalet. Because as you mentioned the numbers for GK defensively, FaZe do still sit at a 60% attacker win rate on this map of Chalet over the last 6 months. I think it's actually higher than their defensive win rate as well by about 1 or 2%. And we go straight back to bedroom.
ये मोस्टली गन्स पे या तो होलो है या फिर कोई एक बिग स्कोप आई थिंक ये लोग 1.5 या फिर 2 कुछ यूज कर रहे हैं होलो ये मैंने यही देखा होलो एक है और ये देखा है
Just quickly noting the bans as well.
Hey stream, welcome to stream. Trap hai, okay.
Util with the Wamai
welcome bro
and the Azami. And so we'll see how heavily GK look to lean into trap util over the course of this half. And how FaZe attempt to contend with that. Won't be a main focal point though here in round 7.
Let's see. Trap, oh, क्या damage दिया, nice.
Well, that's one aspect of GK that they've looked really comfortable to take these swings, take these battles, take these fights. They haven't looked scared. Grubby has certainly started well, has to navigate another frag grenade, but has done a decent job of this. Still holds this mezzanine position.
I think he's dead.
A lot of util already spent here by FaZe. And not a lot to show
नहीं
for
अभी
it.
तो
This is a really
अटैचमेंट
strong position
लगा कि
GK
कंट्रोल हो
courtesy
रहा
of some brilliant
तो मगर जैसा चाहिए वैसा नहीं मैं तेरे को दो ही बोलूँगा कि दो अटैचमेंट जरूरी है एक हैंडलिंग वाला फुल ऑन द हैंडलिंग ठीक है फुल एकदम और दूसरा डैमेज पूरा डैमेज फुल ऑन दे ये दो चीज लगा दिया बस है इनफ है फिलहाल के लिए फिर वो बस जैसा खेलना पड़ेगा बस फिर ये तो नहीं दे सकता तो आई नो रिकॉइल नहीं होती बट पहले फर्स्ट आई थिंक सीजन 1 और सीजन 2 बढ़िया थी है ना सीजन 3 में इनने कुछ चेंजेस किए रिकॉइल ये कर दिया वो हो जाएगा फिक्स कर देंगे ये लोग वो इनको फिक्स करना ही है वो चेंजेस करते रहते हैं हर चीज
Yeah, that's really impressive. Wow. Great work from Groovy. Here's a replay.
ये सेम ही पिक दिया ना सेम पिक दिया ना
He didn't stand a chance against that swing.
Bam, bam.
Groovy withstood util.
Ooh.
The rest of the team came across to support. And they shut down the efforts from KDS on the bulk to cut the cross and that lurk over towards Library Stairs in support of the Library push. It was a great read there from the email squad. And well deserving of that first defensive round win.
Well, it says for FaZe as well, they're going to try and play that slow-paced play style. It may not work into the way that GK are going to set up defensively. Therefore, look to maybe amp the pace up. And interestingly, as I'm saying it, they've locked in, well, almost haven't quite locked it in yet, but they've selected at the moment the Ying along with the
No,
Amaru, and it's gone.
They're not electing to go for it. Again, it may not have also been indicative.
That's why I never like to talk about attackers until they're locked in.
May not have been indicative of a direct. It could have been quick take bedroom side, for instance.
So,
but won't be the case.
है दोनों टीम टफ है भाई दोनों टीम टफ है मतलब इन दोनों में से कोई भी एक टीम जाएगी ना शायद वो फाइनल जीत सकती है इन दोनों में से या FaZe या फिर GK इन दोनों में से कोई एक जाएगी फाइनल कंफर्म जीतेगी सब ट्राई किया
critical key pieces is going to be this
मगर वो
Maverick
पहले
when you bring the
जैसा
Maverick
मुझे
bar game
हाँ
to
नहीं
open up
वो
that
अच्छा नहीं आएगा
Barstock wall.
हिबाना जितना
Try and play stairs, it does
प्रे
make
था
it far more
हाँ वही
difficult
तो
for the defense to hold inside
अभी
of
नहीं
that
है वो
position.
ट्वीच कर मतलब दे सकता है या तेरे पास आईपैड हो या फिर कंट्रोलर हो
GK can
तब दे
actually
सकता है बट
deal with Souls
फोन पे
before you
नहीं
even
मुश्किल
can
है वो
accomplish that. That is going to be a big
वो
piece
बहुत
off
तेरे
the
को
ball.
कंट्रोल करना पड़ेगा उसको बहुत ज्यादा
Grubby over towards Dining. Ziongo makes his
बट
way back
है
over
अभी भी
through
पावरफुल है वो
Piano.
गन
There is a little bit of presence around the
ट्विच
map
इज
for GK.
पावरफुल
It's not just going to be the full five-man huddle.
तो सही से यूज करेगा ट्विच को बहुत पावरफुल है
Andy will make entry through
ओह
basement.
नाइस ये थोड़ा इसके जैसा भी है मैप क्या बोलते हैं मैप का
Yeah, with the Nomad in play, they can flank watch accordingly from
उनका मैप है
the
वो
Soul
डर
side
नहीं
and then eventually top library and the like once they obtain that
ये
control.
हाउस तो मेरे को लग रहा है
Will
हल्का
then
फुल्का
be if GK fight or forfeit, I think
इसके
initially they'll look to
जो
contest
एंट्रेंस वगैरह है
across
थोड़ा
top
हाउस
library
टाइप है
as you would come to
हाउस मैप
expect.
टाइप बॉर्डर
My goodness, Handy
नहीं
could
नहीं
go straight
बॉर्डर
through
भी
the
नहीं
barbed wire to catch out Grubby. Sensed his opportunity and finds the opening kill for FaZe.
That's why you can be so cautious if you're
वो
on the
चिल्लाती
defense
कितना है
and
भाई
you're not
बहुत
going to play
चिल्लाती
trap
है कोई तो
heavy.
एक है
You've got to be
कंटिन्यू
ready and waiting
चिल्लाती
for
है
that kind of play style
एक
on
के
Cello.
हर एक किल पे चिल्लाएगी जीतने के बाद और डबल चिल्लाएगी देखना फेस किल करेगा तब चिल्लाएगी वो देखना अभी चिल्लाएगा
Ask will get the kill onto Handy,
अब नहीं
knowing that
चिल्लाई
he
फेस
wanted to
मारा
push back up, coming from basement. Cyber towards Ego Balk as Souls is also pushing up Fireplace. Cyber, huge kill onto Ask. Sarks is taking a bit of damage, but he does still have a Nitrocell. Just over towards Bar, throws that Nitrocell randomly.
इनका नोकिया अलग है इनका ब्रांड न्यू नोकिया ब्रांड न्यू नोकिया अपना नोकिया पुराना है ओह नाइस शॉट क्या मारा है यार
We are in a 2 versus 2 with 30 seconds left. Double stack for FaZe. And then there goes Vida King as U-Ball clutches off for GK.
दे रहे भाई जीके दे रही है भाई
Back-to-back rounds
मैं
again.
बोल रहा हूँ भाई
and they
इसमें
take
से
a
जो फाइनल में
significant
जाएगी वो
lead.
जीतेगी
5-3
कंफर्म है
over
भाई
FaZe on
ये
Chalet.
फेज या फिर जीके दोनों टफ टीम है भाई बहुत टफ है
FaZe did not use the Maverick on that backstore wall.
अपना 3310
ultimately proving costly as UPOR was
है
able
पीछे
to
में
anchor.
6969 है आना
And courtesy of
वही
nice
तो
push up there from Sarks as well. Library step
आशीष चंचला नहीं पता है गाइस तुमको इसमें है देखो एक
round number 8.
इसमें है एक आशीष चंचला सेम दिखेगा उसके जैसा
He just wasn't ready for
दो के भी को बराबर
But then
टप टप इनका ये नहीं है यार
this was a 3 versus 2
अपने में भी ऐसा
favor for
चाहिए
FaZe, and that's that swing, that spot
ग्रिल
there.
टाइप
Sark's big battle 1, that sets up you, Paul, who's playing Barstock.
yeah
DMR long range, and again there was no pressure on Barstock because the Maverick
हम
didn't
लोग भी
have
ऐसे
the
ही
close launch
चिल्लाएंगे
to open up the wall.
मैं तो मोबाइल ही फेंक देगा
GK with a 2-round
डायरेक्ट तेरी
advantage
वैसी जीत
against
गए
FaZe.
कब हो रहा है भाई टूर्नामेंट रेनबो सिक्स मोबाइल
I think many would have come into today
बहुत
excited
टाइम
for Furia versus Dark Zero.
हिबाना तो
Expecting that one to
है
be
ना
a
हाँ
series
हिबाना तो है
of high quality.
हिबाना बड़ी हम भी यूज करता हूँ
Hard to
हिबाना
say who
हिबाना
would
पे
go
होलो
on to
यूज
win it,
कर
and
रहा
I
हूँ
think
फिलहाल
it largely
तो मैंने
lived up to the expectation.
1.5x यूज किया था हिबाना पे
Probably
बट
looked
मेरे को
at this
सही नहीं
and
लगा
thought FaZe will just get the
वो
job done,
मेरे को
but
उससे अच्छा
GK
होलो
here to
लगा
play.
Yep.
ट्विच पे मैं
Can they
ट्विच
withstand
पे
heat though here in
1.5x
the
सही
9th
है
round? Looking across at the lineup here for
पर फिलहाल मैं
FaZe.
होलो यूज कर रहा हूँ ज्यादा
Execute heavy. Glazing, Blittle in
ये
combination.
पीसी वालों का नहीं देख के
We'll
बट
see
मैं
how
कर रहा
much map presence they wish to gather. Perhaps some, courtesy of the Nomad, although that can also be nicely utilized for layering on the side itself. Sarks caught. It's a great
ये चिल्लाई
chill
रही है
and Sarks unable to
अरे
drop
भाई
that match. That's
इसका
costly for GK.
हाँ एक पेज ने मारा इसलिए
Not the
चिल्लाई
kind of
बराबर
position
बराबर
that can be traded. And whilst we're seeing Groovy hold, Mez
ये
really
अच्छा
nicely,
एक ग्लैज
doesn't have as much of a support network.
ग्लैज आई थिंक so
In fact, that's actually going to
only red dot
to
हाँ red
push
dot बढ़िया है
across over towards
रिफ्लेक्ट
top
के लिए
library
बट
stairs. GK
I'm using
will
hollow
aggressively try
now
and hold this portion of the map.
Soul successful on the
चिल्लाई
glass,
चिल्लाई
as well. FaZe
चिल्लाई
starting to fire back now after a couple of rounds in favor of GK. They've won 5 of the last 6. So this is more
It's
like the
4-5 now.
FaZe that we're used to seeing. KD has
nice
caught
shot.
though from Grubby, finding the angle from that office wall being opened up. So from a 2 versus 5 to a 2 versus 4, and then U-Ball Just
होली वन दो बंदे तो खा ले भाई, दो बंदे खा ले बचे, मजा आ जाएगा देख के। नाइस वन दो बंदे, एक और खा। हाँ एंटी नाइस
demonstration. FaZe make it 4-5 here on Chalet.
दिखाएगा कौन चिल्लाती हो, दिखाएगा देखना ये चिल्ला कितना चिल्लाती हो।
Immediately be disappointed at. With Sark starting early over towards Library uncontested.
अब इसमें से ऑपरेटरों को देखना पड़ेगा कौन से। पीसी सही है, बट पीसी में तुमको क्या पता चलेगा। पीसी में कोऑर्डिनेशन पता चल सकता है, बट उतना दिखता नहीं है कोऑर्डिनेशन, सिर्फ फाइट दिखाते हैं। अरे ग्लैज भाई पता है अपने।
will be benched, and the guys, which was impactful in the late round, also dealt with FaZe timeout.
Fazer agora a play splitada, tá ligado? Seria a play blitz e glass ali, só que a gente vai fazer sem o glass, o Souls vai só pular aquela geral lá e vai
4 बजे
andando pra poder matar o cara, tá ligado? A gente vai colocar 2 caras neve, um pra tu comer a porta neve e o Souls que vai pular para.
भाई समझते नहीं भाई क्या बोलते हैं।
E a gente vai matar o cara do vaso por aí, ali por cima.
बाहर आ रहा क्या? अरे चले चिंदी खत्म होगा, पबजी खत्म हुआ। बाहर आ रहा बोलता है भाई अभी मैं बहुत बिजी है, कुछ दिन बहुत ज्यादा बिजी है।
Agora vamos prestar atenção aqui. Do bar, cara, foi super tranquilo o bar, tá ligado? A gente só precisa de paciência aí pra finalizar o round. E pega essa gol mais rápido, tá, Vita? A gente só precisa dessa gol mais rápido.
वो आशीष चंचलन ये देखो इधर बैठा कौन है बोला। और 2 days बाकी, पता है मेरे को फाइनल में, इसलिए तो मैं 16 को करूंगा लाइव।
Follow up with another round win into the 10th. It's 4-5. FaZe finally broke a big streak from GK, winning 5 of the previous 6
EWC पे है ना, दिखा रहे हैं लोग
putting on a clinic, guys, in terms of opening
वो
kills.
मेन तू बता रहा था ना,
FaZe's last 4 opening kills, 5 they've got overall, and he's got 4 of them.
20 मिनट के बाद
6 with the KD,
भारत तक ही जाए। आई
He's been a difference maker early on in these rounds.
सब जगह फ्लैग चलेगा। क्या हुआ
And for the 10th round back.
डे 1 क्या हुआ? डे 1 क्या है लीडर बोर्ड अपने गॉडल और ओजी का? हैशटैग बता
This time FaZe. And one I was going to say.
उस हिसाब से बता दो मेरे को।
They love an attacker repick.
We didn't learn out.
I definitely
अपने टीम का बता।
knew they were going to switch off the Jackal. Vida King's not playing Jackal, but I thought maybe they would play the Zove. That will not happen.
I didn't think the Nook was too crazy either, especially with the Denari ban, maybe trying to extract some of the trap, but there's still so much up because FaZe don't full commit, as they initially went util heavy with their first.
अरे ऐसा होना चाहता ना गाइस कि 15 अगस्त है, ठीक है, जैसी 12 बजे सब राष्ट्रगान के लिए खड़े हो जाओ, सब ऐसे रूल चाहिए था। क्या पता 4 मैच हुए।
Noah's just walked up to me, by the way, and he's got a sign that says ask me for help.
आगे ज़्यादा नहीं है, बाद में नहीं हुआ।
I don't know who he's helping.
कैसा
Directions to the airport.
ऐसा होना चाहता ना गाइस, एक रूल होना चाहता। 15 अगस्त जैसे 12 बजे, जैसे 15 अगस्त जाना मत डायरेक्ट चालू। वैसे सेम 26 या पीएम बनेगा तब 12 बजे करेंगे। पीएम बोले तो गुड नाइट क्या?
Tempo in this round.
Well, I mean, FaZe can do that. GK did it as well in the first
AM
half.
PM वाला
Switching
PM
up
क्या?
tempo, fast pushes, then slow pushes, playing into the drone game a little bit more. FaZe kind of doing that this round, especially
ये ट्रैप
with the
दिखता है ना,
Twitch,
ड्रोन तो
shock
दिखता ही
drones
रहेगा
from
आपको।
Souls, look to get some
ग्रैज
utility,
है क्या?
try and find some more information.
ये
Because GK are playing a lot of the map here. Sark's over towards Library.
वो ज़्यादा पैसा नहीं मांगता है मेरे।
So they are stretching this top floor. Speaking of Grubby, he does win the battle against Souls. Handy also making his way into Library, then gets the trade. We'll need to deal with Sark's top Library stairs, but Handy has been influential for FaZe.
And we'll see if FaZe go for the hunt, or instead like to cut Sark's off. Chalet, the style of map where the ladder is certainly a possibility.
Getting information. Yoga sitting at that Ego Valk doorway.
Sark's forced back, Deathmark. Can't commit to that position. Good clear by FaZe.
तारा
Or does he recommit back over towards Library? I think he could go for the
It looks like he might, and if he does do that, he could catch Hand in the
कुछ
back.
ज़्यादा
If
छोटा
Sark
दिख रहा है
would
बस
push up
छोटी
Library
स्क्रीन पे।
stairs, Handy's probably dead. Ask is the one that finds the kill on the KDS outside that piano window on the balcony.
Sark's got targeted again, so he'll be kept at bay for now, but players dropping
Oh,
elsewhere.
nice one.
Big kill again from Handy.
इसको चुप करो रे, चिल्ला रही है।
Still there.
ले ले भाई ले ले 2 बंदे ले ले 2 बंदे ले 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 इसको भी ले
We'll need to do it again.
ले 2 बंदे
the information, knows that Vidiking's pushing, so he goes shotgun, got the kill.
Face take this. भाई उसका क्या आवाज यार गूंगा है भाई.
Big clutch, 5-5.
Oh, that was such a close round.
छोटू है बोलो ना भाई उसको कितना चिल्ला रहे हो सकना तो रहा है. इस 5-5 नहीं 5-5 गाइस. उसको एक अलग सा माइक दो भाई. अलग माइक दो, अलग स्पीकर दो. चिल्लाएगी सब बाहर जाएगा भाई.
This flank attempt was huge.
हो गया भाई. कमबैक हो गया भाई कमबैक.
Difference maker for GK.
But
Handy is switched on right now.
कमबैक हो गया भाई.
Take him out of the equation. FaZe would be in a much more compromised
अब होगा
position.
मैच. अब होगा बढ़िया मैच. ये इंटेंस मैच देखने में मजा आ रहा है ये भाई.
Doing it all. 5-5.
Yeah, 5-5 bro.
GK need to win this match.
Bro, मजदूरी चल रही है मजदूरी इधर.
Playing really good.
मैं नहीं कर रहा भाई मजदूरी. कल करूँगा. आज तो मिलेगा ही नहीं टाइम.
11-7 for Handy with a 130 EPS. Grubby 9-6 with a 116. They've been the best two for their respective teams.
Attackers are moving.
Oh, it's breakpoint round.
It is bar games though.
It is.
GK did win this last time, and it is the most defender-sided on the map. It's a really good opportunity for GK to get to 6 and at least have overtime secured.
Oh, ये होता है रिकॉल. ऐसा रिकॉल है भाई अपना ऐसा रिकॉल है भाई. Zero रिकॉल है भाई.
Won't have the counter tower either.
Twitch देखो.
Trusting Cyber on the solid stake.
ये रिकॉल अगर फोन में आया मतलब रिकॉल तो है अपन कर लेंगे हैंडल. ये स्कोप आना चाहिए. स्कोप डाल दो यार प्लीज. उनको बोलना पड़ेगा भाई. When you add this scope in Rainbow Six Mobile, I really like to use this scope. ये स्कोप में लगाऊंगा भाई. ये स्कोप में नहीं ये करूंगा. चाहे वो कैसा भी हो.
Aggressive play early.
Sarks has been pinged out twice here by the Solid Snake. The longer he stays around, the more challenging the rotate back towards the site will be.
Souls has also just re-droned him as well.
Oh, C4.
At the window sill gets two. Oh, they both KDS and Cyber. Huge nitro from Sarks.
ये क्या kill किया भाई?
We thought maybe he was the one in danger.
ये क्या kill था?
He was the danger. That might be enough to secure them overtime.
HCOG
but Handy's still inside of the server. We know what he's capable of. But as Vidiking falls, they're losing troops, and GK
अच्छा ये स्कोप का नाम है क्या?
more likely to get to 6.
एक और
now for FaZe in this round.
Taro, yeah.
Seems incredibly unlikely.
Tactical.
And in fact, flawless for GK.
Flawless for GK. They go and get their second flawless to get to 6, and it was all off the back of that nitro cell from Sarks.
मेरे को लगा था ये होगा भाई स्कोप. Yes, 1.5. हाँ फिर तो यूज तो होगा भाई. कंटिन्यू यूज होगा. मैं तो करूँगा भाई आगे. अरे एक गन पे देगा भाई ये स्कोप मेरे.
In the opening map of the series.
SMG इसमें नहीं होगा. SMG इसमें अपना होलो या फिर नॉर्मल विदाउट स्कोप. But यार मशीन गन 1.5x.
That takes a healthy amount of ego, but that's the kind of confidence you need if you're going to take down this FaZe roster. Great work from Sarks. He committed to the play. And they're now in a position where they could close out map 1 of this series.
And they're also in a position where they know we're going back and forth with FaZe. We're meeting them head on. We're up to the fight.
Nice kill.
There's always a bit of fortune with these sort of night.
Oh, एक ऊपर था एक नीचे था.
Get nothing.
Damage save. Oh.
The timing of it.
Damage save पड़ा उसको.
Miss a kill, but this time he gets 2.
ये कौन है? यही चिल्ला रही है क्या? ऐसी रे चिल्ला मत जाता.
Well, only fitting that we are likely to head back to bedroom and office, but a rehost first, just to call.
क्या हो गया भाई? ये technical issue.
Just to give us a little bit more time.
पानी भी पी लो भाई, पानी भी पी लो.
And let it build the tension at 6-5 in favor of GK. What a run this would be.
सारा वही तो
FaZe
मस्त
here
मारा
on
भाई
Chalet. They're one map away from the Esports World Cup Grand Final.
साला अरे
And it really has been an incredibly close match when you look at some of the metrics for Chalet so far.
क्या
One play
के
each,
दिमाग खराब कर दिया
a couple multi-kills going the way of FaZe, but not a huge volume. In terms of the opening kill as well, it's been fairly
50-50.
even. The conversion as well has been a little bit mixed. It's come down to a couple of key moments where players on both teams have
ओके 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 अरे मैं बैठा है भाई
Plays, a couple of key moments from Handy. We saw
मैं भी आऊँ क्या
a
खेलने के लिए
crucial
उधर
key moment from Sarks in that previous round, and that's what semifinals and then later to come tomorrow grand finals are all about. Key moments, individual plays, they can be the difference maker in an arm wrestle, and that's what this has turned into. You don't get to 6-5 against FaZe if you're not hitting some good shots, having a good day.
Konnichiwa.
A Baby Shark in the crowd there as well.
Yeah, they're both playing a strat book that is reliant on those individual moments, going large, and sometimes we say that on the map stylistically, like Chalet, and it's made for an entertaining but volatile game.
चिल्लाओ कैमरा जल जाता है तो चिल्लाना चालू करते हुए
momentum. We have all
वो
10 players
क्या चिल्ला
almost
तेरे ये
back
लोग
inside
लड़की लोगों के
of the server. In fact, that's all 10.
एकदम बुरा
I
आवाज
don't think
निकल
we're too
देते
far away from concluding regulation. I almost said concluding the map, but
HDC
maybe OT will be required.
Well, maybe you might be right. We'll have to wait
करो यार
and see.
स्टार्ट
It is a possibility.
डीले तो नहीं है ना रुको डीले तो
Can't
नहीं
help shake the feeling. If this goes
let's
overtime,
go,
with
let's
the
go.
experience of a team like FaZe, it'll be hard to shake them. Here and now, this is the chance, the opportunity for GK Esports. Up 6-5 on Chalet. Their map
ये
pick.
ज़्यादा delay
We
नहीं
head back into the server.
1-2 सेकंड का
Can
delay
they
था
close it out against the back-to-back SI champions? A team of misfits that many wrote off probably
कुछ भी हो
going
सकता
into
है अभी
EML stage 1. Then they caused some huge upsets. They had an amazing group stage.
6-5.
Knocked out G2. Qualified for EWC and are here in the final 4. And one round away from being one map away.
फर्स्ट मैच जो विन होगा
Bedroom and office
वो
will be the side
जाएगा
choice.
फाइनल
Do we go to overtime?
मैच
Or
पॉइंट
can GK take the lead in the series?
ओके
Before we go,
मजदूरी चालू हो गई है
our side that has been 50-50 played in rounds 7 and 10. GK won it first time out. FaZe responded on the attack on the reattempt. Was though quite a close round, and well, it was Handy that gave them a great opportunity to convert with a 3K on that reattempt.
10 seconds to go.
What we've seen from FaZe though is a lot of slow play in the last couple of rounds. Do they go for a little bit more fast pace? They've got KDS on the sands, they can throw out some ROUs, they could look to hit quickly. Bedroom Office does enable that. You draw the attention away from the site, throw a couple of shield screens out, and try and cause some chaos. It seems like GK's defensive setups, they've been really, really solid.
साउंड से समझ में आ जाता है कौन सी गन चल रही है ये देखो
Anchoring key positions. They've been
गन
hard to
साउंड
break
तो थोड़ी
down.
थोड़ी
What
सेम
if
ही
you
है
just make it a bit messy?
ये ग्लैज है भाई
The script go from this clean, clinical
ग्लैज
play
ब्रो
style and go and get
इजी
aggressive.
ब्रो
Solid Snake, got the ROUs of the Sens. But what we've been seeing in the last couple of rounds is drone game,
ये कौन से
trying to
SMG
get as much information. And that's keeping GK pretty well set defensively.
Yeah, I'd be
ग्लैज नहीं था कौन था
surprised
भाई
if the ROUs are for the direct. It's probably for Bathroom
ओ
Bulk.
ओ ओ ओ ओ
Facilitate that position, lay a more pressure Mez piano.
Zarks is all the way over towards games.
ग्रेनेड
That makes his way up library stairs. It's one thing GK have done really, really well in the second
ग्लैज
half.
नहीं है इस बार
Stretching
नहीं
the map,
ग्लैज
playing a lot of different positions.
ग्लैज का साउंड क्या आ रहा था उसके गन का
Making it difficult for FaZe. Figure out where are they playing. They
देख
like
देख
to
देख
move around.
कौन सी गन है वो
Smoke over
मैं
towards
दोनों
the window, just
what the
outside office. Reinforced wall. Grubby takes a little trip down fireplace. Now, what's he thinking of here? This could be a big play from Grubby if he can find a kill. In fact, he just goes for a run out. Crucial.
Ooh.
Oh, he just doesn't get anything.
हाँ ये क्या मारा
Grubby went for the hero play, but turns into the villain. Gives the
वो
opening
बाहर
kill
आके
to
मारा था
FaZe
ना
and gives them a gap as well to push in.
Yeah,
ये
very,
क्या
very
था
rough start to the round for GK. Now a player down. Can FaZe exploit that weakness?
वो किल का ट्राई कर रहे थे ठीक है
for that coverage over towards piano window. Soul's diffuser still
एक किल और
outside.
सब फिर डिपेंड पे
Looks handy. Is in solo with ground taken.
Gets rid of the default camera that was up a
एक को एक किल निकालना पड़ेगा नहीं तो फिर हो गया एक दो किल एकदम निकाल देना खत्म फिर
and then eventually finished off by Yoga.
Oh.
And he's able to also slip back over to mezzanine. Yoga's now also closed a defensive gap that was there for GK by finding that kill, evens up the numbers, takes some good space back over towards Mez. That's a critical second kill as well from Yoga.
अभी सब डिफेंड जाएगी सब डिफेंड में जाएगी कंफर्म है
Finished off by Souls. 30
कोई रोटेट करेगा ही नहीं कोई रोटेट ही नहीं करेगा सब डिफेंड ओ नाइस भाई क्या दिया भाई जीत गए जीके विन इसी में अल्ट्रा सकते हैं लगा क्या उल्टा हाँ उल्टा कर सकते हैं सर हाँ बराबर ओ नाइस वन जीके क्या लगता है जीके जाती फाइनल फर्स्ट मैच निकल के गई भाई जीके लेट्स गो
Look, you can make whatever
first match जीती है फर्स्ट मैच
It was their map selection, but still to produce that result.
प्रेशर हट गया इनका मैं बोल रहा हूँ जो जीतेगी पहला वो जा रही फाइनल में और शायद मेरे को लग रहा है शायद कंफर्म नहीं है जीके जीतेगी फाइनल
No, it's not. Marathon, not a sprint. And the next map of Consulate is not going to be easy for them, but they've got the first map in their pocket from here. In fact, already coming into today, playing as an underdog team. Little to no expectation against FaZe, yet they go and take the first map.
C4 वाला मस्त था किल C4 kill is good.
Now they can go and see Consulate for free.
उसमें पूरा सबसे बढ़िया था C4 kill.
Fortress the decider if needed, but it means for GK one map away from the EWC Grand Final. This
इनका डिमॉस का ये नहीं होता अपना फायर करते हुए डिमॉस से ये होता है ऊपर नीचे हो जाता है
एकदम. But this would be an almighty run for them.
Would be. Overall though, a great team effort. I think they can best be described, and sure, there were certainly great individual moments from GK which were facilitated by the strats.
Well, FaZe haven't even left the stage, by the way. They're doing their strat work literally behind their monitors. GK have gone backstage. FaZe are still out here. They're not happy and expect them to respond the way that they usually do. GK should be ready for it. They couldn't have asked for a better map to start in this second semi-final. GK 7-5, a 1-0 lead.
Well, AML, we said they conquered in the battle for the region. Now they're conquering just in the general battle. It's FaZe Clan who go down.
कुछ चीजें जो हम नहीं कर सकते, but ऐसी चीजें हैं जो हम
taking a bow
थोड़ी सी knowledge ले सकते हैं.
Defense goes their way, and honestly, this is a great show. This team has done surprised people again and again and again. Max.
यार ये बोलते रह गए.
7-0 on Shaolin. You got to keep in mind, FaZe has played that 22 times, and they are now losing. They won 15 out of those times. Now they're adding another tally of a loss. But I mean, what a performance from the side of GK, gentlemen. We have a semifinals.
I love it because this means now FaZe has to go 2-0, but it also means that we are on the precipice of something pretty unthinkable with FaZe losing this matchup and GK joining Furia in the finals.
I said it, if anyone could do it, it's this team. I feel like they're just playing really together right now, and you see that in their gameplay.
I love the way that we're getting to this. I know we're going to have a scoreboard for you in a moment to talk about what these stats were exactly, but there were some key pivotal moments. I think even on offense, we're going to highlight one in a second, but when it comes to like SARS and his amazing 2K, Sarkson his amazing 2K from like, I think it was maybe round, I don't know, maybe round 8 or 9. It was just one of those rounds that really turned his favor. It was an incredible performance from a lot of individuals from GK and a good team performance.
Yeah, I mean, you were just highlighting SARS, but every single player on the side of GK has been stepping up and putting in their effort to be able to be here, live in this moment, and take down a big powerhouse team like FaZe. I mean, all of them should be giving themselves a big pat on the back. I mean, this has been a great performance. Honestly, I was unexpected of this. I wasn't sure what I was going to think, especially how it first started out. But again, it was those opening picks that I was highlighting going into this series. They were going blow for blow. They weren't allowing FaZe to run away with the tempo, keep the pacing. I mean, they were playing their own game, and it was fantastic to see.
Yeah, they were clinical. I know we were looking at some telestration to try to break down some of those plays. So, Iconic, what do you got for us? What did you want to highlight from that?
I just want to show you guys how deep GK is right now with their strat book. Let's take a look at this right now. Going to, after their time at 2, after Shepard said, these guys are just humans. Let's make them work for it here. Going into Chalet, top mezzanine is going to be the initial position they want to clear out here. You also see how the bands change this narrative. They double reinforce the top mezzanine wall, and you're going to see FaZe. They're going for a top mezz clear. Vita King being on the cut position on Eagle balcony, holding the cut through on Groovy. You're going to have KDS on the snow balcony holding the cut through. Cyber and Souls are going to be coming through the library side, so they're going to have a quad pinch going on with Handy with a vertical lurk up blue here, okay? Grubby's going to get the initial opening onto Vita King on this balcony, cutting off all of his pressure here. He's going to dodge both of these nades beautifully. And the key thing too here is he's not exposing himself to KDS on that balcony, okay? He's making them work for every step here. And then too, in this late round, you're gonna see how this strat gets so deep. You're gonna have U4 on the piano double with Crossfire onto the piano hop. You're gonna have Sarks on the blue stairs who can have that double hop too with him, and the vertical lurk with the shotgun. Ass is to be able to hold for KDS on the snow balcony. Yaxa to have a great Crossfire deep library with U4 too. And he's going to have Crossfire to mezzanine walk and towards the Ego balcony, all being reacted off of Groovy here on this top mezzanine position. Look at all of these angles you have to worry about if you're FaZe going into this clear here. We're going to stop, we're going to pause, we're going to go through. You're going to see the kill come through on Souls from U4 from the piano double. And then they're just going to walk into their setup. Yaga from deep. It's just a beautiful way to make them get in the map and work for it here.
I mean, that was a beautiful telestration day. For your first ever telestration, big round of applause being able to break that down. And that's exactly what I'm talking about. Not playing into FaZe's game, playing their own game. Ruby being an important piece right there, staying alive, not giving up that position. And FaZe wants you to make a move there. FaZe wants you to peek into them, but they held their angles. They held their space. They played their crossfires and shut it down time and time again.
Well, Yaga's been such an incredible player. Handy as well coming into this was maybe the most talked about member of FaZe. And you could look at this head to head. These players, you know, very hard to separate in terms of a cost, but obviously the impact that both of them have, they need to play well for their teams to succeed.
I mean, who would have thought Yaga being here, one of my ex-teammates, he's just an amazing player. Yeah, just he's been around the world, and I just so excited to see him really finding his footing and that success on this team, and he's just a staple player.
Why do you think it's working for him? You both know him. Why do you think it's working right now?
Because he's been in moments like these. He's built for moments like these where he can step up and he can shine. And again, it's hard to just highlight one individual on this team, because if you look at that entire stat line from across the team, everyone was within 1 or 2 kills from each other. Everyone is putting their best foot forward, and that's exactly what you want coming into a semifinal. But not only coming into a semifinal, going against the 2-time world champions. You need everyone firing on all cylinders and believing in one ideology, one structured form of a team, and that's exactly what they're doing.
The key thing for Yaga too is his mentality. I feel like he's a very stoic person, doesn't really give too much about who he's playing against, and you just see that the way he carries himself. It really doesn't look like he cares too much.
Absolutely not.
So he's just very calm, and he just loves the game of Siege.
I'm sure he does care though.
No, of course.
Yeah, and I think the element is when you have that kind of game face, you can take on some juggernauts who expect you when they walk into the room to kind of start reacting. You don't react and they go, okay, this is a new ball game. Now you stay even pace with them. You make things difficult. You get a couple rounds and you're in the map lead. Where do you go from here, Iconic? Because GK Esports, again, many people going, that's right, FaZe will come back like they did against Liquid yesterday. But does this GK team have enough to shut them down now again?
Of course, I think too, going to the console, it's a very big defense-sided map. So just making sure you can reset and establish that new momentum going in, because FaZe are going to come at you. They're going to be aggressive. They're going to try to take the momentum back in the series, and you have to be ready for them to fight. Groovy said it's not going to be easy, so you have to expect that. You have to reset, and you have to go again.
GK Esports, they're on the verge of doing something special. And now let's get an exclusive sneak peek at Yaga's setup. Thanks to our folks over at Lenovo Legion. If you want to play like the pros, make sure to check out their gaming products.
This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
Welcome back to our Lenovo PC setup. here with our professional player Yaga from Rainbow Six. We're going to go over everything that he does outside of the game to get him ready for the end game. Yaga, let's go over these setups really quick. What do you typically do before you jump into the match?
Yeah, so the first thing that I'll do is I'll obviously adjust my chair, usually set it to the lowest height, and then make sure the back's situated properly. Adjust my desks, and I don't have a specific height that I set it to, but I'll just kind of feel it out, and usually just right up with my belly button. A lot of players will take out their sticks and whatnot. I'm not super particular.
Doctor sound ke
In terms of the keyboard, are you more of a slant or slightly crooked?
So ये क्या विषय ये विषय क्या है?
A lot of people, you know, they put it straight vertical. I'm not able to do that.
Cheaper.
I'm not super particular about like where everything's at on the desk. I just kind of go off feeling what feels right to me.
Do you do anything with mouse
Welcome,
settings?
bro.
Do you do anything with monitor settings?
Yeah, so I'll obviously make sure my mouse is all set up correctly. I'll set it to 800 DPI. Don't really mess with the polling rate. And then as for the monitor, I just make sure it's on the max refresh rate and
oh, listen, promotion video chal rahi hai listen ki.
Really get the brightness.
Listen.
So that way
way brighter.
Yeah.
Are you more of a headset guy? Are you more of a IEMs?
A little bit of both. So I use the headset to talk, and then I'll use.
चलो guys, सब जनगण मन बोलेंगे एक साथ खड़े हो जाओ.
Defaults, maybe like an FPS setting, movie setting, anything like that.
Yeah, I keep that pretty standard. I'll usually set it to like gamer 1 or whatever the setting is on there, and then just.
सब सोचो भाई 12 बजे सब जनगण मन गा रहे.
Settings or anything like that?
No, I don't mess with those.
Okay. All right. Well, that sums it up.
पूरे इंडिया में.
We were there for every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind, and we're here now. The proud founding partner of EWC.
Bro, ये paid stream है? No.
Shoulder to shoulder with
It's a watch party. Permission मिला है बस EWC के तरफ से. बस वही stream कर रहे हैं हम.
Reach your impossible.
अभी PUBG की भी करना है. Siege की तो हो गई. कल ही खत्म हो जाएगी. मिली तो बहुत सारी परमिशन थी बट मैंने की नहीं. पता नहीं क्यों.
Well, history and legacy on the line for
Let's go, Maestro के लिए ready है.
You know what they do, you know
हम
who
तो
they
देख रहे
are
हैं
in the Rainbow Six.
Enjoy कर रहे हैं.
But when it comes to GK
मजे तो
Esports,
वो लोग ले रहे
Yaga
जो वहाँ
and
बैठे.
Yoper and these players, they barely joined together as this roster since June. So it was kind of a underdog story in a way where you thought there's a lot against you, there's a lot that could go wrong, but things have gone right at this EWC. They found their rhythm and they've been able to turn it into a map lead against FaZe. And Iconic, we know how hard those things can be individually, finding rhythm on a new team, but also against FaZe. If GK are to do it here, because I know many people are wondering that question at home, what does it look like?
So it looked like just staying calm. I feel like Shepard delivered it perfectly, taking a deep breath and really making sure you don't let them sink too much out of your control because they are human beings.
Oh,
They make
लेते
mistakes
हैं.
and
Okay,
everyone
वहाँ
has
बहुत यूज
fears,
हो
so
रहे
you
हैं.
have to exploit that.
देखो.
Good to see the Cade with my man coming out.
Wama is good, I think.
Difficult here. Monty, Grim just to stop that initial pressure. Grim just to displace admin side and the yellow side here. Look to see GK start out strong on the defense side.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, especially how they were using those attacks on Chalet. They were able to push and pull all the side of FaZe. It's going to be a little harder on console. It's a very constricted map, but something that we see typically from a lot of teams on the defense. They get that early aggression. They play into those layers, play into those traps. So I have no doubt that we're going to see a very similar side of a defense coming out on the side of GK.
Well, here is the question. GK, if they have the answer, they'll be moving over to the grand finals, but it's FaZe Clan who's standing in their way. Can they go 2-0 against the back-to-back six invitational champions? We'll find out as we send it over to Xenox and Gus.
So heading into the second map of today's second semi-final.
Start again 10 seconds. This match decides
just waiting to see who's going to join them right now. GK got their noses in front after winning Chalet 7-5. They start
अगर
defense
GK
on
निकाल
console
लेते हैं ना
as
तो
well,
GK
Gus, so
चले
that
गए
can get
फाइनल
them off to a good start. 55% defensive win rate at the Esports World Cup.
GK ट्राई करेगी निकालने में.
FaZe will be looking for
वो रिस्क नहीं
revenge in
लेंगे.
terms
Last match तक
of the
रुकने का.
map history. Well, Cyber's already found a kill inside 15 seconds.
The golden
Was
skin?
that an
No.
ominous feeling?
मत चिल्ला, मत चिल्ला.
4 months,
Oh, first kill लिया.
for FaZe on this map of Consulate. The only
वही
win
बोला
against
चिल्लाई क्यों?
Wildcard 3
The
months
kill
ago,
मिला.
8-7. 6-8 loss, 5-7 loss in the other two results. As for GK, a 7-5 win over Twisted Minds and a 5-7 loss over Virtus Pro. A good start for FaZe, getting rid of the Tachanka straight away. 15 seconds into
Marley,
Welcome
back to the stream.
Into this second map and steamroll their
Thanks
opposition
for
on
the
their selection on their home
Thanks
ground.
for the $1,000
start
super
here
chat, Mark.
for the
Thank
opener.
you, bro. Thank you.
We'll see ultimately what they shape up for.
यार
here.
क्या skin है यार,
Admin
क्या
so
skin है.
likely. And then a lot of
Oh,
util
Glash.
layering on offer for the late round.
ए इसका
And
बोंगा
don't
बंद करो,
discount
देखो कितना
KDS on
चिल्लाती
the
है.
Sophia here. Triple impact could be useful in dislodging some of this
Marley.
horizontal pressure laid out by GK.
Concern right now, though, for GK is without the Tachanka, you've got less
Mark
denial
Leo.
later in the round. So this Nitrocell that Yoga has
It's
over towards
4v5
managers will need to
देखते
at
हैं.
least get something. KDS down below inside of
दोनों
Visa.
top team है, दोनों top team है,
Yoga's
कोई भी
going
हो
for
सकता है.
impact trick, as you said.
P4
Yoga
ready
needs
है
to be
भाई.
very careful.
Oh,
Does go for the Nitrocell
boom,
and does connect
nice
on the
kill.
Cyber. Gets rid of the Capitao.
It's
Gets away
a 4v4
safely.
now.
KDS has still not used those impacts on the Zofia. As he lurks below inside a lounge, it's going to be Souls to make his way into admin. Used one of the smoke grenades.
Tanaw,
But that position's already been
यार इनका
vacated. GK happy to
इनका
just get
ग्लैस
that
का
kill.
स्कोप देखो क्या
Fall
दिख
back
रहा है,
to play
मस्त
the
है.
site. Sarks and Newport have gone all the way
ग्लैस का
back
स्कोप
over
मस्त है
CO
इनका.
side of
यार
the map.
इनको भी
Went back
चाहिए
there,
यार,
actually
ये सब.
rotate
ये वाला
back
स्कोप
over
ही डाल दो
towards
बस.
long desk.
Arrow वाला,
I
arrow.
really did expect the triple impact
Smoke?
often, but KDS saves it for
No,
on
it's
side.
grenade.
Just a singular for now, and instead electing to go for more vert pressure.
And there goes Yoga.
Double
courtesy of
comment
Souls.
commentary.
Glass
अरे
finds
कोई
the
ना
next
arrow.
pick. An advantage again for FaZe. The good news though for GK is probably the fact
मेरी
that
तो
time
मस्ती
is
चलती
starting to
है.
get quite low. Only 40 seconds remaining in the round. Souls also low on health for this Glaz. They'll be seeking
ये लोग क्या बोलते हैं, मैं
default
समझता
play.
नहीं आता
No
तो.
real denial available for GK. No Tachanka. Vulcan canister's been popped towards default, so the flames are up right now, as you can see in front
Clear.
of Souls.
Oh, nice.
Newport's getting closer.
Oh, nice
Souls
one.
has been taken down. Can
It's
get
3v3.
revived? No, he cannot, because Sarks finds the angle.
I think GK win. I think.
We're getting very low
Oh,
on
nice
time.
one.
1-for-1 trades, not
It's
bad for the
2v2.
defense.
Oh, trade में
Still
गया.
need to get the plant out. Vidiking though hits the headshot
Oh,
onto Grubby.
it's 1v1.
Newport's gonna have to try and kill
Plan दे रहा
him.
है. Oh, nice.
KDS, he cannot.
Nice,
FaZe
nice,
take
nice,
the
nice.
opening round. A close one to start on Consulate.
Oh, Vidiking
अरे
is
यार.
that guy. Some players
वो
may
वेट ही
not
कर
have
रहा
the
था
confidence
कि कैम आए मेरे पे.
to go for that peak and instead try to stick the plant, then a 1v2 cover as he sticks it, but instead went for the peak. Not a bad fight back in the
क्या
round
उड़ा
there
है.
for GK, all
मेरे बेड
things
पे.
considered. It was a nice nitro, and then some of that onside pressure was pretty good. The likes of Sarks as well, from Vending. Nice 1-for-1, but right here, bang! Great shot there onto
Nice.
Mirror. And with Grubby falling, it was that very, very difficult position for Newport to find him, pardon me, for the final defender to find themselves in. Solid start for FaZe, certainly not clinical, but it was good enough.
मजदूरी चालू.
13-second opening kill from Cyber put them
Phase 1.
in a very good position early as we go basement for the
GK
second
0.
round. This will allow GK to really extend the map, play into a roam game.
10 seconds to go.
Newport will go onto the Solus. And a little change up as well for FaZe. They'll get Cyber on the Solid Snake, Handy onto the Buck, so they'll play top down with the Buck and Ram combination. They'll play into this roam, set up by
Into the
GK.
boom, into the boom.
This is where FaZe can be really deadly on a map like Consulate, where it's basement site and you're roaming around. They'll take their time, they'll drone, they'll get intel, especially off the radar of the Solid Snake from Cyber.
Loading new mag.
Yeah, FaZe the kind of team that will be patient in the initial info gather and then formulate a plan to pounce onto their opposition.
GK. Twitch ऐसा कैसे Twitch है?
Oh, Handy. Whoa.
Wow.
And he might get another one. No.
Ooh.
Body shot. Never mind, headshot from Sarks will do. Handy's been finished off. At least the trade is there. And onto the Buck is pretty decent. No
पूरा
more
interior
skeleton
अलग है
key.
भाई.
Of course, the 3 Boogie Auto breaches. KDS is going to use one on this meeting floor.
इंटर अलग मैप ही अलग है. मैप है ही नहीं भाई. डेमो 6 मोबाइल में.
Top floor has been vacated from GK.
No, nice.
Cyber towards Spiral, captures out Upor there on the
Dubai का
Solus.
बोंगा बंद
That's
हो
the
रहा है
suffocating
कितना
nature
चिल्ला
of
रही
FaZe attack. That double prong is so deadly.
They're playing their home game against FaZe on a
जीके जाए यार
large
मैच
map like
आगे जाए
Consulate.
जीके प्लीज फिनिश
Not going to work
finish
out
this
for you all
match.
that often. They find themselves down a player again, second round straight. FaZe have had the early advantages, looked the better.
And look, if there's any salvation for the defense, Nitro in play. The Yanker positions might be fortified by the mirror. I mean, I feel like I'm clutching at straws here a little bit for GK. FaZe
Vasar's is playing yellow stairs though, so is this Nitro even going to be playable? He's probably going to have to play contact shotgun up close. Unless he can use it a little bit earlier. I don't know if it's going to be there for the late plan denial. Souls, by the way, over towards Garage will go direct. Oh, Foot has been spotted. Oh, damage in the
double
Cyber
damage,
from
double
KDS.
damage.
To be fair, Cyber ran
दोनों को
right in
damage
front of
पड़ा.
him.
Son.
Better Kings 4-1
Photo
now
खींच ली.
starting to turn their attention towards yellow stairs.
Aha.
Good timing on the swing though from Sarks. Got them down onto King. That will delay them. They'll go for the revive, but they'll only be 30 seconds.
No pressure outside yellow. It's a full stack from FaZe Clan.
Flash dump over to clear
I think shotgun पड़ेगी bum 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 करके
play
इनको.
live. He does still have that nitro cell. He'll try and fall back. No,
Bang.
he'll hold the angle.
Bang.
Oh,
nice
the kill
रे
onto
यार
Cyber.
ये.
And two low health members for FaZe to push forward. King inside of Expo, but it's a double stack yellow stairs. This is winnable for GK. Grubby had no idea. It doesn't matter.
Nice shot.
Has been able to help
Oh,
out.
nice.
Grubby, can you believe
Plan,
that's
plan,
just
plan
happened?
दे
The
रहे हैं.
holographic slide is quite big. KDS will go for the plane. No, gets off it. What?
Oh, nice one.
What just happened in
Time. I think time कुछ तो छोड़ा है, कुछ तो हुआ है.
Not
ये क्या था?
exactly the most
ये
clinical
क्या था?
round of Siege you'll ever see, but an exciting one and a reprieve for GK. They get given that round at the end.
उसने छोड़ा लगता है मार फायर कुछ तो मारने के लिए छोड़ा उसने प्लान कर रहा था दिखाएगा रुको रिप्ले दिखाएगा क्या किया उसने प्लांटिंग के टाइम क्या किया ये लोग ये मस्त था नीचे से जो डैमेज पड़ा इसको पम ये फ्रेंडली डैमेज है राइट फ्रेंडली
And then the last 40 seconds of the round, Starks
ओह
continued
ये
his rampage, was
ये
eventually
था
traded
हाँ
out.
उसने छोड़ा उसने मारने के लिए छोड़ा अरे यार
KDS, look at
उसने मारने के लिए छोड़ा
Look at us, they're about as confused as we are. It's not often you see that, especially.
बहुत गंदा है बहुत गंदा गाली दिया रहेगा
That's a gimme for GK. But what about the holographic side though on Grubby? To be fair, we have the outlines and even I didn't even notice initially.
No.
5 seconds left before insertion.
बहुत गंदा था भाई ये
He'll take anything that you can be afforded to you in a series against FaZe Clan 1-1. Expo Piano for the third round. A rare mistake from FaZe. Doesn't happen often.
मुझको एक बात बताओ गाइस ये लोग इतना फायर क्यों देते हैं विंडो पे ये कुछ ज्यादा फायर देते हैं ये लोग विंडो पे डोर विंडो देखना अभी
One from Cyber, one from Handy, and those have been pretty early in the round.
Oh.
Well, both of those have been inside of the first minute.
Okay.
Yeah, I wonder how FaZe are going to respond after that last round. I guess probably most likely a miscomm there regarding a Nitro, but either way, a bit of a sinking feeling to lose a round in that fashion. And they'll look to recuperate and refocus.
उनकी मर्जी उनका विंडो अरे यार अरे कुछ तो होगा स्ट्रेटजी हम भी देंगे भाई हम भी देंगे रुका हम भी देंगे मैं भी ऐसी अरे मत चिल्ला यार मत चिल्ला कोई नहीं मरा अभी तक मार क्या उसको समझा यार मार बिना मतलब का चिल्ला रही है नाइस ट्विस्ट
No comment. Finds a nitro pick onto Cyber.
फिर भी चिल्लाई थे मरने के बाद भी चिल्लाई तो पता ही नहीं कौन मारा
Gets rid of the IQ.
जब भी फेस किसी को मार जाए मतलब सोच लो 5 बार चिल्लाती है हर एक किल पे उसके बाद किसी में मशीनरी हेवी है ना
A very slow-paced round for FaZe.
ऑब्जेक्टिव
Now
अच्छा
down a player, heading
ओके
towards that final minute,
ऐसा है क्या
and a lot of work to
हम
do.
तो मेरे को लगता है उस पे
They still haven't really cleared out this
जो
top four
नॉर्मल
either.
विंडो रहती है उसके आगे एक मिरर
No, they
मिरर बोल
haven't.
रहा हूँ
Ask though is got to be a
मिरर ही
little
बोल
bit
सकते हैं
careful because Vidiking
मिरर ही
is very close to him. Vidiking has not made noise for quite a while, so Ask.
एक मिरर टाइप के उसके आगे रहता है
Yeah, waiting for a dislodge elsewhere to maybe find a playmaking
Glass,
opportunity.
glass,
Difficult to go head on himself from this catering position.
All the timing
ग्लास
kill,
रहता
and
है
he knows
ग्लास
that
का एक
Ask is
मिरर
close to
विंडो
smart.
रहती है
Vidiking plays the safer option, fall back,
ये
expecting
कौन है
maybe
देखो
for Ask
पता
to
है
go
क्या
for the trade.
चीपर देखो पता है ये कौन चिल्ला रही है
Going to fall to Vidiking as KDS catches him
शिट
in
क्या
grubby.
लिया है
Sarks does find that kill onto KDS. Ask still inside of meeting.
डायरेक्ट
But
पुश
knows
है
that maybe Vidiking has fallen back outside balcony.
आया पंप है पंप है पंप हो गया भाई
But there's a battle in the hallway. Jiggle
भाई
pig
पंप हो गया
swing is so clean from Handy.
भाई पंप हो गया
Clinical
भाई
siege, and only Ask that remains, and Vidiking still close by to him. Surely Ask is dead. In the next few seconds, Vidiking is ready to pounce. He's got the angle covered. Ask can't get into a position to deny.
पीसी में एक ब्लास्टर बॉल भी होती है ओके ब्लास्टर बॉल
Went down, then gets the kill.
ओके
FaZe find their second.
That's why
बहुत कुछ है भाई
Vidiking is
पीसी में
regarded as one of the best in the game. His ability to unlock that round for FaZe unmatched. Found that kill onto you, Paul, doubled down over towards meeting, and then had the presence of mind late round to be in a
लड़की को चुप
position
करो भाई
to counter the Solace on Vert. Great round from
कल
Vidiking.
से इतना चिल्ला रहे सब कुछ पीसी में ये
round number 3.
अपने मोबाइल में अलग है भाई अपने मोबाइल में ग्लिच है
Enter the additional
जो
bad
पीसी
phase.
में
Let's
नहीं
see what each team will opt for. FaZe will funnily enough
दोनों
directly
नहीं पता भाई
take
कौन
that
है
Solace out of play for the remainder of the half, and Solid Snake, which has been some good info gathering on the side of the attack, benched by GK.
पीसी में वामाई बहुत यूज कर रहे हैं वामाई डिमोस और डोके भी ये तीन ऑपरेटर तो मैंने देखा बहुत यूज कर रहे हैं
with that early nitrocell onto Cyber from
C4.
Yoga, but then it fell
Ew.
apart pretty quickly thereafter. And Vidiking's positioning with the balcony breach had a big impact into the round.
इसमें वो
Then just
ग्लिच
came
नहीं है
down
ना
to a lot of
सप्रेसर वाला
1v1s. Handy really good jiggle
हेलीकॉप्टर
peek, swing, kill, and from
अलग ही है
there,
भाई
round just got away from GK. So back to CO meeting. Gave this a go in the opening round, lost it though to FaZe. Definitely small concerns though for GK on a map like Consulate, which you want to be getting these defensive rounds. FaZe already with 2 attacking rounds, puts them in good stead.
10 seconds left.
इतना बड़ा है यार फ्लोर
Solus and Solid Snake banned away. Even though the mirror has
इनका
not
एक
been
फ्लोर मेरे को
banned,
लगता है
Grubby will
एक
drop it,
हमारा
Grubby
मोबाइल
banned
का
instead.
एक पूरा
Also
घर है
bring
भाई
the Warden instead of the Mute. As the lineup changed from the opening round on this site. And the change up for FaZe as well. They will not bring the Maverick again. They've actually played Maverick 3 rounds straight.
हाउस में अब तो गुम हो जाएगा भाई इसमें
It's actually a 4 attacker swap from what we saw them bring back in the opening round.
ओ ओ ओ
Only the Zofia will remain.
इनके 4 रूम हमारे पूरा मैप आना है
Planting our potential. The Tachanka in combination
ए
with
अच्छा
Goyo
है खतरनाक कर रही
and double nitro will mean that time management for FaZe is going to be very important in this 4th round. We'll see though how the attack looks to posture here. If it ends up being console side, maybe yellow drop.
देखो नेडिमोस
Deimos in position to contest Vert through that position.
देखिए ये भी बड़ा स्कोप यूज करते हैं नेडिमोस पे बड़ा स्कोप यूज करो
KDS impacts elsewhere.
ये मत चिल्ला
Works already deployed here by
ये
FaZe.
Yeah, they just get into such good positions, don't make a lot of noise. They don't really give the defense a lot of opportunities to figure out what's happening.
स्वीपर देखो पता है इसमें एक स्नाइपर की ये भी है क्या बोलते हैं ऑपरेटर है कौन सा है वो सिर्फ स्नाइपर उसके पास स्नाइपर था प्रॉपर ओ ये काम आता है
as well from the Zofia to find that opening kill onto the Azami. As Vidiking
ऑफलाइन है क्या
maybe expecting a swing, and there it was from Sarks.
क्या उड़ा है भाई शॉटगन अब तो पुश है भाई डायरेक्ट पुश
At the moment on Consulate, their attacks have been clinical. Really, the one round that was won for GK was also off of a FaZe mistake, a rare one too. Grubby yet to find a kill.
कौन श्री एक है पता नहीं मेरे को भी आइडिया नहीं एक स्नाइपर वाला कोई ऑपरेटर है उसके पास बस स्नाइपर है वो जैसे अपना आर्म कैसे ऑपरेट नहीं करते रिलोड करते वैसा वाला खत्म है जीके खत्म इसको मेरे जैसा खेलना चाहिए नहीं रे एक तो ग्लैज है एक शायद काली हाँ काली होगा ग्लैज तो पता है मेरे को ग्लैज प्रॉपर स्नाइपर नहीं है ग्लैज की स्नाइपर बोले तो एक गोली मार रहा है रिलोड कर रहा है रिलोड बोले तो वो जो सेकंड अरे मत कितना चिल्लाते हैं यार
You left Sarks for this position. Waste time, just don't die. Have a good road to
okay.
Side, even play Valkyrie, hide Valkyrie.
Yeah, I agree. I think. I think we just need to find a solution to their opening kills. Like, did they get all the opening kills?
Yeah, on the opening kills, like, I don't think we need to start extended. If you guys want to start extended, that's like say to your teammate you pass shotgun to, for example, yellow stairs, you know? And it's the same. For example, I think we like just make sure that we breathe, guys. Like, keep the default up, guys. And,
just keep the piano, just play flash on the top floor.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Well, Shepard's saying, you know, calm down.
समझा भाई समझा इनका प्लान समझ गया मेरे को.
That's been an issue, and he's right. In the opening 4 rounds, 3-1 split in favor of FaZe. But it's not just that as well. It's FaZe are able to enter the building, get into these deeper positions, and they're just seemingly one step ahead of GK. Even though GK is on defense constantly,
English बोलो भाई English समझता है भाई. ये लोग दूसरा लैंग्वेज नहीं समझता मेरे को.
Yeah. Interesting. There was a little discussion there in terms of maybe bringing the counterplay, not to be selected here for at least the 5th round. And they're also not elected to go trap heavy despite these strong lurk positions from FaZe. The kind of lineup that to me suggests they're looking to play late round, but FaZe have been so dominant in the first third of the round by gaining that space, forcing scouting from the defense, then being well prepared to dominate. It's an interesting path that GK have elected to follow here, and to me suggests that maybe they aren't reading into the player from FaZe as well as they would like. But again, we'll see how this side goes because it can play a little bit differently.
And I feel like in terms of the clash that you mentioned, if you're going to bring it, probably CO meetings decide that you'll actually bring the clash.
Which is what they said.
We also heard that they'd find to go back basement as well. So they got options. That's probably the logistic things to close this half out. 2 rounds to go.
तोड़ दे भाई पूरा घर ही तोड़ दे. Same push कर रहे हैं.
The problem though when you kind of bring up that discussion, which is what Ars did in terms of the opening kills, almost inadvertently the first sense is to say then do we play safer? But I don't know if that's the right way to play against FaZe.
Plan बन गया भाई जीके का.
They're already exploiting a lot of these entry positions and getting into good
positions. Nano पड़ी है क्या बाजू में?
Obviously got to take the risks, take those early fights.
No early entry and lurk from FaZe, at least in this round, so they've been able to keep that at bay.
कोई नहीं मिलेगा भाई सिर्फ 2F है 2F.
Not here in round 5.
Call सुन लिया मैंने.
And that will certainly favor, I think, GK in the lineup that they have presented.
ये कौन है?
Info from the Valk, good crowd control, smoke, and Tachanka and the Mirror as well for the whole top floor.
Yeah, little lineup change from the 3rd round of Expo Piano.
Twitch को एक फोन दे कर रखा है.
Assault from Yoga. Well, back in that 3rd round, it did find the opening kill onto Cyber. This time, a little bit of damage onto him through admin. Halfway through the round, and the slow pace for FaZe here on Consulate has been to their benefit. Sarks does spot one through the drone hole. GDS on the move through break. So they're just starting to close in towards that vending hallway.
This is really good stall out from GK. FaZe have not been allowed to find position.
Well, again, because they are playing safer. And they can do that with the Shamika launcher to a viewport. He can delay the ability to push through this hallway. Yoga's ready, close angle swing towards default. It would be a 1v1 against
nice start.
He does win that 1v1. There's no follow-up trade potential.
Solzlok's front door. Handy was also basement. They'll look to connect site here potentially and draw out GK.
Yeah, but time is also starting to get a little low here for FaZe. Grubby's Nitro Cell doesn't connect over towards catering. King still outside of the balcony. Soul's now below inside the lounge as you mentioned.
Nice one, Ray.
Caught by Grubby. Through the finds the headshot. Yoga will fall to KDS. Still has 2 impacts available on the Zofia, and up through the hallway now he goes. Long desk held by Upor. Handy finds the headshot onto Ask. GK have still got a lot of this site in control.
GK निकालो भाई, GK निकालो.
On this first floor,
Plant
Handy's going for the plant inside of Expo. It's not a default plant. Grubby losing his life.
Plant
Upor's on the move. The plant will go down though. FaZe have navigated this perfectly. Good swing kill though from Upor. 2v2 into the post plant. Upor to try and play the vert. Sarks now to try and play direct. But it's Upor that dies from the first floor. Sarks by himself. 1 versus 2. 1 up close, 1 holding the doorway. He doesn't even make a move as Handy swing kill.
क्या रे रो मत करो ना.
It's a FaZe onslaught on Consulate. GK are getting beaten down.
Oh, you got to feel some sympathy there for GK. It felt like they did so much right in that
PUBG
round.
वाली DP गन है ना. मेरे को प्रोस्ट लगी बे प्रोस्ट. हाँ वैसी ही लगी PUBG वाली DP गन. मैं बोलने वाला था DP. फिर मेरे को लगा प्रोस्ट की है क्या ये अलग कुछ.
But then it was courtesy of the likes of Handy and
5v3.
प्रोस्ट की ऐसी नहीं, प्रोस्ट की बाहर निकली. अबे ये लोग प्रोस्ट नंबर को यूज नहीं करते.
Then got the diffuser planted in the blind spot.
ये लोग ऐसी गन यूज करते हैं जो बहुत ज़्यादा डैमेज दे.
And then was just able to play nicely into the 2v1. That is a
कैमरा आ गया सामने ही खड़े हो जाओ.
Handy's up to 17 kills now across both maps. The
next
closest is tied, Yoga and Cyber on 13. Handy's also 5-2 on the entry. Final round of this half, but can't help but feel for GK. They have missed
GK bro, you have
to
defend bro.
Clearly haven't. It's going to be difficult for them in the second half, whether it's 4-2 or 5-1. At that point, it won't matter. Better 4-2 though, of course, but it's a long way back now here on the second map of the series. Fortress looking more and more likely as a requirement. Cyber quick entry into admin. It is basement though. Not expecting a whole lot of test up above.
Oh wait, कोई Japanese operator है.
No idea. Cyber's already deep.
ये क्या था?
Entry through admin. 30 seconds into the round. Another opening kill for FaZe. We heard Ask during the tactical timeout talk about it as an issue. And it remains as such.
Now we'll force some playmaking here from GK.
already
deployed for FaZe, makes things as precarious for defense and
World War के DP लेके आया हो.
Help isolate these defenders. Now the vert to activate sledge ram combination for FaZe. They also then have the
bridge कर सकते हैं क्या? Nice shot.
Good repeat though from KDS, knowing that
FaZe खेल रही है पूरे. FaZe pump हो गई भाई.
And then a good kill though from Ask onto the running Vidder King as he falls back down through storage. And then elsewhere, Yoga finds a crucial kill onto KDS, brings it back to a 3 versus 3.
Nice.
And Yoga critically able to get back down yellow stairs before Handy could cut him off. They've been able to stabilize on the defense. Not a bad position for GK.
Yeah, but Handy's still alive.
3v3.
He's the boogeyman right now, the way he's playing.
Sure is.
On that Blackbeard, he can take some space. Handy will push down Spiral. Already into basement. Cyber and Souls have got good control. Fire extinguisher will pop. Block vision towards the hallway.
Oh, nice shot.
Huge battle one. Cyber though and Handy both combine. 5-1 lead for FaZe Clan. 2 rounds away from
FaZe
Fortress.
FaZe मार रही है.
An almighty dominant half.
Tava comendo a mira no...
Perfeito, Ralph, né?
गाइस मेरे को एक बात बताओ, CS को सबसे पहले आया या फिर Rainbow Six Siege? क्योंकि Rainbow Six Siege बहुत पुराना है, जहाँ तक मुझे पता है. जहाँ तक मुझे लग रहा है, Rainbow Six Siege बहुत पुराना है. I think CS से भी पुराना. Counter Strike तो देखेंगे खेले.
Uma dose de açúcar.
Ah lá, ele tá botando a culpa no time dele já. Os caras aqui que jogar. Os caras aí que jogar.
Os caras colocando a culpa no time.
De boa. Caralho, aparecendo na live, tá ligado? E aí, que doido.
Yeah, just like don't choke right now. Don't choke.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean that if we're like 1-5 down, it does not mean that like, okay, we skip this map and we have to go for the next one.
I mean,
Like,
exactly.
you're still in the game. Just work for the win again.
Just take it fucking easy, guys. Make sure that we use that time for a brief, guys. Listen to Shepard, listen to voices, guys, and please do not, guys. It's 1-5, guys. We're gonna fucking come back most likely. If not, we're fucking Fortress to play. We don't care. Like, it's no problem. But make sure that we play as a team, guys. If you want to play fast, let's play fast, guys. This kind of place is gonna work, but we need to do it together, guys. If you ever want to fucking do the free flow attack, we can do it. If somebody wants to do the fucking Tung Tung Sakur, let's go for it, guys. But make sure that we do it as a team and gonna fucking win it, guys. Like, we had the same situations against Fnatic where we struggled, guys. Against Enterprise, remember, guys. Enterprise, it ended, like, we started the same way.
What's the Tung Tung Sakur strat? I hope we see that one.
Grubby taking over the halftime talk at the end there, but Shepard brings up a good point. You know, you can't just turn your attention to the next map. 5-1 down, it's going to be difficult, but play to the best of your ability, and who knows what can happen.
Yeah, it's about keeping spirits high.
Well, you want to go down fighting here. Fortress is not going to be much easier against FaZe either. It's not as if there's a safe haven map on the other side. I am getting the sense that the third map will be required. By the way, the record on Fortress for these two teams, a 1-3 record in the last 2 months for GK. 6-8 lost to G2,
mother game hai.
7-3
Bomb plan
and lost to Virtus Pro 2-7 and 3-7. Span of a week for FaZe, lost to Team Liquid 4-7, beat Low 7-5, beat Liquid 7-5 in a rematch, and then lost to Virtus Pro 2-7, of course, last week, and 7-0'd Liquid yesterday.
Hey chillari, chilla. The camera chilla. Yo Aditya, welcome bro.
Well, then can FaZe continue this run of domination on Cons?
कौन सा character
Their eyes firmly
ban
locked
किया है
on
मतलब
claiming the trophy
कौन सा
here
character
at
ban
the
किया बोले तो
Esports World Cup.
कोई character ban नहीं हुआ
Response here on the second map.
I mean, it's an expected response, right? That's what you're expecting from FaZe. You take a map off them, they want to rebound, and they do so quickly. The funny thing as well is the one round that GK's got is probably not even supposed to have gone their way. Really could have been a 6-0
ban मुझे नहीं पता ban करते अच्छे दो ban है क्या ये दो operator ban करते हैं क्या
Well, they've had their chances, GK.
Wame ban
couple
है क्या
injuries as well over the course of this half that were not converted.
अच्छा ये जो दिखाते वो ban है ये से पहले CS था okay
Really great to watch. The
वो भी
look was
same
so
mode था
strong on
okay
attack.
CS Counter Strike
Let's see if
Counter Strike
GK
खेला है
can
मैंने PC वाला
pull off some tricks of their own in the second half. Stands to be employed here for their first attack. Util clearance as well, courtesy of the Flores. Probably posturing for the admin across here.
And same bans as well, going into this second half. Monty Grimm, Kaid and Wamai, same as what we saw in the first half.
इस गेम में ban होता है okay ऐसा है क्या तो वामा एक ban था और कोई तो operator था
A couple of rounds here, even if you don't win the map.
मेरे को लगता है वो लेते
7-3, 7-4, you feel a little bit better about yourself going into Fortress. If you get like 7-1 here, that's not going to be a good feeling going into that third and final map. All to split in terms of the opening kills in favor of FaZe.
वामा में glitch लगता है इधर भी
Nice impact there actually to keep front desk up. That will aid FaZe later in the round if GK
helicopter sound आते रहता है वामा में इसलिए चलते रहा
Rotero going out.
Oh need कितना सेकंड है 6 सेकंड
Entry yellow.
Boom.
And entry
जो character ban
so the ground work character has been pretty sound, but
yes.
at this kind of level
तो
that's
वो
expected.
आपको ban हुआ कैसे यूज
Halfway through the round though. If you FaZe, I think you're pretty.
And
दे सीधा wall दे सीधा wall दे
watching this position intently. Over towards break. Yoga on live cam.
You can watch the cam, but can you deal with it? Can you play off it? Cyber trying to, and he actually has been able to slip back into a space that maybe GK think is safe. Cyber has got a very lovely flank position inside the managers. The timing takes the contact with Yoga. Cyber's position known, should be able to get safely back, although Upol are going to cut him off. As he slipped into break, Cyber's then going to go down in towards Visa and look to play the long way around. He can play from below as
खेलने
well.
मजा आता है देखने में नहीं आता
And
मेरे
those
को
vault
इतना
camps,
मजा
as you mentioned before. Not only that, but it's also taken some time away from GK.
The vault cam is still up as well, so a scary proposition now for GK. 40 seconds. A large portion of the team still on the exterior. Yoga admin, can those ROUs facilitate a plan?
Getting concerned on the timing front now as well for GK. They're getting quite low. They haven't even cleared out long desk either, and they've still got to deal with Cyber down below. But it is Souls that will go down first in the hands of Sarks. Up Cyber comes through Spiral. Easy shot in the back of the head of Grubby, who was dealing with long desk. That's now top Spiral confirmed for FaZe. 1-for-1 trade, keeps it quite even, heading into the last 10 seconds remaining into the round. Yoga still has the kit. He also has an ROU over towards Meeting. He's now been eliminated. There goes Sarks as well. It's only R6 that's left. Damage into KDS, gets the down. 2 seconds to find this killing of Vidiking. And he cannot find it. FaZe will go to 6. And not long to go until they probably find all 7 here on Consulate.
FaZe doing a good job to hold on in the tail end of that round, but being thrown there by GK. Some of the U2 layering there from the ROUs, and the back hit yellow side just kept things a little interesting and kept FaZe honest. But doing a good job there in communicating the win con late in the round to get the job done. Diffuser dropped, Vidiking won that key jewel, and then immediately beelined it as far away from Ask as possible, and ultimately it worked out.
Last round जीत गई FaZe.
Kills happy there for GK, but they've last converted 3 of their opportunities.
Yeah.
Rounds 3, 5, and now 7.
And actually, of these two teams,
the
better conversion rate GK had going into this series is actually the one stat you look at for FaZe at this event. That's a little compromised. I think low 60s heading into the day. Regardless, though, they're still able to find results time after time.
And you look at the conversion rates as you're talking about. GK 76% for FaZe, 67%.
5 seconds left before insertion.
इतना बड़ा अपडेट आया था मोबाइल पड़ जाएगा रे अभी इतना लैग हो रहा है FPS ड्रॉप है 30 FPS में खेल रहा है भाई 60-30 60-30 निका शॉटगन काम का है और मोबाइल में ओनली रोटेशन के लिए यूज हो सकता है ओके
Looks like we will get to Fortress as well. This has been
रोमन्स लोग का अच्छा है क्या नहीं
रोटेशन for the match point round.
निका अटकेंगे ना
KDS to situate himself on second floor and does have support early here on the roam. We'll see if the plan is peel or stay. Trying to absorb as much time and util as possible here from GK, who could potentially try and throw bodies at this top floor take.
They also might go direct if they want to as well. No, FaZe are going to be playing a rather roam-heavy composition. That means Vidiking's gone back down server stairs. They only had Souls initially.
Yeah, they have the triple primary high breach. Could even mean they go for the back pinch too. There's lots of options here for GK. Do they avoid or do they contest this roam? That's the ultimate question.
Sarks has just been lingering at the bottom of yellow stairs for the last 40 seconds. The longer this, though, kind of sits in the position where clearly GK haven't gone top floor down, FaZe will then give up that top floor, play first in basement. That's pretty much what's happened, except for
that right angle.
He's the sole exception. Everyone else has made their way back down for FaZe. You can see the concern for Grubby, even just trying to push into Visa. It's the perceived pressure that's being created by the defense.
Now, GK have committed themselves now in avoiding the roam. They're not in a position now to contest.
The roam is pretty much coming to an end anyway, though, because there's only a minute remaining. There is no roam game.
Still a Nitro, still available.
But what that also means is Handy has for free been able to stay
top floor. Easy plan.
He's going to try and go for a sneak.
No.
That's not going to work there at the yellow pillar. He gets taken down to half HP. Goes for a re-attempt on the plant. It's getting quite close. It seems as if it will be successful. 4v4 post-plant, but Ask falls immediately to Handy. Traded though by you, but the advantage still with FaZe off that next kill. The trades have been in favor of the defense. Sarks still bottom of yellow stairs. Vidiking wants to get on this case. Sarks is close by. We'll look for a swing, but Souls is also there. Forced off of the kit temporarily. Grubby over towards the breach. Does still have a flash. He could have thrown in, but he goes for the headshot kill. Nitro connects. There's the swing from Sarks. Cyber's too far away. GK will find a second round on Consulate. And Cyber searching for
Nice.
kill. No, not to be.
Well played.
6-2, we stay a little longer on Consulate.
6-2.
Okay.
But a good round from GK.
Yeah, they found a way to go for the direct route. Credit to them.
Planned मत करा था, मतलब diffuse मत कर रहा था,
Didn't feel particularly
ये सब
convincing,
सीखो
but
भाई,
there was a
ये
lack of
सीखने का
nitros towards that plant position.
Bye bro, bye.
And there was contest up above as well there to a limited
But
extent
इतना
in terms of
time
the vert from GK. Well
वो
postured
सब
there
angle चाहिए
in
भाई,
the
ये
post.
जैसे अभी
Didn't
diffuse कर
fall
रहा
for
था.
picks for free. And did a good job contesting the likes of Yellow.
Yeah, but-
Nice util as well.
Did you see the sign?
I did not see the sign.
Let's go phase. We're going to scream louder.
Oh. Well, plenty to scream about here on map 2.
Oh, it certainly has been. You wonder for GK if that's just going to be one and done maybe here on Consulate. Really solid round. Finally got to put it all together.
किसी में डिफेंस करने का रेंज है, मोबाइल में लो है. अच्छा जान दो, कैंसिल, प्लान कैंसिल.
Of giving up a 6-1 lead today. Large attacker repick for GK. Going into round number 9.
5 seconds left.
Expo Piano will be the side choice for phase. Yoga will get onto the Blackbeard. First time seeing some shield play from GK in this half.
He was contained a little bit back on Chalet. FaZe elected to ban out the Blackbeard and the Grim, then followed up by the Monty, so constricted Yoga's ability to play those shields, one of his big strengths. Now given the opportunity here, at least for a couple rounds. But if he does find success, you would anticipate that FaZe will bench it, much like they did back on that
है भाई,
first
अपने भी है ऐसा.
Speaking of the Blackbeard, it's admin side entry, and they'll look to link up with the meeting hard breach.
Yeah, top floor focus for GK, but they don't really bring Ram or Buck, try and open up, play some of the vert. This is just more a case of trying to push back the top floor defenders, get them back to the first floor, then look for the execute with the cap.
इसी में डिफेंडर एंड अटैक का सेम एडवांटेज है. Okay.
To be the one to creep forward so that it can make
वो
contact
नेट डाला.
into positions like this. Over towards
कौन थे
medium.
वो?
Cyber made a little bit of
Nice
contact.
net.
Just to make sure that no one's just sitting inside a catering with that final frag grenade. And halfway through the round,
एक शील्ड के साथ तो डुओ रहते ही है, डुओ खेलते
still
ही.
defenders to need pushing out. Over on the CO side of this top floor, again a reminder, it is first floor site.
Both teams in a decent position.
और भी
Double
बातें चल
nitro
रही हैं, और
still
टूर्नामेंट चल रहा है.
available for FaZe. KDS goes Garage. And Souls, no doubt, will look to rotate down yellow eventually. Good to and throw here in round number 9. Neither team significantly ahead.
Yeah, GK happy to take their time.
Bum.
As we've seen so far in this half, opening kills at the 24-second mark and the 53-second mark. Still 5v5 heading into the final 40 seconds in this round. Radar information from Ask on the KDS and Bitter King over in basement. I am starting to get a little concerned though for the time, and the fact there are still basement present defenders as well for FaZe means that GK...
This has to work for Ask. He needs to find a way to contest the Nitro.
Well, it's a multi-level battle. There's still defenders on the top floor as well. GK could easily get pinched when they do eventually get to the side.
I think
there's going to be a lot of players they're going to need to do everything.
I think GK is in. Okay, nice.
Shot onto Ask as well. 6 seconds.
क्या था
Gotta
भाई?
grab this kit and start planting and do so quickly. U-Paul's picked it up. We'll go for the plant. No more time remaining. Will FaZe be able to find this kill? Shut down Grubby. Good anchor cover. U-Paul gets the plant down successfully. We're into a 2v2.
भाई क्या था भाई ये?
Finds a third in the round. Handy on the top floor.
कितना दूर-दूर है रे सब लोग, कितना दूर-दूर से.
We enter a straight 1v1 and Grubby's low on health. Handy is born for these moments.
Grubby goes above. He'll contest the vert. Handy will need to draw out the shot.
And he's not entirely sure as to where Grubby's gone, but I think he's starting to clue on that Grubby indeed has gone above. Pros don't fake, but this
easy kill.
Grubby, wonderfully played round. 2 in a row for GKs. They make it 6-3. It's a long way back, long way, but they've done well in the previous 2 rounds.
The Indian player like
1 by 1 for GK.
The Indian player na काहीतरी झालंय.
Sure if that was a triple team strap, but either way, it was pretty well played.
That's why match
Nervous though there
postponed.
towards the end.
आता एक
KDS
match
with a great
खेळून
Billy
आलो.
Nitro contest,
19
followed by
okay,
a second
don't
kill
मारले.
below.
3 rounds in a row where GK and
कौन
this
सा
is why
match
you feel
postponed
nervous.
किया भाई?
They're playing these late round executes.
Yeah, and that was as late as it could
PUBG
possibly
की बात
get
कर
for
रहे
the
क्या?
attack.
Look at these opening kills, 24 seconds, 53 seconds, 11 seconds. That's been the last 3 rounds played on the attack for GK. But they've gotten 2 plans down in a row. And just making this
PUBG
interesting.
second match postponed. Okay, ठीक है. मारामारी की क्या लोग ने?
Clinging on, they're still on the
वो
ledge,
सीफर
but
मस्त
they're
था.
clinging on.
सीफर
Well,
तगड़ा था
one
भाई.
that helped him a lot in that round was the Solid Snake guys.
चार
Got some
मैच
really good
कर
information down in
रहे
basement.
हैं.
That has now
ओके.
been
वो मेरे लिए
banned
रखे वो
away
बाद
by
में करेंगे
FaZe.
ना.
The
अपन अपन
Asami
करने वाला
also
है.
banned
क्या
away
मतलब
by
है?
GK. Played in 2 of the
आ रही
3
PUBG की स्ट्रीम क्या आ
previous
रही?
rounds.
कल शायद करूँगा मैं. आधे से करूँगा बट करूँगा.
Even if GK do fall short here, they've
पहली
made
तो इसकी होगी फाइनल अपना.
enough noise on Consulate to suggest to FaZe
4
that
बजे से.
Fortress is not going to be easy.
कल कितने बजे PUBG की? 6 बजे कुछ.
CO and
क्या हो रहा
Media
है भाई
was
इसको?
successfully defended
नहीं नहीं
back
कहीं को
in
भाई
the
खाना नहीं
7th
खाने का
round
तेरे
to
को.
start this second half.
कितने बजे रुकने
And
देखता हूँ.
FaZe will return there now, but you lose this site and suddenly it's 6-4 and 3 straight to GK. Things will get very spicy if FaZe lose this one.
मते ज़्यादा हो रहा तेरा.
Alrighty.
अबे 330 को है. अबे यार.
They go the pulse with
कोई
handy
ना
to get
चल.
information.
मतलब ये पहले चालू हो जाएगी. कोई ना अपन तो डायरेक्ट फाइनल ही कर लेंगे.
With the Asami banned out this time,
वैसे
they'll
मेरे को
bring
लगता
the
है
Ella instead.
रेनबो सिक्स फेज से ज़्यादा PUBG चलेगी.
So that's a forced change, but the unforced change, the only one being the mirror for the pulse. The rest will stay the
चार
same.
चले आज हफ्ते.
As for GK, they drop
चार.
the Sens and they drop the
वही वही
Flores
3 4 बजे.
from round 7, and they bring.
मतलब सेम टाइम पे चालू हो रहा है. फाइनल इनका फेज का फाइनल और PUBG का डे 2 फाइनल.
Again, it will be probably a slow-paced round for GK. They're in no rush. Admin side across.
He's had a
अबे
really
तो
good
सब
read on
फूकता
these
भाई इनका.
positions, casting our mind back last time, courtesy of the bulk. They've now got the pulse. Surely there isn't a blind spot over towards break. Same Valcam manager, so it might be the same set here. Can make things interesting in this round, especially with triple nitro.
Oh, big nitro from Cyber onto Grubby. That feels like taking the heart and soul out of this GK team here in this 10th round. Usually you can rely on Grubby to maybe salvage a round. It's going to have to be someone else.
गेम स्टाइल बहुत अलग है.
Already half health as well. This is looking rather difficult for GK.
Sox is in a decent position here, quite advanced, but he needs his team to help dislodge either Cyber or Vidaking.
He'll need a multi-kill. Cyber, is he ready for this? No, shot the back.
Oh shit bro. Oh shit bro.
Round suddenly alive again for GK.
That's
At the
here,
window,
right?
here comes Souls, but he thinks better of it, falls back, doesn't want to take the fight, and also lose his life. He has Nitro, and so does Handy. Play going down inside of Meeting, but the window's covered. Souls can't get across. Nitro! So the Nitro shot from Handy!
Oh, it's 2v2. It's 2v2.
That one is indeed worthy of a scream as Handy finds a crucial double. He gets taken low. Yellow ping swing from KDS. Down to the men that started it all for GK.
खत्म फिर सेकंड मैच जीत गए.
The FaZe crowd are off their feet as they close out Consulate. A little scare.
अरे गोंगाट को दिखाओ. गोंगाट को नहीं दिखा रहे भाई आज. समझ गए स्ट्रैटेजी. गोंगाट की स्ट्रैटेजी समझ गए भाई.
What a nitro.
They were so close to putting up a serious contest there on Consulate, but
अब होगा भाई. अब मजा आएगा.
proving that they are the team
क्या टाइम मारा.
to beat. It's Fortress
130 तक तो खत्म हो
to
जाएगा.
determine these two teams' fates.
What a round from Handy, what a round from FaZe. What a play from Sarks, a really solid round of Siege to close out Consulate. And also for GK, competitive to close after they were 6-1 down. They could have walked away from the map, probably being beaten up 7-1, going back behind the stage, feeling a little sorry for themselves. But I think they can take quite a lot of motivation from the close of that map heading into Fortress, that this is not going to be a foregone conclusion. FaZe know they're going to have to play at their best.
Yeah, absolutely. Nothing is granted here at EWC. It must be earned. Even a team of FaZe's tenure, experience, and skill.
छोटो भाई आज बहुत को डिस्काउंट में मिलेगा देख. ले ले क्या लेने का.
No, this is must win if they want to get one step closer.
And for GK, the Cinderella story, what a run it's been, third map required, but again, showed that on Consulate they were not going to just bow out. Love that they kind of adapted a little bit, slowed their own pace down, found avenues, went for plant focused attacks. That got them back into the game a little bit, and honestly, it took a huge Handy clutch to win that round for FaZe. And if you're going to beat FaZe, you're going to have to beat them at their best. And Handy right now has been at his very best in this series. He's up to 24 kills, 14 deaths, 5-2 on the entry. Handy is one of the all-time modern GOATs for a reason. Map 3 is required.
Well, you know, that was one for the record books. I think the way this matchup has gone, anything but simple. FaZe yet again making it interesting and sending us to a third map, but it was the heroics of Handy that I think was appropriately mentioned there that really turned the tide. Without that, it would have been maybe GK doing it in 2-0.
Absolutely, and I love what Jake was talking about is, yes, sure, they did lose this map. They do have to go to a map 3, but there is something to be able to take away, going to the back right there, that you could have ended that in a 7-1, that you weren't getting any momentum behind you. But the fact is, they were getting that momentum round by round, and even Sarks in that very last round. I mean, a big 2K to almost bring it back, where it really did come down to Handy getting that massive C4 just to put the pressure back onto GK and not instill any bit of momentum or hope.
I mean, you need your big players in big games, and he showed up for them.
He did.
That is a great rating as well. 133, top of the lobby there, iconic.
No, yeah, and also too, what Lax said, it's great for GK to show they have the momentum.
9:22 PM हो रहा है.
Honestly, it's hard just when you go into that big of a deficit to really build back, because it only takes one round for FaZe to close out, and you saw they hit the pulse. It ended up buying them. Great tactics from FaZe. You see them just having that deep state win cons, and I feel like it's going to be a great match going into the third map here.
I mean, this third map, it's everything is on the line. One map to decide whether you're fighting for $750,000, a chance to lift the trophy. GK Esports, though, to me, so impressive the way that they bounce back. And you talk about momentum, that's got to give you a lot heading into it.
Certainly, and honestly, going into this series, like I said, I'll put my foot in my mouth. I thought it was going to be a FaZe.
At least you got some nice shoes on.
Clean sweep. Fact of the matter is, they beat FaZe on one of their best maps, which respectfully so is also GK's best map. But something for me, I mean, one thing that really sticks out for me is just the fundamentals from this team. They don't let anything paint a narrative for them outside of what they believe is going to work for their system, work for their players, and they don't give up. And that's something that you need to go against a powerhouse like FaZe. So it leaves me very confident when we get into Fortress. They haven't shown it at all throughout this event, where FaZe have. They lost to Virtus Pro 2-7. However, they did beat Team Liquid Alienware 7-0, but they do have that vibe, and that's what KDS gave them, Prez, that they are unknown. They're an unknown entity going into that map. They're going to look at a VOD that maybe was back 2 months ago, maybe, and there's a lot that could have changed from then.
How prepared do you think GK are for this third map?
I mean, you have to be prepared. It's best of one now, and Fortress 2 really does play into their style of the attacking side, making sure they can spread out and kind of work the gaps here. So I feel like it's just really a test of the mental, making sure you can actually get yourself back in this game, because it's a marathon, it's not a sprint. And here you really have to make sure you can finish strong and not let the cracks in the system show, and keep those plays going.
I asked, what do we need to do? And the reason I asked this is because, you know, I've noticed, and again, I have much less experience watching Siege than all of you. I've been here this week really loving it, and this community, you guys are amazing. But to me, when I look at GK, they look like a team that if they get a little bit of a cushion, they are dangerous. And if FaZe denies that, then FaZe has the upper hand. But that first map and the second map, the difference is we had a lot of contests late, but they didn't get those early rounds, and so they were always chasing FaZe.
Again, and that's why it was very important and very crucial for that momentum to start to be able to come back for the side of GK, of just even getting those last 3 rounds to end it on a 7-3 instead of a 7-1, because then they can believe in themselves going into this next map of, we almost were able to do this. Had that C4 not landed by Handy, who knows if then we're pushing it into an overtime and extending it from there, and then it's left up to mystery from there what that could look like. So if I'm in GK's seat and I'm a former player, this is the momentum that you need to carry into a third map, of just having the belief that you were the better team, that you could have been the better team had everything went into your favor.
As Handy shows us exactly why he is who we say he is, how, I guess, important is it that he has this performance going into map 3? Because I feel like as a teammate, you know he's firing.
Of course, too, but I feel like it's even more important for the team to be operating strong, because I feel like what happens when these players play the best is when the team is playing the best and they're operating together and the game is just coming to you. I feel like if he's just getting his solo kills, solo frags, and the team's not really finding much momentum into these rounds, it's going to be bad for FaZe Clan. But if he's just getting the kills in that engine churning and they're actually going through their motions and they're playing well all together, that's a very different story than him just solo fragging.
Yeah, kind of solving problems by individual skill versus as a reflection of the problems they're solving. Well, his individual skill is showing up.
Exactly.
So it seems like FaZe's engine is working as well. On the flip side, in GK, we saw Sarks have some good moments. We saw. I mean, I think Grubby have a big impact earlier on in map 1. Who needs to show up for you in your eyes heading into this final map?
I mean, realistically, the entire team has shown up tremendously, whether it was map 1 or map 2. Sure, it might have been a slower start, but that also is the beauty of not having the best start on the second map, is it's just not on one single person. You just can't look at one person and be like, well, you weren't finding your rhythm, we weren't finding our rhythm. That really took the entire team coming together, finding those gaps that you were talking about and exposing them when that Sarks was doing extremely well. They're going to have to do the same thing now going into Fortresses. Again, just working together, believing in the system, believing in their ideology of how they work around the map, exactly what they did on Chalet, where they were pushing and pulling FaZe around on their defense, exposing them, getting that opening kill into their favor, and then we would see them almost look flawless going into that execute.
I think key thing mentally for GK is, who would have pictured them to be 1-1 with FaZe a map off the
I wouldn't have, absolutely not.
Me, because I have to represent, because Alphama's not here. I have to say something positive about
So I think they have to use that and flip that and just go for it, honestly, this last map.
And you probably can't just treat it as if you're lucky. You got to treat it like you deserve to be here, because one more win, you're in the grand finals, you're facing Furia, it's all your game. All right, let's send it over to Chris, who's got a club championship update for us. Chris?
A genuine pivotal moment just happened here at the Alliance Vault over in chess. Of course, Trav, a huge moment. We had Falcons taking on AGAL, and just arguably the unthinkable just happened.
Yeah, a massive underdog. Dennis Larzovic representing AGL has just taken down Hikaru Nakamura, representing Team Falcon. So that is his pivotal moment in the club championship, guaranteeing himself a spot in the final. And it's not just that either, because the other Team Falcons player is playing against Magnus Carlsen in the other semi-final. So this might lock them down to play off against each other. Obviously, if they're in that third, fourth playoff against each other, they're going to guarantee Team Falcons 500 points anyway. But they're missing out on the big chances of getting those 750s, getting those 1000s on the board. So this is a huge moment for AGL, and it's Dennis Larzovic putting them on his back at the moment.
And just to actually give it a bit more context to the story, obviously Nakamura is 3rd ranked in the world, I believe, as well. I'm not too sure where Dennis is personally. Do you have the chess knowledge?
I don't, unfortunately, but he is a massive underdog.
But it's a massive underdog. So for him to go through and do that is absolutely huge. That is a massive moment for AGL now in the grand scheme of things. That's Falcons losing out to them, AGL extending their lead at the top of the club championship. I said beforehand, this is not done until the very final day at this rate. Can't wait to see what happens. My word, what an update here from the Alliance Arena. Back to you.
Well, thank you so much, Chris. It was a fun one to see a little bit of a clip earlier. If you missed it on EWC socials, make sure you check that out. Also, EWC Extra across all of our social channels that you can find conversation around this event. There was a little bit of a mistake, but maybe not, because he did put his key into the actual trophy a little early, iconic, but now he's taking down Hikaru Nakamura and is finding himself in the finals.
I feel like when I saw that, I obviously thought, never let your opponent know your next move, so it
it was really funny. Never let the tournament organizer. Rob was over there, man. My man Hollywood Rob was like, hold up. Not yet.
Rob made that 10 times better.
AGAL with that move 500 points away from Falcons at the top of the leaderboard, and it is going to be a tight race. 1 week remaining. We still have several games that Falcons is representing in, but that was a great sign for AGAL. Exactly the cushion they would hope for. Gentlemen, heading into our picks and bans, all the discussion, all the analysis, it's so difficult. And I know this coming as pro players because your perspective is one where there's nothing to really talk about here. We know what to do. We've trained for this moment. We have to go out there and execute.
I mean, forget the picks and bans at this point. On the side of GK, they just all need to look at each other and believe that this is their moment. This is their time to shine and rise above all expectations that have been thrown their way and dethrone, knock out FaZe Clan from this tournament and push themselves into a grand final.
I feel like too, as a competitor, these are the moments you always love. The pressure fully stacked on you. You have to go out there and perform. This is really what you live for.
Well, FaZe has been fantastic. These picks and bans coming up on your screen as well. They've given us some drama, I will say. They've not made it simple for those who might be getting their EWC pick'ems in. By the way, reminder to do that.
It's getting loud in here.
It's getting loud though, but that's the way you like it in France, where it's all on the line. Tomorrow's grand finalists, if they win, they're going to get $750,000. Second place earns $350,000. Around that money, that is life-changing cash. And these players are one map away. It's time to go to Fortress to see who will either stand strong or break down the walls in Siege for our final map, for our final series, for our second and final grand finalists. Let's get it on.
So the third map was required, with the winner yet to be determined. FaZe will start on defense, the most defender-sided map in the pool here at the Esports World Cup. It'll be a safe start for them. For GK, they'll get the first half to see if they can steal a couple of rounds on the attack and set themselves up for their own defensive half to follow. The bands Monty, Deimos, Azami, and the Mirror. It feels as if it's all set up for FaZe Clan, guys. But is there one last twist in this tale?
Maybe. No big surprises in terms of the ban set here from FaZe. For GK, much more limited data, of course, but this will be the first time that they ban out both the Azami and the Mirror here on this map. Again, they're very, very limited data. I think at this event so far, we have actually seen Fortress start to open up maybe a little bit more for the attack. Of course, over the course of stage one, very much a grind fest across all regions. But at the Esports World Cup, we are seeing the attack find avenues to just crack it open and increase the tempo a little bit more. Full map sweeps haven't been the most in favor for a lot of teams. Instead, looking to try and go for the detour and cut it in half. So we'll see what GK want to employ here in the first half. They're the ones to be the tempo setters.
Command bathroom to begin. I saw Fortress yesterday, and actually quite a few attacking rounds were found. It's not impossible. We're looking to disrupt that Rotero from Ask. So they got one more remaining in the pocket. First minute down already. GK, a little bit of a fight back on Consulate. They were 6-1 down. Got it back to 6-3. Couldn't close out to get at least a 6-4. FaZe were able to finish the job. And again, it was the pacing that slowed down for GK where they actually found success. They might look to bring that here as well in Fortress, but they lose Grubby and immediately to Handy. He's been the MVP as usual. Another opening kill. Heard Ask talk about that earlier back on Consulate as an issue for GK. It remains still to be an issue.
It does, and it's going to complicate the late round now for this attacking unit of GK. Playing into the Bandit for wall denial, and there's good stall out on offer. Razor Blooms, Gas Babes, Goyo canisters, and those F-Not mines as well. Why not throw those in the mix? It's a tricky proposition for GK. Minute to work with. That was an opportunity. A difficult one, but not capitalized upon. And in the meantime, Cyber drops Ask.
Down 2 players already for GK. The defensive wall for FaZe is very, very strong. This may end up being flawless. It's only Yoga left. Well, this round is definitely going the way of FaZe Clan. Wonderful start here on the third map. They've been tested by GK, but it seems as if they're starting to pass that test. It's only the first round, but it's so dominant again from FaZe. GK never even looked likely. This is going to be a difficult half for GK Esports.
We have seen Fortress played 11 times here at the Esports World Cup. Interestingly enough, the primary side of choice, Commander Bathroom, is actually the most attacker-sided of the three that have been played. 45-55 split in favor of defense. Dorms is 63% in favor of defense, and Waiting Room Cafe sitting at 70%. So weirdly enough, that's the kind of site where for GK you want to be trying to get off to a positive start, and unfortunately for them, anything but.
Over to Dorms games we go for the second round. GK is going to have to try again and do a whole lot better. Flawless in the open, 3 kills from Handy.
10 seconds remaining.
So to keep tabs on him, he's up to 27 kills. Next closest is Cyber with 21. He's stuffing the stat sheet. Is Handy, 140 EPS, 6-2 on the entry. Only player inside of the server with over 1 kill per round ratio with a 1.17. That is incredibly high.
That's really good. The early posturing again here from GK is suggesting full map clears, and I don't know if it's recency bias, but I can't help but check the feeling that from what I've seen at this event, teams that typically cut the map in half, you know, reduce the amount of map clearance needed, have probably found a little more success.
Also the pace when executing towards the site.
Exactly, it gives you more breathing room later round and can help layer more pressure early in the round as well onto the defense.
A little bit of space being taken here for GK. Cyber will play Dining on the Souls to try and get some information.
He's been scanning a large majority of this round and knows where those drones are spearheading from. FaZe confront the defense accordingly now.
No enemies detected.
I don't think they'll be threatened at all by any kind of back hit.
Inbound.
It's important that Sarks can find some information here on the radar of the Solid Snake. Ooh. Okay, got it. Grubby on the shock drone, missing initially on the Kanye claw, then follows up. Halfway through the second round, arse down the courtyard corridor. North side push here from GK, coming on down towards the site.
Flank. Cyber just needs to sit and wait.
Yeah, Cyber's on here for a couple. Oh, drone not active. Oh, that's been heard. Ask is now turning his attention. Maybe
I don't think so. I don't think so.
No, Ask is aware of this. Ask is going to swing and find the kill onto Cyber. Opening kill for GK, but they lose Sarks. The Soul Snake will fall to Handy, of course. It's been Handy's playground in this semi-final. They need to get Yoga in, but he eats the Nitrosol, taken down to half health. Just poking at this doorway. Grubby finds the next kill, an all-important one for GK. Ask though then falls, but he's always seemed to have an answer. Grubby trying to find a long angle in towards the site. They deal with Handy. Grubby then falls. It's back and forth trades. KDS gets rid of the Blackbeard.
1v1.
And a 1v1 against Vidiking.
No read.
Well, the read, though, is there for Vidiking. He knows exactly where Uport is. 20 seconds. He will go initially for the player behind the bomb chassis. Vidiking swing.
Nice.
Didn't even look to try and bait it out. All the nerve in the world. A 2-0 start for FaZe. That was a round that was there for GK. They needed to capitalize.
Yeah, to the credit of GK, they were able to keep pace with the trade game late. But a 1v1 against Smoke Shotgun up close, it was low percentage for the attack. It's been a brutal start here from FaZe, no signs of slowing down.
No signs of slowing down, but it did come down to 1 versus 1. We haven't seen many of those in this series across the 3 maps.
I think creator is EWC ka koi.
Newport had time as well. Could have faked plank, got off, hold the doorway. Vidiking just swung anyway. you're going to beat FaZe, you're going to have to beat them in all three areas. You're going to have to get the entry battles to go your way. You're going to have to be better in the mid game to establish a bit of a dominance. And get those 5v3 advantages, and then you've got to be able to beat them in the execute. You miss even one of those, and then they will probably beat you. Against a lot of other teams, you maybe can miss one of those.
If only it were that easy. So down below to Cafe, the tertiary selection here for the defense.
You say tertiary, but it's the most defender-sided side, as you said.
Yeah. Typically 2 approaches, whether it be horizontal Hammam side from the attack or top-down facilitated by the vert. The lineup here from GK is flexible. They can go either out ramp or vert. They can spearhead the horizontal as well, courtesy of the blitz. I think though for FaZe, it's a pretty heavy investment first floor. Very difficult for teams defensively to invest on the top floor and be able to facilitate that and justify it. It's very exposed on that second floor. So that should mean that it alleviates pressure early here for GK.
So Yoga will clear top floor. Vulcan counters to pop. They want to get this breaching hatch opened up. Tarks will get to work with the X-Kairos from the Hibana.
It's going to be interesting to see if the attack here of GK is susceptible to the flank. No gridlock, no nomad. And we've already seen it once before. Cyber in the previous round.
If there will be a flank.
I wouldn't be shocked.
So, I think so
hatch opened up. 90 seconds into this round. FaZe have offered nothing to GK. They're happy to just contain themselves on this first floor.
They have done a lot of sweeping on the horizontal. They'll have a very, very good read on this push from GK.
They know that there's not much on that first floor from GK. Everyone on the top floor, but Yoga straight to the side into
damage, I think so.
Now, FaZe looking to then contest it, and they will. Of course, it's handy. Of course, his Nitro Cell connects. Harry does find a kill back onto Vidiking, but then KDS keeps the train going for FaZe. Sark's got to win this battle.
Oh, nice kill.
Clear down Cyber. Robbie by himself on the first floor can get some help from Sarks and Upor from above, but at some point they will need to drop down and help him out. This might not be the kind of round for GK to get the kit down and play a post plane, but they do still have the ability to find the kills. And they do that. They catch Souls in the hallway.
Oh.
He's down and Handy's low inside a kitchen. Impact's available for KDS. Handy got the kill on the
nice.
and KDS will fall. Handy to 1 versus 2.
क्या घुस रहा है, क्या घुस रहा है?
Undoubtedly one of the most clutch players this game's ever seen. He's got the auditory information.
Oh, GK. Oh.
GK on the board. They take out waiting in cafeteria. The most defended site at the Esports World Cup. That is a huge round win for the EML team.
Well, they needed to hit the scoreboard, and finally GK do. It got a little dicey. They committed to hatch drop. They went for the follow-up. The plan A didn't work. The plan B, not particularly successful, reliant there on the horizontal late. And had that trade covered in the 2 versus 1, regardless of whether or not Upor won that battle.
I like both of these bans. The Solid Snake being taken away from GK. Little crutchy in finding intel. We saw it back on Consulate. Only played 1 so far back in the second round Dorms games, but really, really useful, especially on a map where there's a lot of that horizontal play, less vertical. So on the radar scan, you're going to probably find more often than not quite a lot of defenders. But then also getting rid of the Goyo, getting rid of Vulcan canisters, so much denial. Well played from Upor to shut down Handy. It wasn't exactly a full health Handy, but who cares? So 2-1, an all-important attacking round win for GK.
Yeah, the pacing has been quite slow from GK, and yeah, hence
been the nature of the series, though, hasn't it?
Yeah, there's been a lot of posturing. It does mean, though, that the late round area denial from FaZe is going to come at a premium. The smoke will need to be effective. We may see a bit of Tachenka play, and other trap util as well is going to be very useful.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Back over to command and bathroom. Double final soft bridge for GK in the round with the buck and the sledge. The Ella will replace the Goyo in the lineup for FaZe. Otherwise, everyone else remains the same. It's mainly the Zofia and the Blackbeard that have been dropped for the buck and the sledge.
It's not too regular you'll see the buck on this particular site, so that's likely going to be deployed in terms of clearing a particular power position, probably in mind here for GK. Will that be enough to maybe throw off FaZe? We'll see. Got to get value though from that skeleton key. Grubby does have it in play now, and
well, it's the kind of line
actually traversing over that vert. So that's going to open up the route a little bit more over towards Tower Stairs position, and U4 does take that space. Not a bad setup at the moment from GK.
Just got to continue to get
utility
that they're bringing this round. Claymore handy.
What?
Oh, that's a rare error.
Just didn't see it.
From such an influential player to make a mistake like that. And it gives GK the opening in this 4th round. These are the rounds that GK really need. Again, FaZe don't make a lot of mistakes, so when they do, you've got to make the most of it.
U4's been posturing for so long, waiting to be enabled. Grubby's still below as well on the buck. Yoga Roof, Ask with Kit. A lot of posturing still from GK. They're looking to be disciplined, but it's now allowed FaZe to just reposition a little more proactively.
And Souls then to find the kill onto Yoga. Cyber still holding the long angle down the hallway. Upor was low, headshot anyway. So as soon as GK wanted to make their move close to the site, FaZe were well set up, well ready. Cyber to retake this position. Down the end of the hallway, catches the head of Grubby. The trade quickly though from Sarks. To think that they got the free opening kill onto Handy, and FaZe still are holding on. And it's only Sarks left as FaZe look like they will escape here in the 4th round, although a knockdown onto KDS. Sarks, if he can find a headshot onto one of Souls or Vidaking, this is a little more doable, but those two will play surely together. Grabs the kit. Heads in towards command, will go for the plant, and there's the immediate swing from Souls. They had him covered, never getting that plant down. FaZe go 3-1 up. That's a missed opportunity for GK.
GK will now take their attack timeout.
Make the comment, that's all, you know, we need to chill out.
Give me like 20 seconds, guys. I think you just need more more utility, you know, you cannot like let this guy on force like be on this position. And you need more information on the books, like for example, Yoga just, I think, stick with the shields. Same, you can literally do the same direct, even if you wanted the Sark's plan with the Ying suicide, you know, like Sands on the breach, or Ash, whatever like this.
You can just play fast on that side.
Yeah, but if they don't have electricity, I think it's good.
Yeah, for the end of the round, just play like more, you know, safer, like with the good comms, with the good utility. They're literally like the only win condition for them is literally to swing you, I think, right now. Yeah.
Let's go, guys. Let's go, guys. Let's play, guys. Make it fucking 3-3, guys, and we cook on defense, you know.
So tactical timeout expires for GK Esports. 2 rounds to go in this half. Is it fair to say one more attacking round's all they probably need?
I would agree. Any more would be bonus. They had a good opportunity though this round. He fell to the Claymore searching for info. GK then with a lot of staging through the mid-round, and then some of these repositions, like Cyber Museum.
They're all solo swings though. They're all individual pushes. There's no team play. There's no play off each other. There's no trade potential. Solo swing after solo swing. That just feeds into FaZe. It's so long on that first floor that by the time they got second floor, you mentioned it, FaZe had been able to re-establish good positions. GK left themselves a little time
GK. Intrigued to see how they attack. A lot of discussion there about tempo, maybe a little more aggression and directness to be expected. The U2 layering for a direct approach on the site. A mention of electricity as well and what role that may play in the round. Kai Yi to be selected by FaZe, and we'll see if that may foil the plans of GK. It's a critical round to maintain touching distance.
3 rounds straight. The opening kill has not been converted, by the way, so that's gone a little bit haywire here on Fortress.
They're posturing for the direct.
I'd just like to see GK play a little bit more team-orientated with their push-in. Try and overwhelm a couple of isolated positions. Use the numbers to their advantage. Sark's vault in. Old Tower couldn't quite catch the timing, and they lost Ask, and he may get swung here on a bad timing. Indeed, that's exactly what happened. Power play from Vidiking, but he goes down. GK going to pick up the pace, and it does mean it's a 3 versus 3. Upor, Cyber, both on the same health as well. This is equal.
Both team playing good.
On this fallback, they've got Yoga on the shield. You can get the Jugger payloads out
GK
from
start push कर रही है, starting push
don't
कर
have to
रही है.
keep this going full steam ahead.
They
want Yoga to
kill.
be able to dash across here and get in that plant position. Can GK cover?
There is still a Nitro Cell as well to deny Yoga from Handy, and he's been really good with his usage of the Nitro so far in this series. Yoga's going to go for the plant inside of games. Handy is below. They find the angle though from KDS. Didn't even need him. Where was the cover? Not to be found. Now Grubby to push solo as they lost Upor. The good news for Grubby, he does have a Jugger payload to call on to KDS. That will keep him occupied, and Cyber is very low on health. He pushes in. The EMP impact isn't really going to do a lot. He does have a minute, so Grubby, you don't have to rush this. But at that reinforced wall, sits ready and waiting in KDS. Cyber playing the longer angle, over towards Briefing.
Probably needs to charge KDS. Cyber will not be in a position to trade that.
Oh, gets a little bit of intel in Cyber's position. And
Oh,
beat him out.
timing.
Kill.
Nice.
4-1 lead for FaZe Clan,
Nice
3
kill.
rounds away from the grand final. This is a must-win round for GK. They cannot afford to go 5-1 down.
Well, they went for the game plan. The set play called and the tack timeout got a bit of space. It was about 50-50 in terms of the timings to the mid-round. Picks going either way. But with that plant denied, it made it so difficult for GK to recover the round. A 3-round lead in favor of FaZe. This one feels absolutely critical for GK.
Must win. It's must win. Hanging by a thread for GK in the EML region. As FaZe are 3 rounds away from confirming an all-Brazilian EWC Grand Final.
The Valkyrie to be hidden in this round by FaZe. Vidiking will deploy those cameras late, and so no direct counter pick in terms of an IQ selected here for GK.
This is the one and only sign that GK have won back in the 3rd round. They saw them try to pick up the pace in the previous round. Didn't quite work, but could go again for a pace change to close the half out. It is the exact same lineup for GK as they brought in the 3rd round. But there's a big change up for FaZe. The Castle instead of the Aruni, the Solus instead of the Goyo, of course, as it was banned out. Valkyrie instead of Kaid. Get the feeling FaZe will be more inclined to take some gunfights here.
Yeah, we'll see how they respond. Yoga again, frontline Dorms on a pre-placed Nitro.
I think he's going to want to get this one back.
Might not have a chance.
No, he didn't. That's a bit of a waste. Only 1 Nitro Cell remaining for FaZe. I'll be searching through the floorboards, but nothing to be found initially here as they've got full games control. Oh, Boogie Auto Breacher will go out.
The damning thing for GK is we have seen the hatch drop attempt once before from the attack. It was the double dip from GK that time around, and FaZe did a pretty decent job in withstanding that initially.
And last time out, FaZe didn't go for that flank back up top floor either, so they might look to employ that this time.
Yeah, of course, GK did win it out last time, but the plan A was not particularly successful.
Neither was plan B, really.
No, it was a plan C kind of round. I think they're going to recommit, though, to a similar set.
Straight down Old Tower for Yoga. Throw the smoke to his right-hand side to allow the cross. Oh my goodness, caught on the timing. What a long angle swing from Souls. It's not working out for GK to close this half. They lose the blitz, a 0-6 half for Yoga, but Upor says, let's still go for plan A. He goes straight into Cafeteria at the bomb chassis. Nitro. It has been found, and the Nitro connects from Handy. Great teamwork from FaZe. Sarks with a critical kill, at least onto Handy to keep the round a little bit more salvageable, but then 2 fall back-to-back. It's only Art against his Brazilian brothers. 5-1 lead for FaZe will set them up. As Ask has got 20 seconds to pull off a almighty clutch attempt.
Guys, FaZe going to final. Yeah, FaZe going to final.
Now, like FaZe will be heading to the grand final. 5-1 half,
Yeah,
2
FaZe
rounds
is
to go
going to final.
into the halftime break.
FaZe versus.
Ainda bem que quem tentou plantar foi o Thatcher, tá?
Eu acho que ele ia dar na plant ali.
Ia dar mal o boss, ia ter que entrar na smoke.
Você fecha levar alguma coisa aí do ataque? Não, a gente vai fazer a caçada com a pastagem. Cadê o ritmo da cavalo? Beliche, vai fazer a comida beliche.
A comida beliche é aquela que vai o Souls e o rende pro...
Se ligar, a cozinha a gente vai fazer a
FaZe
cavalo
versus
nova,
Furious.
Furious. Em cima, depois ele pra baixo. Cozinha pra fazer a horizontal de início já, foda-se.
FaZe versus Furious in final, guys.
It's not similar, but some choke points, you know, they're like really similar. So
who are you going to ban? I guess Monty.
Yeah, probably Monty Solid Snake or Monty Demus. Even Monty Grim. Yeah, nothing special, guys. Just reset, play your own game, all in your hands.
Yeah, I think like we have good defense, but I think we need to find the reset point, you know, like and like just play our game, you know. Yeah. Like to be honest, everyone realized we are kind of like troll 3 rounds. Let's be honest. Yeah. So doesn't matter, you know. Let's like start on defense, like start like a positive, start like with good comms. You start extending. If they go for the clears, let's fight. You know, let's help group. You always fighting. You know, let's rely on our team play. You know, that's what make us like stay achieve like here. You know. So let's keep doing.
Yeah, remember Chalet again. Remember how we played. I think you can even play the same way here. You know, like play on the reactions, rely on each other, speak more about the win conditions, about like most important parts of the map, how you need to play. That's the difference between Consulate and Chalet, you know.
Well, a big second half coming up for GK. They at least get to go defense, but only managed a single round on their attack. FaZe will be brutal. Interestingly, both have the same attacker win rate on this map of Fortress over the last couple of months, sitting at 34%. Does maybe indicate an opportunity for GK to go on a defensive run. It's not impossible to think that that could happen. Kaid and the Monty, we heard, of course, GK talking about their bans, either the Deimos or the Solid Snake. And it will be the Solid Snake as the Bandit follows the Kaid as expected as well.
GK just need to try and maintain belief that there is an opportunity to fight back if there's any map towards this one.
On defense.
Exactly.
This is where the intricacy of Siege, you look at the scoreboard and you see it's 5-1 and it's incredibly one-sided. But on defense Fortress, you also have the possibility, just as FaZe did, to string a couple of rounds together, get that scoreboard a little bit closer, and then build that belief back up. It's important though, all important. Probably the first 2 rounds have to go your way. Get it to 5-3, and then from there it can go.
Well, if they don't, it's going to be GG.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's the problem.
That's why it's such a daunting prospect. These guys know it's as much as anyone else that it's defend decided, but actually being able to translate that against arguably the best team in the world.
And it also for FaZe, right? They come into this second half and they know on the attack they can be a little bit loosey-goosey if they want to begin that way. They've got a couple of rounds that they can throw if they want.
They can experiment.
They can experiment. They can kind of see the way that GK are responding, if they play slow or they play fast in the way that they flank. And FaZe can kind of just use the first round or two to just sort of test the waters. Cyber straight up Old Tower.
Yeah, very quick. Could potentially be an early duel onto Upor over towards games. Grubby close by as well, inside of dorms. If Upor goes searching for info, he could get caught.
Yeah, Cyber has not made a sound since he made his way in, but a lovely little jiggle peek. Gets the information required as to his position. That's a small win for GK. Not a lot really comes from it, but they get the intel on Cyber. He doesn't find the opening kill.
Lost the drone as well, that's nice. Can fall back and play the second canister.
Death mark from Cyber on to Upor. Upor has fallen back outside of games. GK not exactly rushing back to site, which is command bathroom. But slowly, though, they do make their way back with the focus of the site in mind. So their space has been gained for FaZe over towards games and dorms. This will be pretty direct as well.
Yago pushes over towards courtyard corridor. Does he try and disrupt this push?
And if he does, though, he could get caught on a timing because you've got both Vidiking and Cyber together. He goes for the Nitrocell. He does get some good damage onto Vidiking.
That's nice.
I wouldn't be over swinging that doorway, though, much more from here if I'm Yoga. He goes for it again, tries to catch the timing, but there's the player, and there's the swing, and there's Upor that goes down.
I respect the effort. Just falls short, though, and it puts the rest of GK in such a compromised position. Opens up the back hit potential as well.
It does leave Yoga by himself. Courtyard corridor, Grubby caught on the swing timing. Sarks gets a crucial kill onto KDS. A lot of the attention of FaZe now directly towards the site. Cyber back hit, by the way, is coming in quite late. Might catch Yoga. As Souls will get rid of Sarks. Ask and Yoga, the last two left, as Ask will also fall.
Yeah, FaZe going on final, guys.
Yoga towards that corridor by himself. Plant going down from Vidiking. Nothing that Yoga can do. We enter the post plant. He goes shotgun up and down the hallway. He's not winning that battle against Cyber. FaZe will go 6-1 up. FaZe are looking as if they will be grand final bound. They're so close. 1 round to go for the back-to-back champions.
Hey.
And a sinking feeling.
I think FaZe win the final match.
They came into today with little expectation to win. Good glimpses, it must be said, across this best of 3. But it's a tale as old as time. Running out of gas against FaZe, and those exploits rearing their ugly head. For FaZe, though, they'll be thrilled. They've looked great here on Fortress.
Well, there's only one team left to stop them, and that's going to be Furia.
Another all-Brazilian Grand Final. We know how those can shape up.
Will Herds complete the Grand Slam, be the first player to collect every trophy? FaZe, can they win a trophy outside of the Six Invitational since 2023?
Very tantalizing storyline. Not 100% confirmed just yet, though.
No. But this would be an almighty effort if GK could win 5 consecutive rounds. Of course, a reminder, by the way, just as to let everyone know, tomorrow there will be the 3rd place match. So GK, provided they do lose this, and it's looking likely, unfortunately for the email fans, will play DZ. As Grubby finds an early kill inside 15 seconds onto Cyber. Again, 6-1 down, it's a long way, but you are on defense Fortress. Just got to find some momentum, and this is a good way to kickstart that. An early opening kill relieves the pressure, no death marks from Cyber. Good start to the round.
Cannot lose hope if you're GK inside of the server. A confident play from Grubby, and then that's an important kill. FaZe will go back to the checklist, though. Look to chip away at on-site util.
FaZe, though, are probably the best team in the game. They can win from 4v5 positions, and just like that, on the dot, they got the kill on the U-Port. Quick trade from Yoga with his micro cell. They don't have many left. Recast Babe's got Ask. He'll throw one out towards Old Tower. Soul's posturing, and there goes Souls with the kill onto Yoga. Vidiking got his.
PK is nice. FaZe.
Devastation for Grubby and GK.
FaZe going to final.
Final three. Had the chance
Last
to stop
kill,
him,
last
he gets into a
kill.
play position. And then that's it.
Done, guys.
Nail in the coffin for ENL. The glory awaits for SAL as the grand final is set. FaZe Clan versus Furia tomorrow. Will Hertz go for the Grand Slam, or can FaZe add another trophy to their cabinet? Unfortunate for GK as their run comes to an end. They will play Dark Zero for third place tomorrow. And as we know at the Esports World Cup, third place still offers quite a bit of money. That's still a game you'll want to win. But undoubtedly,
Nice. GG. They both play good, yeah. They both play good.
Win this event, looking for your third straight hammer in a row. What a dynasty for FaZe. For Furia, the Panthers in their way tomorrow.
Yeah, what a matchup that's going to be. Cannot wait for that best of 5. Commiserations, of course, to GK. They put up a good fight. A deep run at this tournament sets them up for success for the remainder of their 2026 campaign. Eager to see if they can back that up going forward this calendar year. But FaZe was just so good in the end. Will they be taken down tomorrow?
That's the thing for a team like GK, right? And it's, in terms of how long the roster's been together to make top 4, to play a couple of games on the stage, how much better they will be for it heading into stage 2 with the next major on the line over in Osaka. But right now for FaZe and for Furia tomorrow, of course, their goal is the Esports World Cup. As to who will take it out, I mean, anyone's guess. Best of 5, map pool's going to be tested. FaZe probably go in as the favorites considering their overall experience, but Furia are playing some hot Siege right now. Let's throw it over to Adam on the stage as FaZe once again are into another grand final.
Thank you very much. I am joined right now by KDS. FaZe Clan are in the EWC Grand Final. How does that sound? How does that feel?
Amazing, because it's the first time we are going to the finals of World Cup, and we are going to play against Fury. Is a tough opponent for us, and it will be an amazing game.
It's going to be a great game. Let's focus on this one for a second. GK, we saw prior to this in interviews, you mentioned that they brought the unexpected. You didn't know exactly how they were going to play. We saw that first map. Shala, you lost. How did you regroup? What did the team have to do after you went 1-0 down in the series?
I think we just communicate more with each other, you know, because we are giving a lot of kills for GK. So I think this is the main problem for the first map. And when we fix this, we win pretty easy against them.
In terms of this final tomorrow, obviously this was an incredible matchup here, but Furia, you're playing next up in the grand final. They're going to be a tough cookie. Obviously, stage 1, you won 2-1 against them. What strengths do they have? What do you have to watch out for tomorrow in that grand final?
I think they have the really good players like Loira, Erds. So I think if they don't play very well and we know how to counter some fast plays, we can beat them very easy.
I want to ask you as well, we heard so much from your fans here as well. Obviously, you heard a lot of fans screaming FaZe Clan's name. Is there anything you want to share with the fans here and around the world watching right now? Anything you want to say to them?
Thank you everyone who is watching Twitch. We appreciate that. And for who is here, thanks so much. The crowd is amazing. And yeah, that's it.
Well, thank you so much, KDS. As is tradition here at the Esports World Cup, it's time to crush GK's key. Are you ready for this?
Yes.
Of course you are. Let's bring the team in as well here. We've got the family joining us here. Who are you going to nominate to actually crush the key? Who wants to do it? Peter's, you want to do it? Okay, together with the young one. Come up now here, Mini Cyber as well here. Let's make our way towards the key crushing ceremony. This is amazing, a family affair. Everyone's here together, celebrating together as GK's key is officially crushed here at the EWC. We've gone down from 22 teams all the way down to only 2. Furia versus FaZe Clan is going to be an all-Brazilian final here. Tomorrow, it's going to be absolutely unbelievable. Who will walk away, though, as the champions? Who will be the Esports World Cup winners 2026 here for Rainbow Six Siege? We're going to find out very, very soon. It's coming our way. We can't wait to see exactly how it's going to unfold. We've got babies and young ones. This is amazing. This is incredible. Hiya. Hi, how are you? Hiya. Hiya. Gorgeous. It's been amazing. What a great semi-final. Commiserations to GK. For now, though, FaZe Clan are your winners. We'll see them tomorrow in the grand final. Let's head back to the desk and wrap this thing up. What a day.
Well, that's just lovely to see. I know Adam and I've been talking about our kids, and it's just so fun to see that representation on stage. The beauty of it is the fact that I do see this as kind of a theme with FaZe. They travel, they're a group, they're a family, both literally and figuratively, but they've got the history, they've got the pedigree, and now they've got the opportunity to do something that, believe it or not, they haven't done, which is win an EWC title.
Listen, in Siege, 3 things are guaranteed: death, taxes, and FaZe reaching another grand final and a title shot.
I mean, yeah, beautiful scenes. I feel like they really do travel together. You saw KDS mentioning before, this is their 4th year as a team, so they really have been through so many different metas and so many different challenges as a team, so it's great to see them still reaching for new heights.
Yeah, the beauty of those types of moments when you can get them is recognizing that you're in them when you're in them, because a lot of times you kind of look in professional careers, and you guys have had your own, but there are ups and downs, there are different rosters, and you don't always get these great moments with this roster that lives on for years and years.
I was gonna say, I can't really relate to the side of FaZe Clan. I mean, they're so used to being in this environment.
That's
so
normal, though.
To being in a grand final.
Yeah.
I mean, you even hear in KDS's interviews, we always kind of make jokes about it. He's just so nonchalant. Even when we interviewed him when he won that last invitation, he's like, yeah, you know, it's kind of expected from us. We deserve it. We work very hard, but it doesn't really speak how well this FaZe Clan does play together and why they're so deserving of these titles.
And how rare it is. It really is. Whether you're in sports, real sports, just life, it's just having a unit like that can be successful year after year. You talk about 2 6 invitationals back to back. Now they're in an EWC grand final. Iconic. I mean, that's probably the best word to describe what this FaZe team is.
Of course, and I feel like, too, they really do just play a great style of Siege team base, and then, too, they have the individual skill to just really come out and just, it's just such a dominant style that they play.
The whole is greater than the sum of its parts, it seems like. Each individually great, but put them together, they are that well-oiled machine, and you mentioned it there from the fan base, and you know, the celebrations that we've heard all throughout this tournament, to the smiles on a young son seeing his dad do something that's incredible they'll remember for years. FaZe Clan have done it, and that means they booked their ticket into our grand final. The winner of that is going to earn $750,000.
It's a lot.
For one game of Siege. I mean, that's pretty good. I mean, a few maps.
That's a lot.
I'll do it. I'll take it.
Absolutely.
He's like, yeah, I'll take it, but you got to get there.
I mean, I've been there. It's been close, and right when you get there, like I say, it's sometimes the farthest you'll be from it. So you really have to reset and lock back in, because it's been a long tournament, but it only gets longer in that best of 5 tomorrow.
Well, you know, you've seen him in this stage and environment. He's succeeded at some of the moments that clutched up the rounds for FaZe. Our MVP, Handy, in this series. Really, they could not have done it without him. And you guys do mention how well this group works together, but let's be real. I mean, Handy had a couple of plays that saved the rounds and really, I mean, kept the momentum in their favor.
I mean, you got to give the guy a hand, right? I mean, he's always in the right place at the right time. Even in that last round where we were watching GK on that consulate start to get that comeback, and all of a sudden, where is Handy using his hands, throwing that C4, getting a 2K to close out that series, and just putting the nail in the coffin and not allowing any bit of momentum to fall into GK's side.
And you look at what he's doing this for, because they take down his brother and Nate and Liquid Alienware, and so it's not just like, hey, let's go and see what happens in the semi. He knows he ended his brother's run, his brother's chance at something like this, so he's probably taking that onus on more, like, now I got to do it for both of us here.
Of course, too, you see it. in his interview too, saying that they're here to win the championship. There's no other option. And like I said, if there's any other player you want to hear that from who will back it up, it's Handy.
Can we also talk about his wife just being the absolute GOAT, the biggest supporter in the crowd? I mean, obviously we saw the chat saying some things, not too hype about it, but I mean, I was getting hyped. And to be Handy in that situation, you have your woman across hyping you up in every single moment, every single kill. Maybe that's the reason, maybe that's the recipe why he has this MVP and even the 2 MVPs for the 6 Invitationals.
There'll always be haters, so you just got to keep doing it.
Yeah, no matter what you do, right? There'll be haters no matter what you do. And the fact is, he gets to look over there and see this person in my life that I'm leaving and coming with is here supporting me the loudest. That's a beautiful thing, beautiful relationship as well, and great to see. FaZe will see more of that. You guys will see more of that, obviously, in our finals also. Quickly, Iconic, just for me, does this make you think about FaZe differently? I mean, we come in and we've seen them be successful. Is there something different about this roster? Do you feel like this is just almost set in stone for them this year? Or are you a little worried about that Furia matchup that they've got?
I mean, no, it's standard issue. I feel like they really show that they can handle Furia, but it's going to be a great matchup. I remember talking to Volps too after their win just recently, saying he saw it in the stars. He know they're going to face FaZe Clan. Yeah. Says he predicted a 3-2 victory for them, but we'll have to see how that goes tomorrow. But I feel like it's just an even matchup here.
Listen, I'm just glad EML can't walk away from this and feel like they're superior. It's still NA for the majors. It's going to be Brazil when it comes to these bigger events.
Alphama, I tried, man, but you left the building early for the first time. It's because you're on all the sets. But anyways, let's send it over to an interview. We've got an exit chat with, of course, the other side. And, while one side is celebrating, one side obviously trying to find some lessons from this defeat, and they're with Ann.
We're speaking to Ask after their game. Ask, I want to talk about Consulate first here. You picked defense, and then it was a bit of a rough time. It was very attacker favor. What do you think happened?
I think, to be honest, it was like our first experience playing the map. We kind of have the map on the scrims, but official on the matches is our first time, and we could handle not the pressure, but we could handle the attacks and their pushes, be able to be proactive or communicate with each other. So I think that's the reason we're kind of choke the defense side.
All right, now for this being your first event together as a team, do you feel like you met your own expectations, or are you a little bit disappointed with how far you got?
I think everybody's happy right now, but the way we lose today, I think nobody's happy, to be honest, because, I mean, we're kind of troll some rounds, important rounds. If we have a different side on the consulates, then probably everything's gonna be different. Even on Fortress, we troll kind of three rounds on the attack, planting and kind of stuffs. So, but that's why I love Siege, if you change just a little bit one thing, everything could be different. But that's why I love this game, and it's fine, it's a game.
And you got to give yourself credit. I mean, you said you were glazing FaZe, the current world champions. You still brought it very close. What is your main takeaway as this team from your first international event together?
I think the main thing, for everyone here on us, we should copy the way FaZe play. They are really, really strong team. The way they play together is beautiful to see, to be honest, So I'm being here, glazing here again. So I think that's it. I think that's the main thing, build more consistent on that point.
All right, of course, that'll take some time as well. Now, there were GK fans in the crowd today. Anything you want to say to them supporting you, or maybe even the people at home?
Of course, I think just thank you guys for all the support. Tomorrow we probably have the match for the 3rd place, so we can still getting up on the bracket. So support us again, and tomorrow everything can be different.
Of course, thank you so much for your time. Good luck tomorrow, and we will send it back to the studio.
Yep, we will see GK and Dark Zero tomorrow in our first match of the day, our 3rd and 4th place matchup, and that leads us to a bracket that is finally locked in. Furia and FaZe Clan, Dark Zero and GK. We'll kind of reverse the order for that, but let's take a look at the schedule coming up, because of course that means that when we start tomorrow at 11:30 or 1:30, I guess, CEST on our side, Dark Zero and GK Esports will be taking on. And that matchup, you may think, okay, it's 3rd place, but there's at least $80,000 on the line and the difference between that. So definitely also a very profitable game of Rainbow Six Siege. And then of course we'll have our finalists, some balloons pop behind us. You never know. Big loud pops, you know, in public places. Not exciting, but it does happen, and you stayed cool. I like that.
I mean, I tried to keep my composure. I think the drums from Furia, screaming from the FaZe fans. I think nothing can catch me off guard at this point.
I agree with you.
So we're cool over here, man.
Hey, we stay cool, man. And the fan is hitting right now, too. It can get hot up here a little bit, but the fan is keeping us nice and relaxed. All right, we got a club championship update with Chris. I hear he's standing by with Lauren, a.k.a. Glitter Explosion. What's up, guys?
CC update here with Lauren. Of course, everything been going on for PUBG Mobile over on your side of things. A couple of days off here and there. We don't get days off on our stages, of course. Just want to rub that one in again. But realistically, look, 2 weeks of competition kind of coming to the culmination now for the next few days. How are things looking?
Okay, guys. So I have to go now. मजा आ गया भाई आज. मैचेस देखते हैं क्या? और लेट्स सी, कल फाइनल है भाई. कल और भी मजा आएगा. I know. Okay. So guys, thank you so much for watching my stream. See you on next stream. Bye bye guys. Take care. Good night. Bye bye.
Pretty decent positions, but need to do just a little bit more if they want to take the whole thing home.
I think for Vitality, it's pivotal, isn't it? I mean, the next 2 weeks, there is a lot